Hi, I'm Alisa Vitti. I'm the founder and director of the Flow Living Hormone Center. I'm the best-selling author of Woman Code, and I'm the creator of the MyFlow period tracking app. The Flow Living Hormone Center was really something that I needed, a long time ago when I was dealing with my own hormonal health issues, and I really wish there was a place where I could have gone when my period started becoming problematic, where I could talk to someone about the issues that I was struggling with, where I could test my hormones at as much as I wanted, or I could get some effective and natural treatment, and I could track how all my progress was going and how my symptoms were doing. And so the Flow Living Hormone Center is really the first and only global menstrual health care concierge platform where you can do all those things. You can talk to someone, treat, test, track, everything to do with your cycle and your hormones. A lot of the messaging that we're given as women about our reproductive health is lacking in enough science and enough practical wisdom that we feel like we should also avoid it. And then it ends up causing us to make choices in our own healthcare of doing nothing, which we know is really dangerous from great research that's long been out there. The biocycle study, for example, determined that if you have untreated PMS in your 20s and 30s, right? And PMS is a serious hormonal imbalance where you have too much estrogen and not enough progesterone. If you let that go untreated, which, hello, everybody does, we just joke about it, that will increase your likelihood of developing the 4 big diseases of inflammation postmenopausally. So that's heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and dementia. And I don't think we should be joking about that. I think if you have a friend who's complaining about PMS, you should be like, oh my goodness, you're on fire. You need to do something today so that you don't end up, without your noodle, at 60. So I think it's really important for us to understand how our bodies work, to get really practical, useful information about what we can do to interact with our endocrine system to optimize its performance, and to understand how to troubleshoot things along the way, because it is not complicated, it is not mysterious, and your body is so responsive to the right inputs, and it's just amazing. My experience of watching my body transform is not unique. I've been doing this now for nearly 17 years with tens of thousands of women around the globe. This is every woman's story. And I think it's just time that there's a place, that you use. You go to your gynecologist for your annual and whatever other tests you want to get done, but then when you really need to take action around your cycle, there needs to be a place. And so that's why I ended up opening up the center, because I needed it and we all need it. We need this kind of a place where we can go when things are getting a little off track with our hormones. And the whole thing with the pill is a big conversation, and I think women are starting to really ask more questions about this, because here we are, we're eating clean, we're exercising in different ways that are really body aware, we're living these more health and wellness based lifestyles, and then we're taking this medication to suppress something that is really part of our biological process. And I think a lot of younger women are starting to say, well, gee, if I'm not using it necessarily for birth control, why am I using it? What is the benefit here? Especially when there's so many side effects. Because the truth of the matter is, when you take synthetic hormones, you are not getting a period. You're suppressing ovulation altogether. That is what the pill does. It's a specific cocktail of estrogen and progesterone that simulates pregnancy so that you shut off the ovarian conversation altogether. And then you're not actually having a bleed, you're having something called a breakthrough bleed. So the days that you're taking, if you're taking the pill, you're taking like 5 days of a sugar pill. And because you're not dosing with that particular cocktail of estrogen and progesterone for those 5 days, you have a little breakthrough bleeding. And some women don't have that at all. So in fact, over time, the more you take medication, the period can just go away altogether. So that's important to know, because women think, oh no, I'll take the pill, I'll still have my period. But no, you're not having a period at all. You're not having the whole cyclical process happen between the pituitary gland and the ovary and the uterus. It's all shut off. So that's first and foremost. Second thing to know is that while you're on that medication, whether it's delivered in the form of a ring or an implant or an IUD or the pill, that medication, because of the way they have to modify and manipulate the molecular structure of these hormones in order for them to commercialize them, they are not a perfect lock and key fit on your cell receptor sites for those hormones. And as a result, you can have all sorts of reactions to it. I call this synthetic birth control syndrome. So you get on any of these medications, and how many of us have that experience where you're like, oh, something's wrong with me because I can't take the pill, right? I've got to find one that works for me. Well, what that means is that you're just having sort of an allergic reaction to that synthetic modified molecule, right, of that estrogen, of that progesterone. And that's just short-term, immediate, while you start taking it. But long-term, this synthetic hormone combination starts to diminish and deplete key micronutrient stores in the body that are essential for endocrine function, this is the big problem, and this is sort of the link to future fertility, right? So let's say you go on this medication because you have a diagnosed condition like polycystic ovarian syndrome, like fibroids, like endometriosis, like heavy, terrible cramping and bleeding. Once you have a diagnosis, that already means you are micronutrient deficient in these key micronutrients, vitamins, minerals that your endocrine system needs to create proper hormonal balance, and you're already deficient, you're already depleted. Then you take a medication on top of that that does two things. One, gives you a false sense of security, making you feel like you have no more symptoms to address. And two, actively daily further depletes your bank account of these micronutrients. So by the time you get off, which can be a decade or longer, you've now had a worsening of your original situation, and you haven't felt any of the symptoms to put you into a position where you'd be motivated to take action. And that's all that these symptoms are. These symptoms are not a life sentence of, oh, you're supposed to be suffering with your period forever. It's just, hey, things are really not working in our favor. We as an endocrine system cannot function optimally on your behalf. We cannot produce a healthy cycle for you. We need your help. And symptoms are the call from the body to you. We need you to do some things differently. But when you're taught, we live in this culture that says, oh, I don't know, you just have some bad period luck, and the best thing to do is just medicate it and forget about it, then of course you do nothing and you don't feel those symptoms, and then there's this worsening of that pre-existing condition. And so for that reason, it's really frustrating, and I see this unfortunately all too often, where women then at like 35, 37, they've been on the pill for 10 to 15 years or longer, 20, and they've had something going on that has been unaddressed. Then they go off and they want to get pregnant right away, and now they have to recover, major recovery time from all that depleted micronutrient stores and address the original hormonal imbalance, and it takes time. The longer you are on the pill, the longer it takes to recover. So, this is one of the reasons why I created the Balance by Flow supplement line, because after 17 years of researching sort of what are these essential micronutrients that every woman needs for her endocrine system to function optimally, I just wanted to create a set of formulations that would do that for women. They're there for if you have a diagnosed condition, or if you're taking the pill, or if you really feel like you need it for preventing pregnancy or any of the devices. Make sure that you're supplementing adequately so that you're not further becoming depleted. Your bank account isn't going into the red, right? You can at least end the day with a neutral balance. So your fertility is something that you don't want to take for granted. We live in an environment that is sort of replete with endocrine disruptive chemicals that are really already compromising your body's ability to do the thing it's designed to do if you choose to reproduce. There are chemicals in the environment, chemicals in your food, chemicals in your home, chemicals in your makeup that are actively disrupting your body's ability to produce balanced levels of hormones that over time can erode your ability to have, regular ovulation and a healthy cycle. From the point of view of men, sperm production worldwide in the past 50 years has gone down by 50%. So these chemicals are not just affecting women, they're affecting men. And on the flip side, in terms of children, now there's a rise. There used to be just precocious puberty you would see in young females as early as 9, but now we're seeing that also spill over into the males as well. So precocious puberty is on the rise, which means younger bodies are being exposed to these synthetic estrogens, chemicals in form of pesticide on lawn care and in the cleaning detergent at home, and of course pesticides and growth hormone in food. And it's stimulating the endocrine system, to quickly in a young person, and they'll start developing at 9 when that should be more like 12 or 13. And then on the flip side, we'll see this really impact fertility. So I think this is a major, major issue that's only going to get worse as we continue to wreak havoc on our beautiful planet here. And I think that you have to take personal responsibility. You cannot wait for these things to kind of get addressed globally. You need to sort of recognize that, you know, you're in charge of what kind of chemical exposure you can control for. So your home should be green, your cleaning products, your makeup, your food organic, and if you have children, you need to really protect them even more, you know, consciously. A little bit can go a long way in terms of exposure. Even the choices of hand sanitizer you use, you know, the triclosan, this antibacterial chemical that's been put in hand sanitizers and toothpaste and dishwashing soap. It's a known endocrine disruptor in men and women, and the FDA made such a statement, but so it's not allowed to be in hand sanitizer anymore, but it's still in a lot of toothpaste, which you'd think you'd use toothpaste a little bit more than hand sanitizer. So just be educated. You know, everything's out on the internet. The Environmental Working Group is my favorite online resource to check any chemical that you may be looking at on a product to see how safe or unsafe it is. And it's just so important. You know, as important as putting the right inputs into the system is important for endocrine health and hormonal balance, making sure the wrong things stay out is an equally important job. And when it comes to fertility, you and your future child will thank you for the work that you put in today to preserve your reproductive function and protect your egg quality, your genetic material. This is a great thing about your body as a woman. You have early warning detection, right? Those little period problems that are cropping up in your teen years, acne and bloating and PMS, the red light is flashing on the indicator dashboard saying, hey, something's not working. Taking action in your early 20s and getting your hormones set up, because your body's going to heal so much more rapidly anyway because of your youth, is such a gift to give yourself. You know, instead of waiting till you're nearly 40 to start addressing your hormones, it's going to be a longer process. The endocrine system is marvelous. You know, it's an extraordinary system that I just don't think we spend enough time learning about or getting intimate with and familiar with, because it really runs the show. I mean, I always joke, people say, you know, oh, I'm free thinking. I'm like, well, you're as free thinking as your hormones are balanced, because they're really running things. For example, if you don't eat enough at the right frequency, spacing, right? Your blood sugar drops. This is called hypoglycemia in terms of a response. And the endocrine system, its primary job is to safeguard the transport of glucose to the brain, the heart, and the muscle tissue. So it really doesn't like it when you screw around with, you know, how much you're eating and when you're spacing out meals. It really likes a consistent calorie intake and consistent timing of meals. So when this hypoglycemic episode happens, the whole endocrine system gets into action. Cortisol, insulin, you know, things will start moving. Even thyroid can be involved, and just to make sure that your body starts to get access to glucose if you're not putting it in through dietary means, right? Now, episodically, this is okay, but if this becomes a chronic issue, other things are going to start to take over. And so this idea that you think their willpower is something that we have at our disposal is nonsense when you look at the science, right? What you have is, you have cortisol taking charge when there isn't enough glucose dietarily coming in, and so cortisol will talk to your fat cells and say, hey, mobilize some of that stored fat and get it out into the bloodstream as quick as you can. But over time, the body doesn't like that either. So then it starts to have some neurotransmitters come into play. It starts sending out more ghrelin, right? And saying, okay, we're hungry, we're starving, we're craving, you know, chips and whatever it is, just to get you into a place where you can be eating more calories to bring that blood sugar up. You're not in control in those moments the way that you would like to think that you are. So your hormones are really trying to guide you into right behavior so that you and your body can be healthy. So it's not like they're running things, but they're trying to help nudge you along in the right direction. If you want to just be a person who is up to things in life, right, who's not feeling like you're behind the 8 ball in terms of your energy, your mood, and other aspects of your health, and you want to be proactive, productive, creative, inspired, doing things, you need to set the groundwork, you know, physiologically for you to do that and biochemically to do that, and hormones play a huge role in that. So for me, balancing hormones You know, the short-term payoff is, of course, you get to get rid of all those annoying symptoms that plague you chronically throughout the month, and you get to feel better. But long-term, what's really the opportunity is that you get to prime yourself for your best life, your best work, your best inspiration. You get to really use your body as a tool to master your life, and that's really what it's about. I went on Dr. Oz and did a demonstration that I had been doing for years by using fruit juice to simulate the different colors of menstrual blood on little white dishes to show women how they can use their monthly bleed as a blood test, right? You can do this, you use it as a blood test, it's blood, the specific color of it can actually tell you very clearly the ratio between your estrogen and progesterone, and you would want to know that because it would tell you why you're having PMS, why you're maybe not being successful with your fertility journey. You can watch that change, the color and texture of your bleed month over month. It's the best, easiest, most user-friendly self-assessment that you can do, is really looking before you flush at what's coming out of you from a menstrual point of view. So this is so important that we actually built a free tool. We just think every woman should have access to this. So it's the period type quiz. You can just go to the flowliving.com homepage and answer 7 questions about the color of your period and the texture and the things that we need to know. And it will tell you what's wrong with your hormones, which is so empowering because then you'll know what to do. And it also tells you what to do, what foods to change, and how to get you in action right away. Because what's really exciting is once you start to play with your food a little bit, and then you see what's happening next cycle, you start to notice, oh, some of my symptoms are diminishing, and look, I'm seeing changes in what I'm seeing in terms of color of the bleed. There are only, 4 different things that it could be color-wise, right? So you can have sort of what I call the brown type, the pink type, the red type, the blue type. Those 4 colors really determine whether or not you have not enough progesterone, too much estrogen, not enough estrogen, or you have that perfect balance between the two. And that's really valuable information that every woman should know every month because it's not static, right? You could have things happen over the course of a year. Holidays, stressful situations at work, family, stressors, changes in your diet, changes in your lifestyle, major episodes of traveling, all illnesses, all sorts of things, because of the link between the immune system and the endocrine system, can impact what shows up for you monthly. And the best way for you to gauge how well your body is responding to all of these different situations that arise that are external to your endocrine function and how it's impacting them, that's really where you can see it show up. And it's such a useful tool because then you can start to troubleshoot. Because then a lot of women then ask me the question, well, how do you know what to do? It's so easy. That's what we developed the app for, so that you can learn why you're having a symptom and then learn which foods to eat to make it better and make it go away within a month or 2. And that's the thing I just love, letting every woman know that if you make food changes that are appropriate for your particular set of hormonal issues, you can bring them to resolution within 3 months, typically. You can have a really wonky period today and 3 periods from now have it be what it should be. That's not a very long time. That's not a lot of commitment. Think about things you commit to for far longer and you don't get results. This is something that has major responsive action in the body, and it's encouraging. The more you do, the more you see your body performing better, the more you're going to take care of your hormones, and that, of course, is a perfect biofeedback loop that we want to encourage. I think for me, I'm tracking things daily. I don't wait for a monthly kind of report exclusively with the color of my bleed, although that's like the final exam. If you were to think about it, you want to take daily quizzes, you want to look at how your body's performing daily, but the final exam, how you really, if you did it right that month, that will show up in the actual bleed phase. But for me, I'm looking at how is my energy, how is my mood, how's my digestion, how's everything going on these sort of supporting cast member roles of the endocrine system. And then if I've really gone off, which I don't do because for me I'm so hormonally sensitive, I really cannot, I'll notice that I feel a little bit crankier or more tired, but I'm pretty committed to the program. I mean, it's why I'm able to still have a period and have a healthy cycle. The protocol works if you're on it 80% of the time. You don't have to be perfect, which is great news. That's how resilient your body is. But for someone like myself, I just know that I feel an extra 20% more fantastic if I'm on protocol more exclusively. So there are things that are non-negotiable for me, like eating the right foods in the right phases of my cycle, exercising the right way for the right phase of my cycle, getting the right sleep hygiene perfected, and taking the right supplements, and avoiding pro-inflammatory foods and endocrine disruptors. I mean, these are just things that I do that I can't not do. I mean, and like if I'm traveling, I still do them. I bring stuff with me, it's just part of the fabric of my day-to-day life. So it's not a big burden, but I built up those practices over time so that I have mastery over them now. So wherever you are, if you're just getting started, don't worry about how many different things I'm doing that you might not be doing. Start with something. Start with something that resonates with you. Like if you think, you know what, gee, I really should swap out all the chemicals in my home, and that feels like a straightforward thing because it's one and done. You know, you throw out the bad stuff, buy some new stuff, and it's done. Start with that. You know, start where you can. If it's switching to organic, start there, and you'll start to see that you're actually making improvements. A little bit goes a long way. So Woman Code is this book that I wrote, and it was published in 2013. You know, I wrote it because it was the conversation I had been having in my professional career with my clients for over a decade, and I thought, you know, this is the protocol. I want women to know about it. I want them to understand, you know, about endocrine disruptors. I want them to understand that once you have a diagnosis, it doesn't mean you're stuck with it for life. And I wanted them to understand how their hormones worked, what they are, the symphony of how they work together, how things can throw them off. I wanted it to be a very practical, tactical book about how your body works and what to do. It's the sex ed you never got but really should have gotten, about being female and having a female biochemical operating system and how you interact with that to optimize its function. In chapter 5 of that book is this magical chart. And I created this concept called cycle syncing now almost 20 years ago, where I was in the course of my research just sort of piecing together that for each of the 4 different hormonal ratios you have, that one per phase of the cycle, there are 4 phases of the cycle, you need to actually be eating specific foods to both offset and support the metabolism and production of different hormones in that phase, and then also exercising the right phase not to further deplete your hormonal balance, and then of course if you are balanced, you get to take advantage of the beneficial effects on your brain chemistry for heightened productivity and creativity. If you read on the Amazon page all the women who've have gotten pregnant and gotten their cycles back, and I had a woman on a recent Facebook Live, and it made me cry, even though I hear this all the time. It still moves me. It's still this is why I do it, because I know what it feels like. She just said, I just wanted you to know, 15 years she had been struggling with endometriosis, she said, and 3 months on the protocol, went in, did all the testing, and has been cleared. It's gone. This is what is possible for women. So I expected all of that because I had been using this protocol in my practice, in my center in New York for 12 or 13 years at that point. The thing that was really surprising was the response to this chart in chapter 5. Can you turn this into something that I can use every day? I can't remember all the details of the things I should be doing in each phase, the foods I should be eating in each phase. And so, my relationship with my community is very dynamic, and when they want something is when I make something, so they really wanted this to be an app. And so it took me a couple years to do it, and at the same time as I was having my daughter. But we launched it just at the beginning of 2017, and the response to that has been remarkable. So the MyFlow app, it does, tracks your period, and it's the first functional medicine period tracker where you learn why you're having a symptom and what to do about it with food and supplements. I mean, that alone is fantastic. It will tell you where you are in your cycle, what activities to select that are ideal for that phase, how to eat, how to exercise, all those things, and then you just tap what you want, select, and schedule it into your own calendar. It's really about liberating ourselves from the oppressive construct that we somehow have to fit our personhood into a 24-hour male circadian paradigm that really optimizes for their hormonal patterns. But we have both the 24-hour circadian pattern and a 28-day hormonal pattern that happen concurrently, and we have to actually work with that to feel good and to be our most productive and creative selves. When you try to squeeze yourself into that 24-hour matrix only, you not only feel very frustrated, and you don't feel like you're being your most productive self, but also you start to develop that sort of inner critical voice, like the volume of that gets really loud, like, oh gee, why can't I do the same thing every day that I said I was going to do? Why do I feel like last week I was in that boot camp class and I was the star student, and this week I wish I could melt out the back door? Something's wrong with me. Trying to even just fit into a male system is flawed thinking and makes us feel symptomatic. Doesn't help with PMS or any other period stuff. It also makes us feel really negatively about who we are and how we're working in the world, which just need not be, because the truth of the matter is you happen to be encoded, and that's why I called the book Woman Code. You are encoded with the same cyclical creation energy that you see in the seasons and nature, and how a seed germinates, in different stages, from planting to vegetable, that whole thing, it's imbued in your unique female biochemistry, and understanding how to harness that is pretty powerful stuff. So that's what's been super exciting about the response to Woman Code, is not only do women feel like they finally have the, as they call it, the little purple period Bible, that if anything is going on with their hormones, they can really troubleshoot from the book, but they're given a whole new perspective, and it feels like a reclamation for them and for all of us to say, we don't need.
I'll stop the recording. Okay, so welcome, Tulsa Jansson. And the first thing I would like to say is today, it sounds very official, but today is the 10 years of the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice, which you actually created, and we'll talk about it. And we also talk about the fact that being, as you are one of the people who did, I would say, the most for philosophical counseling and philosophical practice and philosophy in everyday life in Sweden. I have also practiced my Swedish with your book, and I have a few points that I find really excellent in your book that I will mention. So this is a conversation, and perhaps we could start by telling how you came to philosophy. What was your first encounter with the fact that we could philosophize?
It started like a personal need, I think, and I think that's quite common for a lot of people who are doing it. It sprang from the idea that something was needed in terms of, I suppose, existential health as a complement to traditional psychotherapy, which is huge in Sweden, and basically the go-to whenever you are hit by some burnout or depression or thoughts on the big questions. So if you're not practicing any religion, there is really not any forums to talk about other things than more tangible stuff, everyday stuff. But there's very few places to reflect on the big questions.
Right. Yeah. This reminds me about Hannah Arendt's distinction between domestic thinking and political philosophical thinking. But you mentioned two terms that are interesting. You said, on the one hand, existential health, and then you mentioned religion. And so, and that we talked already together about the phrase and the idea of philosophical health. So what would you say? Would you say that philosophical health is somewhere in between existential health and spiritual health? Well, how would you define it?
I'm not really, familiar with the term philosophical health, so I think I would need an input to that in order to say something about it, because philosophy for me, and by virtue, is the quest of looking and trying to become, to understand, and that's not necessarily it doesn't have to be connected with health. It could actually, it could make you go crazy. And I suppose part of that quest, I mean, it needs to be a bit dangerous, I think, in order for it to be valuable. So that's so, yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of Nietzsche's idea of the great health, right? He had this idea that great health incorporates risk. And you use the term existential health. Wouldn't you agree that existence can also drive you crazy? Actually, that seems to be one of the features of existence, right? So
yeah,
there is this idea that perhaps you can be existentially healthy without really knowing what are the thought system that drives you. It could be implicit, and yet because you were, lucky enough, that sort of conceptual constellation that is not necessarily very aware works for you to have a good life. And so in my view, philosophical health, well, it's existential health plus the awareness of your thought system and your conceptual integrity in such a way that you can articulate why you believe that you're living a good life. But we'll come up with that, and I believe that we'll come back to that. And I believe that your book actually gives a lot of perspectives on that. I've noted a few things that I wanted to talk with you. For example, you wrote, so this is in Swedish, so you wrote, alla föds till philosopher. Everyone is born as a philosopher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can I just briefly go back to, because you said basically that existential health also carries that same problem that I said that philosophical health might have. A, it's not super well defined, and B, how, in what sense can it be healthy when it's so complex? So I'm thinking that I suppose in the same way, existential health, or the way that I feel that philosophy helps me, is to actually just have these forums, to create these forums for deep thought. That in itself has existential or sort of well-being dimensions of well-being, just being allowed to think about these things that actually matter the most. What is a good life? Who am I? What's the point? And so that's one thing. And the second aspect of that is, of course, to try to reach to some kind of insights on what would a good life be, and then trying to aim towards that. So that's two elements that I think are conducive towards well-being. And also, I suppose then going back to the question that you just, or you didn't actually ask a question, but you said everyone's born a philosopher, like I wrote in that book. Yeah, I really do believe that, because our lives are so filled with unanswerable questions, and still a lot of striving and trying to be good, leading a good life, contribute to a good society in some sense. So it seems important to be able to in some way formulate and create a space for formulating what that could look like.
Yeah, and you're right to say that the notion of philosophical health, which I am advocating, is still work in progress. And I have proposed a few more precise definitions, and we won't necessarily talk about that today because they are published. But some people look at it via the angle of what they call philosophy as a way of life. And you just mentioned the fact that deep thinking could contribute to well-being. And I immensely agree with you. However, not everyone would find that obvious, right? Some people actually live their lives in a way that avoids the big questions because they might be afraid that starting to think deeply about their life might transform things such that they will lose some form of domestic security, for example. And this is, I think, is related to what you're saying about the fact that everyone is born a philosopher. So I suppose that for you is as a potential, right? So we have that potential to think in such way that it's not only a mind game, but also that it helps us have a more coherent life where our acts and thoughts are in resonance, that don't contradict each other, right? The way our values don't contradict the way we act, for example. What would you tell someone that would say, okay, well, for me, philosophy is actually dangerous, actually, which is another, I'm quoting Hannah Arendt a lot today for some reason. Another of Hannah Arendt's quote is like, philosophy is very dangerous, but the world would be even more dangerous without philosophy.
Yeah, I think that's correct. But I think that the reason or the argument for someone to do philosophy is actually not only to be coherent, even though that could be a side effect, but I think it's a need. I think it's a dimension in our being, in a spiritual dimension that we actually need. So that's one thing. And I think not asking yourself what a good life could be, or what is a good person, or what is friendship or love. I mean, these are everyday issues. We encounter difficulties with this every day. So not engaging in philosophizing about that would be to, suppressing a need that I think is imminent and strong. And the other part for doing philosophy, again, about what is a good society, what is friendship, what is a healthy relationship or something, that's actually a moral. I think that you ought to do it. Otherwise, it's you may not contribute to a good society if you are in that sense blindfolded and just. I mean, how could you not? I can't really see how you could avoid doing it. I think everybody are doing it, but they're calling it something else.
Okay. And when you speak of spiritual need, is it some relationship with the sublime, some transcendence, some form of sacredness that we might not necessarily need to call God? What do you mean by spiritual need?
I mean, in order for me to be in a remotely balanced way, I need to exercise my body a bit. I mean, walk or something. I need to use my muscles. I need to eat. I need to sleep. But there are things like art experiences, and which is a little bit similar, music experiences, and also philosophy, which are quite the similar part of our of some kind of a spiritual need, that you need something else other than food and physical training and love, of course, a relationship. You need that other part. I think I didn't really put that very elegantly, but so it's not. I don't think that it's.
But I like the idea of need, because we're so used in psychology to this Maslow pyramid, which might convey and Maslow himself said, well, it's not a pyramid in the sense that first we need to eat well, and then we need to have a Personnummer and have all the insurances, and then we can have a spiritual relation. The fact that we are saying it's a need is like we are putting this at the same level. And there is sometimes this discourse about the fact that, well, first we need to eat and be warm, which of course is also an important need, right? But I find actually that idea interesting, and we see that there are many cultures where the spirituality is stronger, and therefore the need for material things is less high, right? So there might be even perhaps some form of relationship with the fact that, well, the material thing, the sort of cover the fact that there are other needs that are more minimalist and that cannot be satisfied.
Which is supported by, I mean, convents, the life, I mean, that's spiritual,
right,
thing, but in another sense, or a bit
right,
in the same sense, I guess, yeah.
And you do speak about in your book about the hinders also to wisdom, right? So you list six of them, 6 obstacles to perhaps philosophical health: distraction, the lack of consciousness or awareness. Correct me. You can correct me later if I'm wrong, because I'm translating here from Swedish. Ego. Vanna. Is it vanity or?
Come again?
Vanna. V-A-N-A.
Vana, yeah. Habit, sorry.
Oh, habits. Okay. Okay, yeah. The lack of courage, and vårt behov av förenkling av verkligheten. Our need to simplify truth.
Yeah, or reality.
Or reality.
Yeah.
What's the biggest hinder? What's the biggest obstacle?
To wisdom. I don't know. What do you think?
That's a good game. So we will pause here the video for people to reflect. I would say that perhaps I would hesitate between lack of courage and distraction. In the sense that, I've proposed 5 5 principles of philosophical health, and one is mental heroism. And I do think that to address philosophical questions in relationship to our life, we sometimes need a courage, precisely that is the courage to get out of the habits, the distraction, the ego that you mentioned, which is a form of habit also. And that takes courage because we are constantly pushed back, I would say, to our default mode of thinking like our group thinks, our group of belonging, or our community of belief. So it's like a everyday work of, I would say, arrachement in French. It's like when you draw yourself out. Yeah. And so I would say that, but I think these 6 ones are pertinent, and perhaps the obstacles change in different moments of our lives.
And it mixes, so probably there doesn't really have to be a number one either. I mean, I actually, on Friday, I have another book coming out, I think maybe I told you, which is only on hinders and keys to wisdom. So in that, there are 12.
Okay. What are the new hinders?
Yeah, I forgot.
That's actually a very philosophical, healthy answer. Like you maybe you forgot about the hinders because you've practiced in a way that to avoid them. And I mentioned that because we were talking a bit earlier about philosophy as a way of life, which is a stream, a field that was developed, among others, by Pierre Hadot. And he had this idea that philosophy in antiquity was also a series of spiritual exercises, daily exercises of ascesis, right? Such that we remain alert and avoid this sort of limbo state of half consciousness, where we fall back into the habits of of the society we belong to.
I mean, for sure, in terms of practicing, I think, I mean, philosophy has so many things in it that can contribute to our life, and then you can always debate whether it also contributes to our well-being. But I think, for better or worse, it's a big part of our life, and I think it has to do with certain virtues, to practice the virtues of, the dialogic virtues of listening and being curious and courageous as well, but also of the themes like we talked about before, which would be like the more spiritual themes of, the open questions of the big questions, which is inherent in our lives every day on an everyday basis, and so but through the process of dialogue, which is key to a good society and to, I suppose, also existential health, to practice dialogue, and that's something super rare, I think, and so that's, I think John Dewey is a big person and inspiration to that. He's the one who coined learning by doing, and that's so true, because not everything can be perforated on your brain just mentally and by reading, but you really need to do it every day, because that's how it transformed to something that you can actually master in some sense. So you really need to practice.
Right. So we have two ideas here: the idea of practice, the idea of doing, and the idea of talking, right? And listening, therefore, because there's no dialogue without both. And I think that you have this actually is a good transition with the fact that you consider actually the philosophical practice and the philosophy in everyday life as a political endeavor. This connects with one citation of one quote of Stig Johansson that you have in your book. Allt vi gör vi av fri vilja. There's a little bit of Swedish lesson for the listeners. Vår egen eller andra. So everything we do is out of free will, either our free will or the free will of others, right? Or of groups. So can you say more about that political dimension of philosophical practice?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, my academic background is moral philosophy and political philosophy, and to me it's super connected because of that free will. So in what sense can we say that we are free? And I think that we have a moral duty to try and be as free as we can, even though, not saying anything whether free will exists or not, but in some sense most people agree that we can steer or navigate a little bit at least in our life, and so that has consequences for me as an individual, for my life going the way I want it. At least trying to aim at some life that I think has qualities, and also as a person of this society, to contribute and to a society that I think is reasonably just, or not just being swept away by forces that I submit to without at least a struggle. So it's indeed a political and individual personal endeavor, both.
Mm.
Mm.
Sometimes I think that we are entering a new era regarding free will, in the sense that, of course, we know that free will was one of the key concepts of the definition of the modern subject, let's say since Descartes, 17th century. And what we are seeing right now, perhaps in the last 10, 20 years, is a slow algorithmization. That's a complicated word, but basically the increased use of algorithms to rule and govern our society, such that more and more, and we won't fetishize AI, but I've worked a little bit on AI, and there seems to be now emerging a society where computers will know and are starting to know, and this is in a little bit ironical, but are considered as knowing better what you should do, right? They tell you, well, given your background and given your statistics and predictive analytics, they might tell a teenager, you should choose that job. You have 98% chances of succeeding that job. But you tell us you want to be a philosopher. Well, you have only 2% chances of succeeding as a philosopher. What do you choose, right? So I think we will see more and more pathologies of free will, in the sense that people, and you talk about choices in your book, right? When choices, the idea of excess of choices, I think this was a very important theme in the 20th century, but we might enter another world where actually the best choice will be predicted and suggested to us by algorithms. And in that sense, what is left for us to decide? And then, of course, here we could, and I will just finish with Hegel here, because he has a very interesting analysis in the phenomenology of spirit about what was at that time considered the AI of the 19th century, which was phrenology. So the fact that, as you know, they looked at the brain and they had this pseudoscience of which remained in some forms with neuroscience today, of saying, okay, so these are the parts of your brain, and we look at the shape of even of the skull, and we can know what type you are. And Hegel said, well, even if it were right that we can understand everything about Tulsa right now at this moment based on a computer analysis, in the next second, Tulsa will make a decision that will make her ununderstandable for computers for the next 100 years. So Hegel was quite optimistic about our capacity for decision, existential decisions, to liberate us from imposed determinism. So another aspect that I found very interesting in your book, and you're welcome to react in my long, perhaps incomprehensible variation on free will. You have a very nice distinction here. It's a drawing. Maybe I should show it. So passion, or yen mud. Can we translate yen mud by equanimity? Is it equanimity or is it
Oh no, equanimity. I don't know that word actually. But
equanimity is a term that means equality of soul. It's like whatever happens, you remain
calm.
calm and collected. You
Yeah,
never
yeah.
go too high, you never go too low. It was
That's
also called ataraxia by the Greeks. And in your drawing, so there's this passionate couple, and they are talking to each other, and they say, "Oh, we have had a nice weather. Yes, unusually mild for the season." So what they are doing with their bodies contrasts with the kind of dialogue they are having. That's actually a very good question. Does philosophy apply in everyday life? Does it bring us this equanimity, this equality of soul? And that would be like, let's say, the Stoic version, or a more Nietzschean version. Does it bring us this sort of conquering passion to create our own values, or maybe a little bit of both?
I think again, it's the quest to. I mean, it's this debate within your head or outside with other people. What is the what's the correct level at each? I mean, situational ethics, basically. I mean, what is reasonable to do here? Because I think that most people have these urges sometimes. Oh, you hear some good music at a cafe, and you would like actually to dance or to laugh out loud or to do something, and then you constrain yourself because you feel that it's not really the time or the place. And yeah, so basically, I mean, I guess that's also one of the reasons people drink, or to be able to put that little police in your head in brackets for a while, and to be a bit more direct and passionate, maybe, if you want to. I'm not telling people to
drink.
No. but I suppose
Only on Friday.
So in that sense, philosophy again, it's just I mean, I can't even not do it, and I think many people feel that way. You just can't avoid doing philosophy in your everyday life, because these types of dialogues or debates or considerations, they take place constantly on a daily basis for different reasons. And the hope is that you have better grounded your ideas on how to act. So not necessarily going in a more passionate way, or in the other hard word, which was a gray sort of mass economics. What, say again? You contradict
equanimity.
Equanimity, yeah. So I'm not saying that that philosophy would necessarily lead us in one way or the other, but just again making better founded, I mean, decisions that are better grounded.
Right. Yeah, there is this traditional idea of the philosopher. Even sometimes the word is used that way, like, oh, he's a philosopher or she is a philosopher, meaning this person can handle unfair things in a way that is detached, right? But and I would say that, despite the irony there, I would say that, well, yeah, there are many situations in life where you can become stressed, or you can lose your temper, and if you take a little bit of distance, you realize, well, this is really unessential. And usually we get to that form of knowledge later in life, right? But I think philosophy is perhaps the idea that we can have a curve of life that doesn't necessarily mean that we get wiser in the last 10 years, if we get wiser. But on the other hand, and you do speak of creativity at the very end of your book, in my approach that I call crealectics, this relationship with the creative dimension, which is not only present in humans, but in life, in nature, in the cosmos. This is extremely important for the kind of healing and liberation that thinking can bring, such that new ideas and new ways of looking at things can actually, give us this sort of not only gratitude, but alleviation from worry. And sometimes it's just about looking at things in another way. Like, I look at your background, and this is really just a small metaphor, but I see the books and I'm wondering, are the books holding the wall such that it doesn't fall on our head? And I like that metaphor. Perhaps without philosophy, I think it's Asterix and Obelix who were always afraid that the sky would fall on their head, right? The roof might be shrinked, and then we would have to crawl.
Yeah, I think that I actually read Asterix and Obelix each night. So
okay,
stash on my, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, with the creative, because I mean that is what a philosophical dialogue is. It's creative. So you are being creative in a way that you are usually not, because normally when you're talking, you're trying to make a point, or while being in philosophy and talking philosophically is aimed towards the truth, or what seems to be the reasonable. So you need to all the way be able to pop around and change your aspect and take into consideration other things. So there's a really strong creative element, which I think has a lot in common with other types of creative tasks, such as painting or music or whatever. And I thought that something else you said there about alleviation and from worry, and I really do think that too, because I think, and the reason that I think you get an alleviation, and is that the correct word? Alleviation, yeah, is because for some strange reason, like grieving, you're grieving on your own, somebody close to you died, and strangely, when you're grieving together with a lot of other people who has also lost close persons, then you feel comforted. I mean, normally it should actually add to your sorrow that a lot of other people has also died and suffered from having a near one lost. But that's a strange sort of, because you feel as if you're not alone. And that, in the same sense, philosophy does that to you, because you are wandering together with other people, one person or several persons. Like when I do philosophical cafes, for example, you do get a strong feeling of that people feel like they belong, and that they can worry together and worry together, as opposed to logically that should increase the worry, right? But on the contrary, you actually feel comforted in knowing that you're not alone in this quest for what's the point.
Right. And so right now you enter into this practice aspect with philosophical cafes, and perhaps it's time here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of SSFP. So SSFP, it stands for Svenska Samhället för Filosofisk Praxis, the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice. It sounds very British and respectable. Would you like to, you founded it 10 years ago, right?
Yeah.
What's the future of the society, and what's the vision?
Well, the vision for me has always been the same. So it's, and unfortunately it's a bit contradictory because we both want to be a platform for philosopher who wants to practice and find, basically work outside of academy and find and also make a case for the need for philosophers in other places than academy. So that's one part. And the other part is to be very inclusive and to be what you'd call a folkrörelse, sort of a movement to try to inspire and give tools to everybody who wants to practice. But also, as is stated within our vision or mission, is to make sure or to work towards that philosophy genomsyrar the society in a more substantial way, meaning both
infiltrates, perhaps infiltrates, or
yeah. So within both healthcare, in school, elementary school, as well as public arenas. And so it's a political aim for me, at least. So it ties in with my ideas of what the use or value of philosophy is and could be.
And indeed, I mean, I think we're coming back to that point, both with Asterix and Obelix and with Socrates. We have this dimension of philosophy as a resistance against a dominant system. And there's always the question, and it started with Socrates' condemnation to death by Athenian democracy, that is philosophy going to challenge the convenient pillars of society in a way that people might start to question more, to resist some. We saw it, for example, this would be an entire conversation. Perhaps we don't have time today, but with the COVID situation, the different ways governments were using COVID to control the masses, right? If we compare, for example, Germany and Sweden, huge difference, with results that are similar, by the way, in terms of health and biomedical results, but with very much liberticide decisions in Germany. So on the one hand, and you speak about philosophy for children in your book, so you do believe actually it's better for democracy to educate people to think by themselves, and yet to be able together, as you were saying in that dimension, to be able together to recognize that we're not alone in confronting the mysteries and the limit situations of life. But on the other hand, there is this idea perhaps that philosophy can be a menace, because in the time of Socrates, for example, Socrates was challenging the young people who were usually from the aristocracy who were going to govern the city, right? And this young men were not used to doubt, right? They were so filled with perhaps not hubris, because it was not a virtue, but still this idea, yeah, of course I should rule. And here comes Socrates and say, okay, but what is justice? And they became very confused. And this was, of course, very threatening, perhaps, for the power in place. And so we could imagine today, well, if we had the same conversations about, concepts and the definition of our conceptual pillars with, you know, leaders, politicians, etc., we would also realize that, well, it's very shaky, it's very fuzzy, and the decisions they take are perhaps not the most rational and enlightened. So where would you be in this sort of dialectic? Would you think, no, I actually, philosophy is very good for democracy, and we see that in certain countries, for example, France, where I studied, philosophy is mandatory in the last year of high school. Everyone does it. Could be better. Could start in young schools, as you explain in the when you relate the Philosophy for Children project. Or do you think, and that's sort of a rhetorical question perhaps, that we shouldn't do philosophy at home? Or, you know, this idea that it's dangerous if you don't do it in a way that is it's sort of facilitated or curated by philosophers?
Well, so first of all, I think there's an important distinction, which is about learning about philosophers and learning about philosophy, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, philosophizing. So everybody from you're really young till you die are philosophizing, because you cannot function without investigating how things seem to be. So that's something we are doing all the time. That's a part of life. And then if you choose to call it, and then of course, then you can develop that into being more
articulated.
Yes, thank you. So, and that's and I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense, because it's not a doctrine. You're not pushing ideas. You're just helping and training to specify, to divide, and or to see the differences and what's in common and what is this, concept. So I cannot see how that could be bad, because another fundamental thing is that you cannot keep your stance. You will have to consider other perspectives as assets. And that's something that just cannot be bad. And also, I mean, also I used to work politically as well, and a lot of politicians here in a small town are actually trying their best, and they have a notion of what that best is, and what could be good is if they also have a training of reevaluating and to. So what I'm saying is that I think it's called permeate, genomsyra. If we could bring philosophy much more into society, that would bring components that I cannot see. I mean, of course, I'm missioning about philosophy, but I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense.
Right, penetrate. And you do have this nice image in your book about, you would have an office and you would say city philosopher, Stadsphilosophen, and I like this.
I haven't given up on that.
Right. So
that's one personal goal that I have, just because it would be, it would mean something. It would be resonate. It would be something super cool.
I like that too, and perhaps we should create a party.
I have, what I wanted it to be called? Just philosophers, and then the motto should be, or the slogan should be, "We're back," and then we will do all in togas.
I love that. I really like that. I'm in. And I like very much your simple but powerful idea that we are actually philosophizing sometimes without knowing it. If we take random people, right, what we call sometimes the lay person, a bit pejoratively, there's this idea in Molière, Monsieur Jourdain, who is this bourgeois who decides because he has a little bit of money in the 17th century to educate himself, and he has this master of poetry, and the master of poetry tells him, okay, so there is poetry and there is prose, and prose is when you talk. And Monsieur Jourdain says, oh, so right now I am doing prose. Exactly. And well, wow. And I think that I really like this idea. Well, it's not about choosing between philosophizing or not. We are all from childhood philosophizing in a way or another, but our education system, etc., is perhaps not taking this seriously enough, such that he would train us in a way or another, such that this would actually strengthen political pluralism, which is for me an important dimension, the fact that world making could be much more diverse. We should be able to experiment socially and be much more open to diversity in a way that is not only a superficial diversity, but what is sometimes called cognitive diversity or knowledge diversity. I think this is a very good conclusion. We could, end with this call for a party. I think the hardest part will be to get people to use a certain outfit. That will be the hardest part, but I do think that it will be a very inspiring gesture. And in my view, it wouldn't surprise me that it happens in Sweden in a way. That's one of my biggest, I will conclude with that, and then I will give you the word. My biggest surprise is when I opened the philosophical parlor in Sweden, I really thought, is Sweden a philosophical nation? And it's not known for that. I mean, for example, if we look at Sweden's most famous philosopher, it's actually Descartes, who died here and who came to advise. He was the first philosophical counselor in Sweden 350 years ago, right? But nevertheless, to my big surprise is that in many environments, including in corporate situations, I work, for example, with Vattenfall, the energy multinational. There is a strong inner life in Swedish citizens that comes out to the surface. Sometimes, provided you tell them, okay, you are in this room, no one can hear you. So I think that when I first arrived in Sweden, I thought it feels strange. I had this strange feeling that Sweden is a nation that thinks, collectively. If you take people individually, it might not be obvious that they are very philosophical, but in fact, it is a nation that thinks even about, you were saying that politicians are doing their best. I think there is a debate, not only in Sweden, of course, but so I really am looking forward for this party, and you really have my voice, provided I could vote. Unfortunately, since I'm still a French citizen, not sure I could vote, but maybe soon. Shall we conclude with a few words on your side?
Yeah, I thank you, Louise, for inviting me. This was fun, and I mean, it's a great thing to expose also the way you do. So great, thank you. And I think just ultimately we have to remember that philosophizing is about wisdom and seeking more wisdom, and to be humble, because you can find it in the least expected places, even with politicians.
Yeah, that's nice. What's the title of your book? Next book?
It's actually called Obstacles or Hinders for Wisdom and Keys to Wisdom. So in Swedish, it's called Visdomshinder och visdomsnycklar. 24 things to keep track of if you want to be klok, which is kind of yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, we'll end on that word, wisdom. Well, I thank you a lot, Tulsa, and good luck.
We demystify what goes on behind the therapy room door. Join us on this voyage of discovery and co-creative conversations. This is The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast, with Bob Cook and Jackie Jones.
Welcome back to episode 41 of The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors, with Bob Cook and myself, Jackie Jones. And this week, we're going to be talking about how do we work with the angry client.
Interesting.
It is. This was one of my big fears, I think, when I first started working in private practice from home.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. I've never come across anything untoward while I've been practicing psychotherapy, but I must admit it was one of my main concerns.
Well, yeah, I can understand. I think having your own office provides us a level of safety and security.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. I always felt safe when I was practicing from MIP. Yeah. Because there was always somebody else in the building.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at these types of clients. Now, when people talk about expression of anger or lack of emotional regulation, so the person, I've got something in my mouth, hang on. Oh, that's bad. The most important thing to bring out, I think, is the contract you have with the client in the first place.
Yeah.
So, we get many people who phone up or over the years want to deal with anger issues. That's absolutely fine. And that's addressed in the contract. Now, I know anger can come out in the therapeutic process when there's other contracts, but quite often people come because they have anger issues or feel overwhelmed with anger issues. And so there's a contract around that.
Yes. Yeah.
And built into that contract, as I hope, with the therapist, is what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, and spelling out boundaries.
Yeah.
Before they even begin.
I have that in my contract, definitely. Yeah.
What do you have?
There's something about no physical contact or, damaging property and things like that. I have been known on the odd occasion to let a client lob a cushion down my hallway. But yeah, no physical contact whatsoever, basically.
Yeah, and that's really in any contract, I think, especially if you're going to take anybody on who's dealing with so-called anger issues.
I'm glad you said so-called anger issues, because a lot of people that come for me with anger issues, they actually say it themselves. Do you know what I mean? I have anger issues. And it's been anxiety or fear that's been underneath. It comes out as anger and aggression, but I've not found them to be angry at all.
Yeah, well, you're probably talking about a piece of theory. I mean, you're trained as a transaction analyst, so you may think this way, I think. The way you're talking anyway, it's about rackets.
Yeah.
Now, for those people listening who aren't TA therapists, might not know what rackets mean, but in the world of TA, a racket is a substitute feeling.
Yeah.
So if you weren't feeling angry, what would you feel instead? Might be a question that you would ask at the contracting stage.
Yes. Yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
So quite often it isn't the presenting anger, it's the underlying issues. The anger is the racket or the substitute feeling.
Yeah.
And what's underneath that might be sadness, fear, anxiety, frustration,
Yeah.
any of these underlying processes. So that's where you need to get to.
Yes. That's what I've found with people that actually come themselves and say, I've been told I've got anger issues and I need to come and, my wife has said, I need to come and speak to somebody because I've got anger issues.
So in the contracting is important though.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
In terms of keeping yourself safe and what's acceptable, what's not
Yeah.
acceptable, boundaries, written into your contract here is yours about, and
Yeah.
most therapists actually, about keeping themselves safe and what's acceptable. So that's really important. And anybody comes with anger issues, I think the contracting stage is important in that sense.
Yes.
Another aspect about people who may express anger as their major emotion and the other emotions are missing is an inquiry into a person's history in terms of what's been modeled down to them.
Yeah.
Because if anger was the major currency of the day in the family of origin,
Yeah.
then they may have taken on that modeling as a way of making contact or solving problems, or in fact as a way of being. But they
Yes.
may have not had any permission to be sad or to be frustrated or to be frightened or be anxious. And being angry was the major port of call, which is why I think the theory of rackets is really interesting in TA.
Yeah.
Because if somebody's got a prominent emotion, whatever it is, we're talking about anger here, then it's the missing emotions which you need to get to.
Yeah. I love the racket system. I use that an awful lot with clients. Yeah. And I relate to it personally as well. You know, as a parent, often we say to our kids, don't be angry, don't be sad. So it's like, okay, I can't be sad and I can't be angry. So what can I be? I can be scared or I can be happy. So we kind of, exactly like you say, we substitute one feeling or emotion for another one. Yeah.
So I think that's really important. And in my experience, it's usually the hurt injury in the child where you get to the child ego state I'm talking about developmentally.
Yeah.
That is often covered up by expression of anger, which I need to get to. Now, as I said, it's really important at the beginning here in terms of keeping yourself safe. So somebody lacks emotional regulation and starts getting angry in a very sort of outrageous way, then the therapist needs to move to keeping themselves calm and also feeding back to them what their behavior is. So even if you fed back, when you do, I'm experiencing your behavior is quite scary here. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Example.
Yeah.
Because 10 to 1, what they're doing with you, they'll be doing in other relationships. And probably that's why they've come in the first place. Yes.
Yeah. I think the only one that springs to mind specifically, and it was anger, but it was specifically about road rage. That was the reason why he came, was road rage. He just loses the plot if anything happens when he's on the road in the car. He was traveling long distances. If it was a traffic jam or if somebody cut him up or anything, he would feel himself get absolutely irate while he was driving.
So you might do a bit of educative therapy there about teaching him how to regulate his emotions.
Yeah.
That'd be one thing if you want to do that. Another one would be, if you weren't feeling angry in that car, what would you be feeling? And explore that. So I don't know which way you went, but you could do both.
Yeah, I think we had lots of conversations. It was funny. I think, I don't know whether it was the last one or the one before that, we were talking about art therapy. He was very reluctant to talk about a lot of things. It was like, it was hard work with him, let's put it that way. but yeah, I ended up saying, because he traveled a lot and he was paid for traveling, so he got, you know, a daily rate, so it didn't matter how long he was sat in a traffic jam, he got paid. And that was where the conversation went in the end. I was saying, but you get paid the same amount if you stood still in traffic or whether you're humping things up and down stairs. Have you ever thought about it that way, that you're actually being paid by your employer to sit in traffic and listen to a radio or contemplate your navel or whatever you're doing?
Yeah, that's an important technique, reframing.
Yeah,
I think, you know, working with people who are often angry in the way you described it is a really important technique to reframe the way you did there.
yeah,
Yeah. I think anger, you know, I have worked with many people with anger reduction. As I say, I usually think of rackets, go to substitute feelings, look at the developmental hurt, and look into the feelings underneath the anger.
yeah.
Okay.
Do you just focus on the anger, or do you focus on the situation around which they get angry?
I nearly always look at, well, they come together. in a
Okay.
way. So if you say, you know, tell me a little bit about, you know, when you particularly get angry, or what triggers you in the here and now, where you feel so overwhelmed that you have to be angry and you
Yeah.
can't control that anger. Could you tell me a little bit about what triggers you in the here and now?
Yeah,
Like, if that's what you mean by
that's
situation.
particularly what I was thinking about, you know, certain triggers. I work with a lot of alienated parents where, you know, they haven't got access to the children and they're really angry towards their ex-partner and get triggered really easy around anything to do with that. Whereas, you know, in other walks of life, they're absolutely fine. So it's quite specific with some people.
Yeah, so I suppose number one would be contracting.
Yeah,
Keep yourself safe, boundaries, what's acceptable and what's acceptable,
yeah,
a contract around that. Number two, if a person starts to get angry, keep yourself calm.
yeah,
Number three, if they continue to be angry, you need to feed back to them what their behavior is like and how it's impacting them,
yeah,
and ask them to change that behavior, and also link it in, well, is this what you're usually like then?
yeah,
So you're, you know, you're actually getting to some frame of reference in the process in terms of, well, what's happening here? Is that what's happening there?
yeah,
And usually when you do that, people are able to move to their thinking or their adult place quicker because they put the two and two together.
yeah. Another thing I tend to do with them is ask them, how would I know if you got angry with me in the room? What would I see?
That's a good question.
Which kind of gets them to really think about the behavior and what goes on in the body, or sort of thing. You know, like if I said something now and you were angry at me, what would happen? What would I see?
That's right. So that's another good way. I usually head developmentally though.
Yeah,
So I want to find out, well, you know, was it modeled to you to be angry,
yeah,
to get your needs met? When you were angry, were other needs not seen?
yeah,
Did you have to be angry to, you know, get heard and understood? If you weren't angry, what would happen? So I do a lot of developmental work, and usually, as I said, the anger usually is a racket, or it's modeled down to them as a way of getting their needs met.
yeah,
And often anger, sometimes, and especially with borderline clients, for example, when there's a borderline switch, which is usually involving extra, you know, anger or, you know, frustration or attacking transactions of the therapist, it actually usually is a real desire to make contact, but they don't know how to do it.
yeah. I found that with a lot of the foster kids that we had, it was their only way of communication sometimes.
I think it's really important for a therapist to do that developmental work, but I do want to stress that if this person is getting anger in their room, in the room, I think it's really important for the therapist to say that transaction I said earlier, is this the anger issues that you're talking about that you've come into this therapy to resolve? Because actually the way you're behaving now, I feel quite scared.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
So you're shifting them to thinking.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because touching on what you were saying then as a form of communication, the strokes, any stroke is better than no stroke. So you can imagine a young child, if they got attention for being angry or having a tantrum or throwing something, that then becomes kind of internalized, that's, if you're not listening to me, this is what I'm going to do to get your attention.
That's right. And in the process, other needs can often be missed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think if one person, comes to therapy with one expression of emotion, it usually means that other parts of the self or other emotions are hidden.
Yes.
So you need to get to what's beneath the anger.
Yeah.
When you get to the hurt part of the self and you start dealing with that, usually the healing happens there, and then the anger dissipates, or because the real feelings get dealt with.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the developmental approach. If you stay in the here and now, you definitely, I think, it's important contracting, keep yourself safe, keep yourself calm, reframe the process. If you're still having problems, go to supervision, talk to the colleagues about it. And at the last analysis, if you still can't get through that process, you can always terminate the say, well, I find it quite hard to work with you because you don't listen to the contract we make. You keep doing XXX. It's quite scary working with you. Are you aware of that? And all those things don't work.
Yeah.
And pass them on.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, that's it. And I think, your own safety has to be paramount in that situation. You can't be putting yourself at risk, exactly like you said, in a therapy room.
My experience, though, nearly always is if you go developmental, help them understand how the past affects the present.
Yeah.
You usually get to the feelings which are underneath the anger.
Yeah.
You did mention something I think also is really important, another tack as well, is helping them identify the triggers in the present. So they can work out how the past affects the present and how the present affects the past. So they connect the two.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's really important. Yeah, definitely. There was something else I was thinking then. Oh yeah, I know we're talking about the angry client or clients who, with lack of emotional regulation, but there are some clients who find it really hard to express anger.
Oh, which
is completely the opposite.
But it is an interesting one, because you do get clients who come and say they have anger issues, and when they walk in, you can tell they have anger issues because, how can I explain this to you? There's a sort of passive aggressive stance.
Yeah.
And the best metaphor I can think about is a pressure cooker.
Yeah. And
usually I say to them, you seem quite angry, even though you're talking, in a quite calm way, or whatever way I say it. But do you have a situation like a pressure cooker, where there's a lot going on in your pressure cooker?
Yeah.
And you're attempting to keep it all in, and then something could happen, then it comes out like a intense fury.
Yes.
And I help people look at what's in their pressure cooker, because most people don't want to. I mean, the example you gave in the car is an interesting, but people don't want to be angry.
No.
Usually they want to try and solve this. And I think, as I just said, the developmental way. Also, and another interesting question to ask yourself, whose anger is it?
Yeah. Yeah, particularly when you were talking earlier on about how it was modelled and how emotional regulation was modelled and things like that. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so they may have been brought into an angry household. The
Yeah.
father uses anger as a way of getting control, for example,
Yeah.
or solving problems, and then the child thinks that's the only way to, act or behave or feel in the situation, and they sort of take on the significant other's, actual anger, and
Yeah.
it's not theirs anyway.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting concept to try and explain to a client. Sometimes it's a slow burner, that one, I find.
Well, I think if people listening to this podcast think developmentally and help the person look at how the past affects the present,
Yeah,
then you're going to get there, aren't you?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
flashing of lights have started to appear.
Hello, it's like the illuminations.
Yeah, they are.
We're having a disco, Bob. What's going on?
Yeah.
For those that are
Hang
listening.
on 1 minute. I've got discos. Let's see if this is better.
For those that are listening and can't actually see it on the video, Bob's lights are flashing on and off. It's like there's a bit of a disco going on in his kitchen.
I don't know what's happened. Oh, I don't know what's happened. Anyway, let's hope that's solved the problem. I'm back again from the people who are watching me on a video. People listening to me.
Somebody doesn't like you talking about anger. That's what it is.
Yeah, I haven't got angry about it yet.
No.
So going back, so I think that developmental is really important to think about whose anger it is.
Yeah.
As well, that's another road to go down. And usually, if those two connections add up, then the client can give back the anger that wasn't theirs in the first place.
Yeah, because learning how to regulate our emotions is a developmental thing. There is a period of time where we learn, how to express our emotions appropriately. And if it's not handled well at that age, then how are we supposed to know what is okay and what isn't okay?
Yeah, so you might actually, as they make those connections, teach them that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to do in therapy, I think, with people who come specifically with anger issues, and it comes up in the therapeutic process.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the end of the day, though, for people listening, the therapist stroke counselor safety is paramount. So if you really can't get through this, whether helping the person developmentally through this, taking it to supervision, talking about the issues with them, then you need to, not continue. You need to stick to the boundaries, the contract that you've set up.
Yeah.
That means referring on. It's really important you do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't know any statistics about anger towards clients. It's not something that I looked up before. I'd like to think there isn't many instances of actual physical aggression within the therapy room.
No, I mean, I worked for 30 odd years. And the other thing is, of course, in many cases, their anger might be valid. That's the other things. But you need to start tracing back to the context of all this.
Yeah.
So if whether you work relationally or not, might work relationally and say, well, what I do is that I feed back to the person in the relationship in the room. If they're starting to get to angry at unacceptable levels, that I'm feeling scared. And are you aware of this? And these are the issues that you come at in the first place. And that can get perhaps to the here and now issues about failures in relationships and what they, what they do in acting out in other circumstances. Or you can go developmentally, and as they start putting these two connections together and they start healing at the feelings which are under the surface, then the anger dissipates in the present, or you can teach them triggers. But if none of those processes work and you feel you can't go any further, then you need to end it.
Yeah. Yeah, for both parties, because if what you're doing isn't helping any, then it's, it's obviously outside of your skill set, and it's only, it's ethical really to refer on. Yeah. Emotions are very complex anyway. at the best of time.
That's right. And I always feel like with people who feel trapped and find it very hard to express any other types of emotions. So, relationships break down, for example. I think it is important to come to therapy and explore them, but there needs to be a well worked out contract.
Yeah.
And not just to, especially with these clients, not just to, go willy-nilly into it. Have a contract worked out and what's it all about. And that'll give you the space to do the developmental work, to trace it back, look at the connections past and present, look at the triggers before you go any further. You've got an actual contract in place.
Yeah, and it's important to discuss that contract as well, and why it's there, the purpose of it.
Yeah, and I absolutely. And you said something very important right at the beginning, and that was about working at home.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't want to see people with anger issues at home, don't.
Yeah.
That's not the people who work in offices where there's people around.
Yeah.
And the other thing, which is, again, I don't know if you hear, but you perhaps can give me some information about this. But if I was a supervisor and somebody worked at home and they were talking about working with some of the anger issues, I'd talk about, well, have you, if you don't know this person, for example, and you haven't worked out contracts, or even if you have you got, have you got it worked out so people know that you're in the room working, that you've got maybe even a button that you could press and all these sorts of things. So the safeguarding and safety issues for yourself are taken into consideration. Yeah.
I was going to mention that about having a panic button, do you know what I mean? And things like that. But in the early days, when I was, newly qualified and working from home, I think I was much more nervous about it than potentially what I am now. Apart from I'm only working online now, so that's not a problem. But yeah, I think as time goes on, you get more of a sense of the person when you meet them. Yeah. Yeah, like that pressure cooker, sometimes I suppose it is anxiety when people are twitching and things like that, but you can usually tell when somebody's got that pressure cooker thing where they are starting to get quite angry with you.
Yeah, and I think it's very good practice to tell peers where you are.
Yeah.
To, if you live alone, particularly, I think it is good practice if you can have somebody just have a panic button or some ways to talk to your supervisor about this.
Yeah.
Not to just work alone in your house with people with anger issues, without these considerations being talked about with your supervisor. You're right, I don't know the statistics either. They're probably very rare, and they're really important to talk about with your supervisor.
Yeah, and I think you've raised a really valid point there, that as psychotherapists, it's okay for us to pick and choose who we want to work with. Absolutely. It's okay for us to work with certain people and not with other people. And that's not to say that anybody can't get angry at any point, so we can never be 100% sure. But it's okay to choose not to work with males that have got anger issues if you're a female working on their own at home.
Absolutely. And of course, when you're working with clients, as they're working developmentally, then those anger issues might come up, as you go down the onion, and they're angry because of very valid reasons.
Yeah.
You can help them, express their anger in a safe way, in a safe setting.
Yeah.
That's a different process because the angers come up in the therapy development. You've got a relationship and everything else. But if a stranger walks in and says they want to work on therapy issues, I think you need to really think about it in terms of what we've just been talking about.
Yeah. And again, what you said then about, the relationship, I think that's really important, because it's a fine line in allowing a client to express the emotions freely in the room and know what isn't acceptable in the room as well. And I think that again is through the relationship that you build with your clients.
And the contract.
Yes, yeah.
See, I really liked what you had in your contract at the beginning. I don't know whether you actually give them the contract on a piece of paper or
Yes,
something.
yeah. I sign it and they sign it. It's kind of done deal.
But then you don't, damage furniture, property, you don't, all the things you just talked about.
Yeah.
You've got a contractual process to be able to stop the process in a certain way. But I do think it's important to talk about these things with your supervisor.
Definitely, yeah.
Especially if you feel uncomfortable or intuitively feel uncomfortable in any way at all.
Yeah. Yeah. And trust your instincts. If you feel uneasy with somebody, then it's okay to not see them. It's it's a prerogative that we have. Yeah. Thank you for that, Bob. That was really interesting.
Good place to stop.
It is a good place to stop. Emotions and anger and things like that are perfectly human. We can all do it at certain times. We've all experienced it. Yeah. So what we're going to be doing next time is silence. I was so scared of silence when I first started, Bob.
The use of silence in the therapy room.
That was one thing that I really didn't sit well with me in the early days. So that's what we're going to be talking about, the use of silence in therapy.
Yeah.
Okay. Till next time. Thank you.
Okay.
You've been listening to The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast. We hope you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave us a review. We'll be...
Hi everyone, I am Carolise, and today we're going to be talking about a very special topic, and that is how to deal with difficult stakeholders. So don't go anywhere, I will be right back. We're talking today about dealing with difficult stakeholders. So everybody's dealt with a difficult person, right? And you know that it's no fun, right? Especially if you are the business analyst and you need these people to give you information so that you're able to do your job well, and they are just completely difficult. Like, what do you do in that situation? I completely understand because I've had to deal with difficult people in many projects I've worked on over the years. So the first thing to do though when you're dealing with difficult people is to first of all make sure you're talking to the right person. Make sure you have identified the right stakeholder, not because a person has been involved in the project or around the project or somebody told you that they would be a good stakeholder means that they are. You have to look at your project, do some observation, like I said in this video right here, about how to elicit requirements. That will also help you to identify who your stakeholders are, and so that you know you're talking to the right person. But let's say, for example, that you are talking to the right person. They are a stakeholder and you need to get information from them, but they're being difficult. Now, you have to understand some of the reasons why people are difficult, right? It may not just be as obvious as it seems. There is sometimes a resistance to change. Remember, you as a business analyst, you are an agent of change, right? When you step into a project, you're there only because they want to change something. Something is happening that they want to fix, or they want to change, or they want to improve, and that's the reason why you're on the project. So you are an agent of change, and people naturally are resistant to change. So they see you coming, they already put up their guards, and they don't even want to talk to you because they know you're just there to change stuff. So you have to understand the psychology behind why people are difficult sometimes. And sometimes even further to that, the people you're talking to who are difficult, maybe they were the ones who actually championed whatever the process currently is. So it could have been their process. It could have been them that came up with it. And now you're coming to change it, and they feel like that is an insult almost to them. And so they are already kind of committed to the process because they created it or they have inherited it. Could have been that it was passed down to them from some other boss or some other department or something, and they've just been working in it. And so now you come to change it and they're very resistant to you. So that could have been the reason why they're difficult. Another reason, sorry, my phone's going off. Another reason is to avoid blame. So if you've been working in a process for a while and it's going awry to the point where management sends business analysts to go figure out how to fix this process, then there might be this feeling that, you know, I'm going to be blamed for it being wrong, or I'm going to be blamed because it's not going well, or it's not profitable, or it's not working out. So people are a little bit, you know, difficult because they don't want to be identified as the root cause, and they don't want their name to float up and for them to get the blame. So they're trying to protect themselves, a kind of a CYA activity to be difficult to you, to hinder you, because they're trying to protect themselves. Another thing that could cause people to become difficult is this concept of seniority, right? I've been at the company so many years, I've been working here for so long, and now you come, you're a little upstart, and you want to ask me all these questions and make all these suggestions to change things. Like, who are you? Like, where did you come from? So it's like they've been there so long, they're so ingrained in the entire process that they are resistant to you because they feel like they're up here, they're above you, they know more than you, they've been there longer than you, and here you come trying to make changes, and they just don't like that because you're too new. So they resist you, and they're difficult to you for that reason. The other thing could be just personal reasons, right? Sometimes people are going through hard times. Sometimes people are going through divorces, breakups, their children are giving trouble, you know, they have mortgage problems, I don't know. But sometimes people are going through personal issues and they just become difficult at work. Sometimes they have health issues, like they're sick and they just don't know what's going to happen to them next. And then you come asking a bunch of questions and they just blow up on you, right? They're difficult to you. And it also could be work frustration. Some people are like very disgruntled. They have real reasons to be disgruntled. It could be that they think they should have been promoted already. They think they deserve to be paid more. They see other people moving up the chain and they're not going anywhere and they've been stuck in the rut for a long time. Who knows? But there could be like work frustration on top of personal frustration. And so you don't know who you're going to get on any given day of the week. So these people, they are difficult. So sometimes it's you catch them on a good day and you get everything out of them. Sometimes you catch them on a bad day and it's like the door is closed, right? So that's kind of sometimes the underlying reason why your stakeholders are difficult. Another reason could just be job security, right? They've been working in this process. They know the process. They've been doing it for many years. And now there's a project to improve the process, and they know when things change, people get let go, people's job roles change, and they don't really want to risk their job, right? If they're doing a very manual process and there's no longer a need for that manual step, what's going to happen to them? And so they have all of these things going on, and when you step in there to do your interview and to elicit your requirements, they just don't want to deal with you. They don't want nothing to do with you. You are a problem, and they will just not be nice or not be helpful as they could be. So these are the ways that people are difficult. So sometimes they're not like openly difficult. They're not like in your face with their attitude, which sometimes they are. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But sometimes they're just giving you little cues and you're like, is that person being difficult with me? I mean, I feel like they're just being difficult, but I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. So I'm going to give you some ways in which people are difficult, even when they're smiling. They're smiling, looking like they're helping you, but they're not really helping you. And these are the things that they do. So first, they give you vague information. So you ask them a very pointed question and you're trying to drill down, and they just keep giving you pie in the sky, very high level information that you can't really use. And no matter how much you're asking pointed information, you're just getting it back, you know, at this level, and you're like, wow. Yeah, sometimes it's not deliberate. Sometimes people just don't know how to explain things, and so they tell you at a high level that you can't use, and no matter how much you try to drill down into them, you can't get it. Part of it is your skill as well as a business analyst. How are you able to challenge information? How are you able to get a stakeholder to actually give you the information that you need in a very fluid way? So you have to be skillful too, to know how to drill down, what kind of questions to ask, how to probe, and not just give them questions that they don't have the context to. So if you are skillful with a stakeholder who's giving you vague information, you can get that out of them. But sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes you just have to give up and say, you know what, maybe I'll find another stakeholder. Because for example, if you work at a bank, and I love to give my bank examples, if you work at a bank and you need to talk to the bank manager, and you're at a particular location and that's the bank manager you have access to, and that person is just giving you vague pie in the sky information, you probably could find another branch and another bank manager who has a similar role, do the same kind of things, and get that information from that person. So you don't have to stick to the one person if you can find the same role doing the same job functions in a different department or a different branch. And that way you just avoid that person altogether. That's always an option if you work in that kind of environment. If you work in a small company and this is the only person who has the knowledge, you just have to up your elicitation skills. You have to try to find some way to connect. Sometimes it's all about making the connection. You're almost like a salesperson, right? You have to build relationships with the person. So if you just come in and you're only there when you want to grab information out of their heads, there could be this strong resistance to you. But if you try to make a connection, find out, how long they've been at the company, get some background on them, did they win an award last year for being, head of the, football committee or something? Were they active in other things that you can connect with? Do they like sports? Do they like movies? Do they like theme parks? What is it that you can find as a common ground to kind of have a relationship with them before you jump in to ask them a bunch of questions, right? So try to make that connection. Sometimes you can just take people for lunch. Hey, we're going for lunch. Would you like to come? I want to go to lunch with you and sit and chat about something. And you go to lunch, you're eating, you're in a casual environment. You can start asking them questions and maybe you get the answer that way. So you just have to be creative. If this is the only person that has the information that you need to fulfill your project, you're going to have to find a way to get it. You just have to be creative like that. The other way that people can be difficult, or stakeholders can be difficult, is with shifting priorities. Now, what do I mean by this? I mean, today, and this is specifically for external clients, right? When you're dealing with a client and the client is a stakeholder and you're working on a project, and when you talk to the client, they're like, the most important thing for us is ABC. This is the first 3 things that we want to get done in this project. And you run off to try and do those, and the next time you talk to them, they're like, oh, well, you know what? We actually want to do D first. And D is more important than C because we just had a call with our CEO, and the CEO now has made this project the most important thing, and he wants to make sure we get D in. And you run off to do D. And then they call back, and then you have another sit down with them or a meeting with them. And it's like, well, you know what? I think between D and A, we definitely have to get C done. And you're like, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yeah, clients can do that, and you don't really have any control because they're the client, they're paying the money, right? So it's like shifting priorities. Now, what you do with that is every time they shift the priority, you shift the timeline. You make them know, hey, if I get this done, we can definitely do it, but it's going to impact this and this and this, and this is a time estimate for getting that done. Now, is it still that important? So you kind of have to push back in the ways that you can. If it's with an internal staff member, you can do the same thing where the timeline is going to change, but also you can start asking more questions if it's internal, is there a client waiting on this? Is there a reason why we've changed this priority? And stuff like that. So that's the kind of way stakeholders can be difficult because you have to work with them and they keep shifting the priorities on you, and that makes it difficult for everybody because nobody can figure out what they need to do next, right? And then there is the stakeholder that gives you overly complicated information. Like you ask them something simple and they go into all of these acronyms and all of these jargons, and they tell you the history about people who even left the company and what they didn't do. And and you are overwhelmed. You're like, I know I got a bunch of information, but what do I do with it? Like, it's just information overload. And typically these people are, like, they're very knowledgeable and you respect their knowledge, but it's like they don't know how to package that knowledge in a way that a person who's not had their experience, not been at the company that long, not in their world, can actually consume it. They don't have that skill set. It might be that they may not want to be difficult, but they don't have the skill set to package the information in such a way that it can be consumable by somebody who's not living in their world. So those are the kinds of ways that people are difficult. Now, when you meet a person who likes to give you overly complicated information, you have to know when to stop them and say, okay, so you just mentioned the ACS. For you, what does ACS mean? And it could mean something different for me, something different for them. So they got to go through what the ACS is. And then you got to say, okay, so when you say the refactoring process, what exactly does that mean? So you kind of stop them and clarify. Stop them and clarify. And God help you if they want to clarify and get into more overly complicated details. So again, you can always piggyback on the fact that maybe there's somebody else who has that knowledge that you could get the same information from. Because normally in an organization, not only one person has all the details, right? You could get it from multiple, different sources. But if this is the one person you keep being pointed back to, you got to use your analytical skills. You just have to, because, people can give you very, very complicated information that you don't even know how to consume. The other one is kind of aligned with the complicated information as a way of being difficult, but it's also rambling. You have your rambler. These are storytellers. So you're asking them a pointed question and they're giving you a whole world of story, like all of the history, all of the details, all the people, everything. So this is kind of good in some cases because you might want to see the history of something. You might want to understand how it started, but sometimes you just want a pointed answer and you just can't get that pointed answer. So what I would do in that situation is when they tell you all of this, all this stuff, slim it down, get to the essence of it, and confirm. So after all of that, what I'm understanding is ABC, and they confirm, and you say, okay, cool. Just know that you have to budget more time with this kind of person than another kind of person, because if you have an hour, you're probably going to go into 2 hours. If you need 15 minutes, you have to go into an hour because it's going to be so much fluff around the story. Let me turn my phone off because it's just making a lot of noise right here. See, I'm an important person. People keep sending me messages. Okay, so the other thing is the way that people can be difficult is that they are unwilling to compromise. And this, again, is very typical with clients. When the client is a stakeholder where they don't want to remove anything. They want the whole gamut of everything that was talked about, but they want it within the same timeline, and they don't want to compromise. They don't want to give on anything. You're like, okay, well, we can get all this done in phase 1, but we're going to need at least another 6 months to complete the other things in phase 2. No, we want the whole thing in phase 1. I want it within the same timeline. And you're like, this is not how, we're not going to be able to work magic here. This is not a magician show. But so people can be difficult because they don't want to compromise. So what you have to do when you have this kind of unwillingness to compromise, you have to work within the parameters that you can move. Like sometimes in a contract, the price is already fixed, right? Sometimes it's not. So if you can say, well, we can put more resources in to get this thing done within this time, but it's going to cost you XYZ more, then maybe they'll change their mind. Or if you say, well, we can give this to you for free, but you're going to have to wait the other 6 months to get the rest. Then, so whatever you can negotiate with, then that's how you try to get the compromise. And always try to find win-win solutions, like things that you win as the seller of the company, or you representing your company, and think that they win. So when you're a business analyst and you're coming up with a feature, most of the time, if we're dealing with internal people, is that we have to deal with developers and maybe we don't have the amount of resources to get the exact feature that we want in. So the compromise will be taking out some of the functionality so we can get something in that's still meeting the need and meeting at least the MVP, that we can actually deliver. So that's usually where we compromise as business analysts, and also on processes, right? So sometimes we're doing a process revamp and we have to eliminate some steps, but because we eliminate the steps, it causes things to be more expensive, or, you know, even though we reduce the time, we affect some other part of the system. So it's like, how can we find a compromise between both? And we have multiple departments who might want different outputs, and you have to deliver it to them. So always look for opportunities where you can find win-win situations, and that way, and work within your framework. So if you can, like for example, internally you can't really work with price because you're not normally billing a different department, but you have people that, you know, would have to work between both. You can say, well, I can give you a resource on your team if you let me do this within my team, you know. So you have to work with whatever parameters are available to you. Chasing your tail, that's the other one. So people can be difficult because they have you doing this around and around and around and around. So you talk to Tom and he says, you know, the best person to talk to about this is Mary. Mary says no, go to John. John says no, goes to Amy. And so by the time you're done with Amy, you go right back to the person that you started with. And they just keep sending you around and around and around and around. And the reason they do that is because they don't want to actually answer your question, right? They want to just send you on a wild goose chase. That is them being difficult, and sometimes it's because they don't know. It could be that they honestly don't know, and you ask them a bunch of questions that they should know, but they don't know, and so they just pawn you off to somebody else. So when you find that you're being sent around and around, one of the things that you can do is, with the person that you're with, say, no, I want to talk to you. I want your input. I want your opinion. I value you. I value your opinion on this. So if you have any thoughts on this at all, I want to hear it. And it's kind of like putting them back in the picture, so they know you're not just there to suck out of them for a process or for improving something, but you actually care about what they care about. You care about their world. You care about what they're doing. And that would give them some incentive to be more helpful, to be more open, and that might stop them from being difficult with you. The other thing that you'll know that someone is being difficult with you is when they give you outright attitude. You know, and this attitude doesn't have to only be verbal. It could be your body language. So like you're talking to someone and they're like this, or their face expression is like, so they don't have to be like rude, like cursing you out or whatever, but they're just giving you all the cues that they don't care, and they don't have time, and this is not their job, and they don't report to you, and who cares? So you know, you will get attitude like that, and sometimes you can't really change the attitude. What I would do if I started in really bad attitude is I would give the person a break. You know, I would, you know, just reschedule the session or have another time later on when they're in a better mood or something. I wouldn't want to continue when people are already giving me attitude, because I don't want to start giving them attitude because it's going to rub off on me. So I would rather just reschedule, do it again another day, and, you know, kind of start from a different vantage point. So if I started one place that I found that they were not very receptive to, then the next time I meet with them, I try to start somewhere else or try to change it up somehow, switch it up, make it more interesting for them, and hopefully they'll be more motivated to tell me stuff. So that's it. So those are the ways that your stakeholders can be difficult. I hope this was helpful for you to understand that this is a kind of a natural part of the job. As long as you're dealing with a lot of people and you have to get information from people, you will have people who are going to be difficult. And so don't go into the job expecting everybody's going to be nice, it's going to be great, I'm going to just do well, I'm not going to have any trouble. That doesn't happen in the real world, right? And as a business analyst, remember, you're an agent of change. And so you're going in there to change things, and nobody likes that, right? So you just have to find ways to get what you need. But at the same time, when you come across a difficult person, I've just explained to you some of the reasons they could be difficult. You now have to use your analytical skills to see how can I circumvent that problem, and what can I do to just make myself more amenable and be willing to understand their vantage point, and for them to be more willing to open up to me. Whatever I can do. There are some people that are going to be so difficult they're just going to give up and be like, I don't even want to deal with them. I don't. But, you know, for the sake of the project, for the sake of your job, for the sake of just being a professional, You have to put on a smile, and you have to try again. And every time you find yourself hitting a wall, then you say, okay, what can I do? Maybe I can go around this way. Maybe I can go over. Maybe I can go under. Okay, maybe when I touch this topic, I get a bad response. Let me do it this way. And you get the same result, but you could just find different ways to get to the same result, right? So those are my tips for that. I hope this video was useful. And please, guys, subscribe. Check out my blog, carolise.com. And also check out my Facebook page, facebook.com/Carolise. And I also have a Facebook group that's very active called Real World.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this world. We are here again for another Coffee with C. How to let go of anger and resentment. We all have negative things that happen to us. People betray us. A random person is rude for no reason. As a result, we end up walking around bitter, angry, and upset. The thing that we don't realize is that the longer we carry this baggage around, the longer it will weigh us down. The best thing we can do is drop that baggage now. Whether the betrayal happened 10 years ago or 10 minutes ago.
Well, see, they betrayed me. They took advantage of me. They broke my heart. That's why I have all this resentment and anger with me. Are you just telling me to just let it go and tolerate the bad things that they do?
My friend, they hurt you once or twice. Don't let them to continue hurting you by you thinking about it. As long as you keep dwelling on that, they will continuously hold you back from peace and the happiness that you deserve. What I've learned is that emotions do not give us good advice, especially on the tough times that we are in. Knowing this, you have to know how to control your emotions. You should not let your emotions dictate what you have to do. Yes, what they did sting. It was the worst that ever happened to you. I get it. I really do. You have the right to be angry. You have the right to feel the pain. And you know what? Regardless of how much you contemplate and think to yourself why they did what they did, you will never understand. Because you are not like them. We have different values and experiences in life. You will never know the reason why. These are just many things in life that you don't have answer for. And if you keep trying asking yourself, you will get stuck and be more frustrated. Of course, there is a wide scale of how extreme that could have been. The lesser scale where they yelled at you or said something bad about you, all the way to the extreme of physical abuse and being continuously victimized by somebody. So here's what I want you to know. Being victimized, powerless, helpless is the reason why you are feeling that resentment. That's why you want to get even. You want to revenge because you are powerless and your initial response is to get your power back ASAP. But my friend, that is not the right way to get your power back. In fact, if you stay in a position of resentment, you will stay powerless because you will keep battling with this cycle of anger, resentment, and unhappiness. I know people who carry their resentment even what happened was 10 years ago. Guess what? The person who did you wrong could not care less about you. In fact, they're living their life without thinking about you. They couldn't care less about how you feel. They are now happy living their life without a single thought of you. Now, if you really want to get out of that powerless situation, I want you to shift your mindset. Are you ready for this? Okay, here it is. What I want to do is to equip you with the right mindset why you should let go of resentment. Now see, how can I get my power back? Here's the answer to this, my friends. Let it go. By letting go, you are positioning yourself to gain that power back. Letting go of that resentment frees you up. You are just about to drop that heavy burden that kept you stuck for so long. I want you to understand this, that letting go of that resentment is for your own self. You are not doing this to the person who did you wrong. What do I mean by this? So let's understand, why do you feel that resentment? What causes the resentment? Resentment comes from a situation where you felt victimized, betrayed, or powerless. Someone did something to you that he or she shouldn't have done. It made you feel victimized and powerless. Look, when you let go of that burden of resentment, you start to welcome forgiveness, peace, and happiness. There is no way for all of these to get to you if you let resentment block all of them. You will get your power back by being able to control your emotion, let alone that situation. You now get to decide how the situation will affect you now and in the future. All right, what happened, happened. What you felt about it, you felt about it. What that person did to you happened. You have acknowledged that already. You went through the pain, the anger. And now it's time for you to get your power back. Now from here, from the new place that you are in, how would you go about it? From this, who do you want to be? How do you want to move forward? How long will you let this affect you? How can you take your power back and say, okay, this person did this terrible thing, but you know what? I want to get up. How can I take control? I want to get my power back. I am going to turn this situation into something positive. I am going to turn this into something that will make me learn and grow. I will use this to make me stronger and more capable. I am back and I am here to get my power back. So that's why I am moving forward. I am no longer going to allow this to make me feel bitter, angry, helpless, and powerless. I will let it go and get my power back by not letting it affect me ever again. I will take charge of my life, of how I feel, and how I will move forward. Keep your requests, your topics, comment down below. I create videos every week for my Coffee with C community, and your topic may be next. Until next time!
Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to another video. Before we begin, we would like to thank you for your everlasting support. Our mission is to help you gain deeper insights into yourself and others in a fun and engaging way. We hope we've been able to help you in your times of need. Now, let's begin. Do you have problems understanding your emotions when faced with a challenging situation? Not knowing how to deal with your emotions can lead to them becoming more intense, persistent, and problematic. While it may grant you some temporary relief, suppressing your feelings and being in denial about them may only lead to painful consequences that keep you disconnected from yourself and from those around you. So, here are 7 signs you may be suppressing your emotions. Number 1, you hate being asked how you feel. Do you get annoyed or upset when people ask about your feelings? Are you quick to brush off any concerns other people might have about you because you don't think it's any of their business? Maybe you're not comfortable opening up to others or dislike getting overly sentimental or touchy-feely. It may be a sign that you're emotionally repressed when you constantly avoid any and all conversations about your feelings. 2, you struggle with emotional intimacy. You have problems finding a friend to confide in or have trouble making a meaningful relationship last. This may be because you struggle with emotional intimacy. Since being emotionally intimate with someone forces you to be vulnerable and to confront your true feelings, you may end up running away or getting defensive and struggle to emotionally connect with them. 3, you're always just fine. Do you have a habit of saying you're fine every time someone asks how you are? You may reassure your friends and family that everything is great and that you're doing really well when you don't mean any of it. You don't feel comfortable admitting when you're not okay or to let people see you struggle. Instead of asking for help or to confront your feelings, you just repress your emotions and bottle them up. 4, you rarely get emotional. Do people describe you as withdrawn, indifferent, or detached? You don't cry or get upset, and you rarely ever get excited about anything. Not only do you dislike talking about your feelings, but you'd also rather not show anyone that you have any at all. You may have been badly hurt in the past, and you don't want to feel overwhelmed by your emotions again, so you've resolved to just close yourself off and not feel anything at all. Number 5, you have extreme mood swings. Have you ever had an emotional breakdown where you couldn't stop crying or lashing out? Extreme mood swings and emotional volatility are clear signs that you're repressing very strong emotions. Instead of resolving them in a healthy way, you may be pushing them down and acting as if they're not there. But your emotions will come out in a much more problematic manner where you take all of your negativity out on yourself or those around you. 6, you deny all of your problems. Do you avoid your loved ones when they're mad at you or agree to things you don't want to do to make other people happy? Denial is a very common coping mechanism, since you may feel like it's much easier to pretend that your problems don't exist than to find a solution. This difficulty admitting to yourself when something is wrong could be a sign of a much more serious underlying problem. And number 7, you hold grudges against people. Do you have problems letting your feelings of anger and disappointment go? Harboring grudges against people and being vindictive is a very telling sign that you're holding back on your emotions. You may be having a hard time forgiving others because you can't come to terms with all the pain that they may have caused you, even if it was unintentional. But holding on to grudges only shows that you're not prepared to deal with your emotions and that you'd rather let them linger over time. Did you relate to any of these signs mentioned here? I know I did. Are you worried you might be emotionally repressed? Tell us about it in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please give us a thumbs up and share it with others who may find it helpful too. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button for more Psych2Go videos. All the references used are also added in the description box below. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Hi there. I am sitting here at the airport, at one of the airport lounges actually at Munich Airport, and I was fuming, just a few minutes ago, or let's say half an hour ago, because due to an accident and traffic jams, I missed my flight. I came to the gate actually, and the flight had just closed, and even though the airplane was in front of the gate or at the gate for some time, I couldn't get in anymore. So that was very, very frustrating, and I was fuming actually, and now I had to rebook my flight, 230 euros down the drains, etc., etc. So the thing now is that I think we as entrepreneurs and as leaders, we can learn from these experiences, because if you're missing a flight, or if you're losing a deal, or if you're disappointed by an employee, there is no point, in getting too frustrated about it. So what you can actually do is, first of all, let the frustration out. The best is to go to a separate room. So I just went to the toilet and let it out, just to free yourself. That can be one approach. And then just to say, okay, listen, what did actually happen, to get on another level? What can I learn from that? And obviously also in the situation when something goes wrong and you need a solution, take care of the solution first and then be happy about the solution. So 3 steps. First of all, create the solution. Secondly, let the frustration go away. Whatever you want to do, go for a walk or shout, go to the forest and shout and cry and curse, or whatever you want to do. and then ask yourself, what can I learn from it? That's the best way. That's what we as entrepreneurial leaders should always do when these kind of unexpected situations come across. You should obviously also be prepared. I once had a boss who would always take actually not the ideal flight to get to a meeting, but one flight before that, just to be on the safe side and not to be late. That can also be an approach to avoid surprises like the one that I have just had. And yeah, so there's a proactive part to it. You can plan for things as for unexpected situations. And secondly, there's also a reactive part, because there will always be frustrations in your entrepreneurial life, and you can actually handle them with the 3 steps that I mentioned. First of all, find the solution. Second, let the frustration out. And third, think about what you've learned from it. So that was Armin L. Rao from the Airport Lounge at Munich Airport. I'm now off to London. Hope that I can make a video for you there and have a good time. If you would like to have more help on your leadership challenges as an entrepreneur, just click on the.
Do you struggle with confidence? I know that I did when I first started out as a full-time artist. I'd create some artwork, I'd take it to an art fair or a show, and I'd be standing there, and of course people are coming, you can hear them commenting on your artwork, and sometimes it's good, makes you feel good, right? And your confidence builds. But when perhaps you hear people saying, oh no, don't really like that, don't like the use of this, that and the other, and of course it's just their opinion, right? But it can really knock your confidence and maybe even stop you from going out and doing more things with your art. And that doesn't change now with the online world, of course, because you post something on social media and you are open to a whole load of comments underneath. And I know that for a lot of people, that can be really tricky. You put something out and you say, hey, what do you think about that? And somebody would like to tell you what they think about that. And again, it's not always positive. And so sometimes we can be left with a really hurt feeling inside. As artists, we're sensitive beings, right? And when we put our artwork out for the world to see, we are open to both the positive and the negative. So how do you grow your confidence then, aside from all of that? And then of course there's all those tasks as a business owner too, right? There's making those phone calls. Maybe it's a follow-up client phone call, or maybe you need to contact a gallery to ask if they'd like to have your work. Or what about closing a sale, having that sales conversation with somebody? All of these things require you to feel confident, feel good about what you're doing. Because the moment that's knocked, we know what happens is we stop taking action. And when we stop taking action, we're not, of course, going to get the results that we want, which I guess in your case is building a profitable art business, doing what you love. So in this video, I'm going to share 10 confidence tips that's going to enable you to start believing a little bit more in yourself, grow your confidence, and enable you to easily do all those out of comfort zone tasks. Well, hello and welcome back to my channel. My name's Sophie and I help artists just like you to set up, market and grow a highly successful business doing what you love. And on this channel, I share tips and tricks about all things art business related. So if that's something you're interested, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that bell to get notified every time I post a new video. Well, okay, let's dive straight into those tips. So my first tip actually is all about your comfort zone. You know what they say, when you stay in your comfort zone, then you don't grow, right? You just keep doing what you've always done. And the only way to grow or to build anything like your confidence is to step outside of your comfort zone. So I would suggest finding something each and every day, could be really small, that's going to stretch you and enable you to step outside that comfort zone. It might be one small phone call. It might be posting something that is a little bit more raw and real. It might be having a conversation with a customer. And whatever it is, if you just challenge yourself to do that every single day, and I promise you, your confidence will only grow. So my next tip number 2, is about positive self-talk. You know how easy it is to tell you what you haven't got done or what you did bad? Inevitably, we default to what we didn't do or wasn't good, right? Why is that? Why do we always default to the negative? When actually what you want to be doing is reminding yourself, hey, I've got this. I'm good at this. I can do that. I've done a task similar to that. I've made phone calls lots of times. Phone calls are easy. It would be really easy for me to just pick up that phone call, right? It's just a case of talking. I can talk. I'm good at talking. Whatever it is that you need to do to run that more positive self-talk. And if you start getting that little chatter going along and it's all supportive and it reminds you that actually you've got this, then again, that's really going to support your confidence to grow. My next tip is about taking it one day at a time. How often do we think about, oh my goodness me, here's all the things I have to do in the next week, in the next month? It can all seem overwhelming. And if you've got things to do that are going to stretch you a bit, they're uncomfortable, things you're putting off, then likely you're actually going to feel worse. And that's not going to help your confidence, right? So if you just look at what you need to do today, and if you run that self-talk and you break everything down to really simple tasks, you say, okay, next up, I just need to pick up the phone and make a phone call. That's it, just today. I don't have to worry about what's next. Well, just today, I need to do these 3 things or these 5 things. And you just stay and focus in on what you need to do just on that day. And my next tip is about remembering what's important to you. Our values are really, really important when we're talking about building a sustainable business, designing a dream life, and feeling really good about what we're doing, right? We're talking about building confidence. So therefore, we want to be thinking about, well, what is important to us? The last thing you want to be doing is things that actually don't meet your values. Because when you're not meeting your values, you don't feel so good about it. You're not feeling perhaps in control. Somebody's asked you to do something, it feels a bit uncomfortable. But when we come back to our values and what's important, and we just say yes to the projects that we really want, then that is going to help you feel good about yourself, and it's going to help, again, that confidence to build. So my next tip is about using previous positive memories. So for example, let's take that phone call, because I know that that comes up so many times. Sophie, I can't make that phone call to the gallery, or I can't follow up with that client who said they were interested in something. So remember a time where you had a really happy phone conversation. Of course, it doesn't have to be business related. You could just take yourself back to a memory where you felt really good on the phone and you had a really easy conversation, maybe with a friend or a relative. And when you can hold on to that positive memory, you can remember how good it feels, right? You might even laugh and just say, God, that was such a great conversation. But if you use that to build your confidence before you make that phone call, then of course it's going to be a lot easier for you. You're going to feel good. You're going to sort of hold it in your body. You're going to smile a lot. That's something else I'm going to talk about in a minute. And then the conversation will go a lot easier, right? And again, with everything that you achieve, your confidence will start to build. My next tip is tackle a small task. Yes, you know when you get that sense of, oh, I did that, that's great. Now, if I did that, I can do the next task and the next one. So for example, it could be something as silly as you've come into the studio, it's a bit of a mess. You say, okay, task number 1 is I'm going to clear up the studio. So you've done that, you've achieved it. Now you have a sense of like, okay, success. What's the next task? Okay, I'm going to deal with my emails. So I've filed all, 100 emails. Task, success. What about the next small task? Well, I just need to make a follow-up phone call, all right? Task, done, achieved, success. And the more that you do it, it's the compound factor, of course, the better you're going to feel. So before I share the next few tips, I want to ask you which one so far has resonated with you. Let me know in the comments below where you struggle with the confidence and what tip that I've suggested today you're going to use in order to help you move forwards. So I've shared 6 so far and we've got just 4 more to go. Now, my next tip for confidence is actually about smiling. And I did this a few years ago and it feels really good. Now, I don't know if you've ever done this before. I've seen this exercise anywhere where you smile in the mirror, looking at yourself for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes if you can. That seems like a really long period of time. Or you can just smile. You don't have to look at yourself in the mirror, but sometimes it helps, all right? It helps you to stay focused. Do you want to smile? Now, at first, you're going to be... That's how to look like something out of a horror movie. But you're just smiling, because the act of smiling, it changes your facial expressions, it changes your physiology, it changes what's happening in your brain, and you start to feel good. All right, even if at first you don't think, well, I haven't got anything to smile about, Just smile. Make your face into a smile and keep smiling for as long as you possibly can. Let's say somewhere, 1-2 minutes up to 5 minutes is perfect. And again, if you do this every day, you start to feel better. When we feel better, we feel more confident to do the things that we need to do. Oh, I think you're going to love the next tip. This is for all of you who love colour. Perhaps I should have thought more before shooting this video in this top. But wear bright colours. Now, have you ever gone to a function, a party, or you've gone out and you're either wearing black or grey or navy, something that just kind of blends in? It's really easy to hide in those colours, isn't it? You can go along to something that you don't really want to go to, perhaps, and you can just blend in, mix, and kind of hang around in the background. But turn up in the red dress and everybody is looking at you, or the red suit, and everybody notices you. And what happens when you're wearing that colour very often is, again, you can feel good. You put it on and you feel good. So I challenge you, wear some bright colours and notice how you feel. Your confidence will lift instantly. You'll feel really good, especially if you love the item you're wearing. Obviously, don't put on something that you think, oh, I don't feel very good in this, I don't like it. It's got to be that item of clothing that you really love. Wear a bright colour and go out in the bright colour and see how amazing it makes you feel. So my next tip is linked to one nearer the beginning actually, but it's really a firm no. Saying no to things that really you don't want to do. Now you might say, what has that got to do with confidence, Sophie? Again, it's about you staking your claim. It's about you saying, do you know what? Actually, I don't want that project. I don't want to do that thing over there. And by saying no, you're really honoring yourself and you're staying true to yourself. And when you do that, again, it feels good and your confidence will grow. So you've probably noticed a lot of this is about physiology, right? It's very difficult to feel confident if you're sort of hunched and slumped down. You feel a bit like that. But if you sit up or you stand up straight, you put your shoulders back, you're instantly changing your physiology and you feel better. And when you feel better, your confidence lifts, all right? So this next tip is all about acting as if. Now, have you ever done that before? Then let's take that party scenario. Perhaps we'll look at it and say it's a private view for an exhibition. And maybe it's not your exhibition. And you're feeling a little bit uneasy about going, it's not your thing, you've donned the red dress or the red suit and you're like, okay, I've got this, I'm going to go. And now you're going to act as if. You're going to act as if you do this every day. It's a breeze for you to walk in. You're going to chat to everybody, you're going to meet the gallery owner, shake his or her hand and you're going to feel good. You're going to act as if it's something that's easy and you are that 100% confidence person. Because what's going to happen when you do that, again, on an ongoing basis? All of these little tiny things are going to compound. When you act as if you've achieved something, as if you are that person, as if you are super confident, what's going to happen? Your body's going to assume that, and then you're going to actually become that person. You're going to become that confident person, able to go to the private view and feel really good about it, able to make those phone calls to clients, able to post something on social media and really not care about the comments that come beneath it, able to grow your business, do those out of comfort zone things that you want to do. When you build your confidence, you're one step closer to the success that you know you deserve and that you know that you really want. So I hope you've enjoyed today's video. If you're not sure which tip is for you, then maybe just listen back again and decide which is the one that you're going to really work on, and then let me know in the comments below. I've got other videos on mindset too, so maybe
Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's edition of Unlocking Your Truth. A talk about metaphysics and spirituality. And we broadcast on 101.7 FM across the Fraser Valley. You can also catch Unlocking Your Truth on all the major podcasting platforms. And you can look at past episodes on my website, drlesliephillips.com. And I'm here, I'm Dr. Leslie Phillips, and with my
sidekick.
Sidekick.
Corey.
That's right. Unlocking Your Truth is a talk show about metaphysics and spirituality, and every week we have a different discussion topic. And we also open up to the people who are listening live to ask questions. Now, how might you listen live and be a member of the chat room, I hear you ask. If you're listening on the radio show or you're listening on the podcasting platforms, well, all you need to do is you need to join the Awaken Your Psychic Abilities Facebook group, which is monitored by Corey, and you need to tell Corey that you're joining because you were invited by listening to the podcast, so that he knows why you're there. And if you don't like Facebook, you can also catch us on YouTube, because we live stream, we pre-record the show and we live stream on YouTube as well.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do. Tonight's topic is present time.
Is it?
Being in the present moment.
It's living in the present moment.
Living in the present moment. And why might we want to do that? And what do we mean by the present moment anyway? What's the present moment? The present moment is the here and now. And I don't know if you've ever noticed, but however many years you have lived on this planet in this lifetime, have you ever experienced a time when your body was in the past or in the future? Have you, Corey? Has your body ever been in the past or the future?
No.
No, it can't.
I had to think for a minute there. Has it? No.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single one of us who can say, oh yeah, my body was in the past. Because if your body was in the past, for your body at that point, it would still be in the present moment.
Yes, definitely.
So your body, your physical body, can only be right here, right now, in this time-space reality. Your body exists in time and space. You are the spiritual consciousness that animates the body. The body is your vesicle. Vesicle? It's not a vesicle. Well, you can be anytime, any place, anywhere. So often, and I'm sure you've all had this experience, where while your body is in the present moment, you are not. And I'll give you a couple of examples of that. Did you ever get into your car and go on a journey from A to B? And you got in the car and off you went, and you arrived at your destination. And you were conscious when you got in the car, and you were conscious when you arrived at your destination, but you have very minimal, if any, recollection of the time that has elapsed in between. And this is really, really common, especially on a trip that we do every day, like driving to work, or even if you're on public transport. It's very, very common that we phase out of this reality. We go somewhere else. So where do we go? All manner of places. We might be in the future because we're thinking about the meeting that we're going to have with our boss when we finally do get to work, or all the to-do lists that we have. We might be in the past because we're thinking about the argument we had with our husband last night, or, oh, I do hope my child will do well in his math test. Or maybe we are, we're in the past, maybe we're in another place. Like, oh, I have a relative that's unwell and they live abroad and I'm very concerned about them. So your consciousness can be past, future, present, but in another place than your body is. But your body can only ever be here and now. So that's what we need by the present moment, right? It's right here, right now, where your body resides. You, the spirit, you are not limited by time and space as your body is. You are an eternal, multidimensional being, and you exist beyond this time-space reality.
I think that's my favorite saying, that we live beyond time and space as a spirit being.
Yeah. Yeah, you are multidimensional. So how can we be in the present moment with our body, and why would we want to be doing that anyway? Why would we want to be doing that? Think about your body as a focal point. It is a focal point. It is your focal point for focusing your energy through in this lifetime. And everything happens from this vehicle, from this vessel. You manifest your reality from here, right? This is the piece of you that's in the here and now, that's radiating energy, that's determining what you end up creating. So if you vacate the vessel, if you vacate the vehicle, then there's yes, you're still creating your reality, but it's happening all very unconsciously. But if you can learn to be present within the body, be grounded within the body, be awake and aware within the body, then you can direct the vehicle. You can make conscious choices about your life, and you can be in charge of the energy field that is within your body. And this is what rules your manifestation, your ability to manifest. It's determined by that energy field, by that energy vibration. So you want to be in charge of it, you want to be directing it. So that's one very good reason to stay close to your body. But how do you do it? Well, if you think about mindfulness, we've all heard of mindfulness. It's probably the most common type of meditation practice that's out there in the Western world, mindfulness. And what does that mean? It means being very present and awake and aware. And how do we do it? By paying attention to the body. And by paying attention to the body and what's going on in the body, it draws us into the present moment, which is the point of maximum power for you to create your reality. So the body, when you think about it, it's got 5 senses. And so if we focus on the 5 physical senses, such as sound, listening to my voice talking, that's helping you come into the present moment, because I am talking in the here and now through my body in the here and now to your body in the here and now. So if you listen to that sound, any sound that is around you and around your body that your body is picking up, if you focus on that, it helps to pull you into the present. If you use your physical eyes to look at what is around you, here's a plant next to me on one side, and here's some flowers on the other side. If you use your vision to focus into the here and now, that also helps you. If you focus on your sense of touch, you feel your clothes, feel your skin on your face, your hair, anything, touch it, feel it, sense it that way. It helps you come more fully into the body. Or any tastes or smells. All of these signals from the 5 physical senses are being experienced by your body in the here and now, and by you focusing on them, it helps bring you into the present moment. A very, very common technique in mindfulness and pretty much most forms of meditation is to focus on the breath. Because if I am breathing in and breathing out, and breathing in and breathing out. As spirit, I don't breathe. but my body breathes. It's my body that's breathing. So if I focus on the breath of the body, it pulls me into the present moment. My body does some other things. It has a heart, and the heart is constantly beating, and distributing blood and oxygen and nutrition around the body. So if I focus on the heartbeat, that's happening in my body, that also pulls me into the present moment. So the more that you focus on your body and what's happening within your body, the more you are in the present moment. And like I said before, it might seem obvious, but actually it's not so obvious. Most humans are not in the present moment and not in their body. I gave you an example earlier where you go on a trip and you don't even remember how you got from one place to another. Another common one is Googling on the internet, or playing a game on the internet or something, right? It's just sucking your attention in to that virtual space rather than being present within your body. So there's lots of common examples of how we do that, how we phase out of reality. And a lot of people will be outside of the body because the body is not a pleasant place for them to be. And why? Because they've stored some unpleasant things within the body. So they start to come into the body and they say, I don't like this place. It's not a pleasant place to be. I'm out of here. Examples are, if you've been through a traumatic experience, often in a traumatic experience, our immediate reaction is just to leave. Or if you've spent a lot of time being drunk or high, then you are not necessarily in the body when you're doing that. And there can be, other reasons, other like physical pain and so on or emotional pain that's going on in the body that you are in denial of, that you don't want to face, you don't want to deal with. And so you tend to float around in spiritual space rather than time space. And it's a common thing as well, I think, in many New Age spiritual practices, to have a focus on heaven rather than earth, and to open up to up there and out there, and forget about down here and in here. But the larger part of you is always up there and out there. Meanwhile, you've created this body. And why have you created this body? You've created this body for a special purpose, to have the experience of being in time, space, reality. And then you forgot to drive the car. So we need to learn to drive the car, take charge of the vehicle, look after it, keep it clean and tidy, make it a pleasant place to hang out, because we're meant to be driving around in it all the time. And so pretty much every show, I talk about grounding, and I lead you in the direction of a free meditation on my website to teach grounding, and I'm doing it again this time. So if you go on my website under free stuff, you'll see some free meditations, and if you go there, you can download a meditation and it will teach you two things, and both of these things help you be present in the here and now within the body. The first one is called grounding. Grounding. It's an energy technique to create an energy flow from your first chakra to the center of the earth. And it helps anchor you, the high vibration consciousness, into the body. It helps make it safe for your high vibration energy to come into the body. So this is a spiritual technique that I'm talking about. Sometimes when I talk about grounding, people go, yeah, I know what grounding is. And there's lots of different ideas out there about what grounding is. And for some people, It is go and stand outside in the grass barefoot, connect with nature in that way. And that can be a good way to focus in the here and now and into your body, because you're paying attention to your feet on the grass and all of that. But the spiritual technique of grounding is extremely powerful and is also a way of helping you heal whatever reasons have caused you not to be in the body in the first place. So if you have pain and trauma, and when you come into the body, you say, well, I can't meditate because my back hurts, because somehow you've stored some painful situations and memories in there. Grounding helps you now to release that, to make the vessel, the vehicle, the body a more pleasant place for you to hang out. The second technique is called centering, and it teaches you to place your conscious awareness in the center of your head. Center of your head's in your body. And so, of course, that also helps you to bring you into the present moment. I have to take a break now, folks.
Yeah.
So
we'll take a short break, and after we come back, you can talk about centering some more.
Sure.
And then we'll start doing readings for people. Yay. That's in the future, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back to Unlocking Your Truth, where we're talking about being in the present moment, which is the only place that the body can be. It's always here and now, here and now, here and now, this moment, 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 this moment. Always in this moment. The moment changes, but you're always in it.
Same as your breath. Just one moment, one moment, one moment, one breath, one breath, one breath.
So before the show, I was talking, this segment of the show, I was talking about a meditation you can download from my website that will teach you 2 techniques. In the first segment, we talked about the grounding technique, and we were just starting to talk about centering, which is a technique to place your conscious awareness in the center of your head. And it's another way that you can bring your focus here into present time where the body is, because you're sitting within the seat of consciousness within the body. It also has many powers, and one of them is the power of neutrality, which is brilliant, because if for some reason you've stored some things in your body that you don't like and you don't like being there, if you're grounded and you're centered, then it's easy to be present and be neutral about what you find, and to be in a state of acceptance rather than judgment and resistance against what you find. Because if you are in judgment and resistance, then it's much harder to change that thing. So if you're in the center of your head, you can be neutral and accepting, and then it's easier to release and let go. All right, so there's a well-known author called Eckhart Tolle who wrote a book called The Power of Now, and that's all about what we're talking about tonight, being in the present moment. That's a great read. I'm sure pretty much most people in the spiritual realm have read it, but if you haven't, read it. It's excellent. So I'm just going to open up the floor to questions already, I think. If there are. If there aren't, we'll keep talking. But
yeah, I think the gurus in India have a lot of wisdom when it comes around to being in the present. And as I alluded to before about breathing, we can, each breath that we take, we're here, right now. You can't take a breath in the future, and you can't take a breath in the past. And when you look at your breath or focus on your breath a little bit, you're very much so in the present, because each breath is life-giving. You can't skip a breath. You can never skip a breath. Heartbeats can skip. Your heart can stop. But if you stop breathing, it doesn't even hearts can come back, but once your breathing stops completely, that's it. You're done. It's a very strong thing to be in the present.
Yeah, bodies need air.
Yeah, and
That's
it's
something we do when we're not present within the body, and when we are anxious or stressed out or focusing on something that isn't, we sometimes do forget to breathe, actually.
very true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I think that's one of the things we do stop breathing, or start breathing shallower or deeper, or depending on what's happening in our lives.
Yes.
The breath has a lot to say, in essence.
In fact,
It's
I
very
invite
interesting.
everyone who's listening to the show, and actually it's okay if you're driving, you can do this, whatever you're doing, is to just focus on the breath and take a really long, slow, deep breath and fill your lungs to capacity.
But don't pass out.
And
Please
then
don't pass
once
out.
you're at the top of the breath, take a really long, slow, deep breath out and empty your lungs to capacity. And when you are breathing in, you are revitalizing, replenishing, receiving, taking in from the universe. And when you are breathing out, you are letting go, you are releasing, you are relinquishing. And so that rhythm of the breath is, it's helping you, giving you the opportunity to reset your energy in every moment, actually, and to, at least on a physiological level, release things that you no longer are needing within the body, like you're expelling carbon dioxide and so on. But it also can be a very spiritual inhalation and exhalation to help you reset your energy. In fact, there's lots and lots of breathing techniques that do help you to bring yourself into the present moment and reset your energy. One of them is called square breathing, where we breathe in and we count to, I think it's 6 breaths, 4 seconds. So breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, breathing out, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4. We do that 4 times, breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, exhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, and inhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, and exhale. And hold. And inhale.
That really brings you present.
And hold. And exhale. And hold. It's called square breathing, and it helps you to reset your energy, and it brings you into focus in the here and now and connects you with your body. All right.
All right. Well, I have one question from Lorraine in Facebook. And she says, centering seems very important. How do you get there?
Okay, well, take 2 fingertips. Place one fingertip at the center of your forehead. Place another fingertip side of your head, slightly above and slightly behind one of your ears. And imagine that you have a line of light emanating from the end of each fingertip. It will make the sign of the cross. And in the very center of your head is the center of the cross. That point is where the pineal gland is, in the center of the brain. It's also the center of the sixth chakra. And what you do is you focus your conscious awareness right there at that point where the pineal gland is. So you need to sort of, first of all, where am I? Where am I? You know, where am I? Where is my consciousness right now? And then bring your consciousness to float above the top of your head. And then come and sit on the top of your head in the crown chakra, where the fontanelle is. And then you can enter the body through the top of your head and then just move down and into the center of your head. That's how you get there. That's how you get to the center of your head. And you must be grounded to do that, because the grounding helps your energy come into the body. You're very high vibration, very high energy, and the body is a much lower vibration. So we can make that connection and we can come into the body when we're being grounded. So those two techniques go together. Thank you for the question, Lorraine.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Our next question is from Prasad. So I'm going to try to decipher it a little bit. And he says, before the war, I sent with prayers rare holy ash packet of Shirdi Sai Baba, which is one per person, you only get one, to the Ukraine envoy in India for protection to be dropped on Ukrainian soil. But he is sacked now for being with Russia. Now this is where it falls apart. And it says, what it makes out, Dr. Leslie, can you tell us more? That's the question in the Q&A session. Can you please respond?
What it makes out?
Yeah, I think he says, can you tell a little bit more, talk a little bit more about the issue with trying to get that package to Russia? He sent it to an envoy in India to take to Ukraine and drop it in Ukrainian soil, sort of to try and bless the Ukraine, but it didn't seem to make it there, that as far as he knows.
Okay, and so he wants
Was
me
he
to
in?
know where
Was
it
he
is.
in? Was he in one of your Q&A sessions, Prasad?
Oh, I think he went to one of the free Third Thursday sessions. I'm doing these free Third Thursday sessions, which is an hour on a Thursday at 1 p.m. And it's usually every third Thursday, except for July and August, where it's going to be the fourth Thursday. Maybe I should just change it to the fourth Thursday. So there's one tomorrow, and it's from 1 o'clock Pacific time to 2 o'clock Pacific time. And people who are interested in developing their psychic abilities and want to ask questions about developing their psychic abilities can show up to that Zoom call. You can sign up to it on my website, and also find out more about my psychic development courses. And if you can't find it on my website, just email info@drlesliephillips.com and I'll send you an invitation. Because I actually think I was doing it as an invitation only to people who have done the psychic quiz, get invited to that. So if you haven't done the psychic quiz on the website, go do it, and then it will send you the link to that live session. I'm not sure what Prasad is asking, Corey, so maybe we can get him to type a bit more and we can just on to another question.
Okay, Prasad, please just a little bit more, explain just a little bit more what you would like. Thank you. This is from Najiri. Hello, Najiri. Nice to hear from you again. I'm not sure why every time I'm about to manifest something, I really desire when I'm 98% of the way there is always a last minute delay. This is happening right now. What do I need to release? I would like to break this cycle once and for all.
That's interesting, isn't it? We'll have a look. Well, to me, it looks like connected to that thing of, it's almost like if I get it, I'll have to validate how powerful I am. And I'm a bit afraid of my own power. That's what it seems to be, some version of that. So I see the excitement building at getting the thing. And then as the excitement builds, you sense your own power, and then you go, oh, I'm really powerful, and I might have to acknowledge how powerful I am. So that's what it looks like to me.
I don't think that's solely a Nigeri issue. I think we all get there. I remember somebody telling me, I guess you could call it a joke around this. He says, yeah, so he says, I went out to get to a job interview. I felt really good about this job interview, and I felt certain. It was really amazing. I prepared for it. I researched the company. I went to the interview, and it was amazing. It was like I was at home, and everybody loved me, and it was phenomenal. I know this is my job, and this was on a Monday, and the fellow who did the interview said, "I'll give you a call on Friday," and with the answers. And so he waited and he waited and he waited, and there, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm going to get this job. I know it. And he said and meditated on, I'm going to get this job. I know I'm going to get this job. And Friday came along and the telephone rang, and it was this company, and it was the gentleman that did the interview. And he said, I'm sorry to say, but you didn't get the job. And the fellow said, okay, no problem. Thank you very much. He hung up. He said, I knew I wouldn't get it. We do that. We think we're being completely involved in our intention setting, but like she says, there's that she's 98%. You can't be 98%. You got to go all the way. Just let it go. Right, Dr. Leslie?
Yeah, I mean, it's vibrational. So the more in alignment and the more you're believing in your manifestation, the more likely it is to manifest. And the more that you're doubting and disbelieving, the less likely it is to manifest.
Definitely. Okay, this is from Brian. Brian says, is yawning, coughing, sneezing, are those signs of moving energy that seems to be happening a lot lately, and it seems to be connected to energy shifts I'm aware of?
The short answer is yes.
Give us a long answer, Dr. Leslie.
Well, yeah, yawning, coughing, and sneezing, they are all crying, tears coming out your eyes. They're all ways of releasing energy. And it's funny, I had a breakthrough session with one of my students today, and she said, Dr. Leslie, I keep yawning when I meditate. Is that normal? And I said, yeah, it's absolutely is normal. And it's quite common for people who are even doing psychic readings. Actually, it looks like you're bored, but you're yawning because it's a natural way of releasing energy. Because often when we're meditating, doing a psychic reading, there's a lot happening, there's a lot shifting, there's a lot changing. And it's just one of the ways that the body just naturally gets involved to help release energy. So yeah, Brian, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Leslie. Very good. Najiri says, wow, this is quite profound. I received this. Thank you.
You're welcome, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you. This is from Carol. Carol says, I remember you mentioned to stay in the center of your head throughout the day. I find myself sitting back to front of my head. Any tips?
So I've got a number of different carols actually in my courses. I think it's
It
the
is Carol
Um,
Mann.
Yes. So I would never have said to stay in the center of your head for the whole of the day. What I would have said is be in the center of your head depending on what you're engaged in. If you do an intellectual job, or if you're doing your accounting, then or something administrative like that, or operating machinery, then you be in the frontal lobes of your brain, because now you're doing a function that is very much in the physical, and your brain is geared to help you do those physical tasks like thinking and working things out in a logical, linear way. So be in the center of your head when you want to access your neutrality, when you want to access your clairvoyance, when you want to access your intuition. Be at the center when you want to be non-judgmental. When a challenging situation arises and you're finding it difficult to be neutral because you feel like somebody's picking on you or something like that, then be in the center of your head. Or if you want to look at a choice that you're going to make and you want to access your intuition, then be in the center of your head. So be in the center of your head depending on what you're doing and what you're wanting to tap into. Is it your intellect? Is it your intuition? And then she said she has a tendency to be back to front. I'm not exactly sure what that meant, but probably what might be happening is, as you're naturally needing to do tasks that involve your brain, you're moving forward because that's the place you need to be to do that task. So that's not a problem. The problem arises is that most people stay in their intellect all the time and then they can't access their intuition. And most people, when they're trying to access their intuition, get in their intellect and that interferes. So they're both great places to be. It just depends on what you're doing. All right, then we have to go to another break. Welcome back, everybody, to Unlocking Your Truth, where tonight's show is on being in the present moment. But we are in that stage in the show where we open to your questions, and you're welcome to ask about anything.
By the way, Lorraine says, Dr. Leslie, you look lovely tonight.
Thank you, Lorraine. I don't
Brian.
have my that I put in my hair on tonight, do I?
Yeah, and Brian says, thank you. And Carol says, oh, thank you, Dr. Leslie. I must have got it mixed up.
Yeah, maybe. No, yeah, I mean, just on that question, I had another question today in a breakthrough session with a student, and she'd taken some other training, and the teacher had told her to open her crown chakra. If she wanted to be a medium and talk to people who passed away, or what you must do, she said, is you must open your crown chakra. And then this person was sort of telling people to just keep their crown chakras open. And this lady said, well, it never felt right to me. And I felt sort of disassociated from reality. And I didn't feel like I was in my body. And I said, well, of course not. Because if you have your crown chakra really wide open, you are connecting with not just this reality, but everything that's out there in the universe. So there's a tip. If you want to be in the present moment, don't have your crown chakra wide open, just have it open a little bit, because that's enough to be right here, right now. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because I often encounter that idea that to be spiritual, the journey is open your chakras, open them all up. And then we've made it when we've opened all our chakras. And my philosophy is, what experience of reality do you want to have? Because you will get a different experience of reality if your chakras are open versus, if they're more open versus less open. You can, you know, and you can configure them differently, and it will give you a different experience of reality. So mastering your psychic abilities is not about opening them all really, really wide. It's about understanding what happens when you do that. And is that the experience that you're wanting to have? So having your crown chakra open really wide, that creates a need for a massive amount of grounding to counterbalance that level of opening. And most people float away into hyperspace when they do that. And it's often also related to, or a cause for, the idea of some mental illnesses, because now you're in touch with all these alternate realities that have nothing to do with this time-space reality, which is what we're talking about today, being in this time-space reality.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Leslie.
Mm.
And folks, if you're enjoying the show, please give us a like, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. If you don't mind, that would be lovely. And so this is from Katie. And Katie says, can we be present while we're multitasking, such as watering plants in the yard while listening to our favorite Psychic Abilities radio show?
I think you can be present while you're multitasking. Because if all of those things are on the physical level, right, you can be listening to music while you are watering your plants and still be very, 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 very present. I think that what sometimes happens if we're listening to a podcast is we go into the realm of ideas, we go into the mental space, and then we sort of phase out the body level. But you don't have to. You can stay grounded and present while you're listening.
But it can help as well. It can help to focus. I know that, like, remember with that thing we did with eating that we learned from our Vietnamese monk? When you're eating, if you take a bite of your food, put down your fork and then concentrate on eating, and you'll see that the food tastes completely different. So if you're doing something, you can do both, but you might get more out of it if you're just doing the one thing at a time and focusing on the one thing, as opposed to trying to get it over with as well. Oh, I got to get to the, because what you're doing by watering and listening to the show is you're saying, well, the watering isn't important, but the show is. But can you give importance to both equally? What do you think, Dr. Leslie?
Yeah, I think it depends. It's an interesting one. One thing I've always found interesting is some people listen to music to help them study. Now, I was never able to do that. I had to have complete silence so I could study, because if there was music on at the same time, I would drift away and I would not be able to be in that point of focus. That was before I knew how to ground, but I wonder if I still would be like that now. I think probably, actually. So I think that there are some differences between people as well.
Yeah.
Roy likes to listen to music, don't you? And you don't drift away, but I do.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. It all depends on what I'm doing. When I studied, I used to like to listen to music. And I think the music sort of, depending on the type of music you listen to, can keep you present as well.
I've never found any music that helps me stay more present than if I don't have any noise. Yeah.
Apparently Baroque music opens the channel between the two sides of the brain, the left and the right brain. And so there's there's more learning and more logical learning, but also more heartfelt learning, more don't know the word, what you call it, that type of learning, but more spiritually centered learning. Anyway,
we digress.
Thank you.
Well, not really. It's always about the present moment,
no,
wasn't it?
I'm not digressing. No. Okay, this one's from Katie. Katie says, "Can we be present?" Oh, that was Katie. Well, this is Erica. Erica says, "According to your quiz, my primary clair is clairaudience." Wonderful. Congratulations. I've been trying to connect with my spirit guides for some time now without much luck and haven't been able to really decipher any messages that make sense or resonate. I'm hoping you can help me figure out their name and or a message from them.
Okay, sure. And I'll just also, and by the way, Erica, you know, in that quiz, clairaudience tends to be more of a rare one in terms of what most people find. Most people, I think, clairsentience is the top one, then claircognizance, then I think it's clairvoyance, then clairaudience. So I might have that the wrong way around. So yeah, so all right, and so I'm going to look at this and give you an answer, but I just want to also mention that it's developing your psychic abilities is a bit like going to the gym. You have to practice. You have to learn how to use the machinery, how to use the equipment. So I have created many psychic development courses to help you learn the equipment and learn how to operate it and practice it so that you know what you're doing with your psychic abilities and you know how to consciously access them. And that journey begins with the Unlock Your Intuition course that gives you a grounding of spiritual techniques and also helps you to overcome the most common blocks to intuition while simultaneously teaching you some psychic development tools. Then after that, I have a clairaudience course, where you spend 10 weeks focusing on that ability called clairaudience, where you learn now how to interpret what you're getting, and you learn how to tune in to different frequencies that, you know, all of your guides have got different frequencies. So how can you consciously tune into this frequency and that frequency and listen to that guide and listen to the other guide? You learn all of that in that course. Because it's not, you know, I spent myself 6 years in a modern mystery school from 1998 to about 2004. And I lived and breathed this stuff. And that's why I'm so good at what I do, because I've devoted my life to it. And I think sometimes people think, well, you know, I'll read a book or I'll take a weekend course and that'll be me and I'll tick the box and I'm, you know, and it's like anything. The more you focus, the better you become. So anyway, that said, Erica, let's have a look at your idea of your spirit guides. Well, first thing I'm noticing is this sort of interesting energy configuration that sort of comes down like this to your throat chakra. And your throat chakra is the one that's responsible for clairaudience. And this sort of strange triangle energy configuration, the energy here is pink. It's almost like you're wearing this pink collar of energy. And I feel that that is relating to your spirit guides. So I'm just going to look at that a little bit longer. One of the things is to let go of expectations of to let go of expectations around spirit guides and to let go of expectations around the messages. And the other thing that they're saying is to be playful and make it fun and make it light and make it amusing, make it funny. So sometimes we get serious and we get into effort when we're trying to accomplish these things, and that doesn't help. So it feels like this pink energy is trying to help you to get into more of a light, amused, fun kind of vibe. And I'm seeing one of your guides, and I'm just taking a moment to talk to them before I say anything. Well, you've got one of your guides is this lovely, the energy vibration is almost like this silvery, pearlescent vibration. These are energy beings, right? They don't look like us, but sometimes they project an image like us. And this beautiful, pearly, silvery, opalescent being is projecting the idea of a very amusing picture of it's like it's like a funny comedy Halloween vampire with a mustache and a cape. And that's just, it's that is supposed to be, and it's almost like a funny magician as well. That's the message that I was translating into making it fun and not making it serious and not having any expectations. And that's the projection coming from the spirit guide that really, to me, looks like this silvery energy, but it's communicating with you. Well, in this case, it's communicating with me through pictures. But let's have a look at the clairaudience again. Give us a second. So there is a song playing and it says, smile even though your heart is breaking. But it just means, again, it's like, it's always advocating this inner smile, this state of having an inner smile, cultivating this inner happiness, this high vibrational amused state as being helpful for your development of your psychic abilities. Because when we're amused or when we're smiling, then our vibration is high. So that is counterbalancing things that arise in the system that are a lower vibration, like feeling sad. But if I smile, it will uplift me. So I hope that helps, Erica.
Yep. Thank you. I'm just going to read Brian's note, and then we're going to have to sign off. What's amazing is that I've cultivated awareness, even if I'm multitasking. No matter what's going on, awareness pulls me into the present moment if I get lost. I may hear a song on the radio with a message for me, or a quote on a TV show or movie that deeply resonates, or an animal crosses my path with a spiritual gift. Suddenly I become entirely present. Something pulls my entire attention to that message. It's incredible. I've even heard it in my head when I think too much to suddenly focus on my breath. That's interesting. Cool, Brian. Thank you. By the way, folks, there's no show next week, but we'll be returning on the following week at 1 p.m. So thank you all. Dr. Leslie, would you like to say goodbye?
See you in 2 weeks, everybody.
This is Rob Johnson, President of the Institute for New Economic Thinking. I'm here with Jeffrey Sachs. He, how would I say, I always smile, and every time we talk, I'm paying homage to the Rommel family, George and Affie Rommel, where we both grew up in Detroit, and our parents were good friends with the respective Rommels, and perhaps that inspired my curiosity, even as an undergraduate at MIT, to learn more about Jeffrey Sachs, and it's been like a North Star beacon for me in thinking about what's important through my entire career. So, Jeff, thanks for being here. I'll describe just briefly. You've done a tremendous amount of work. You're at Columbia University, the highest ranking professor. You ran the Earth Institute for many years. Currently the president of the U.S. Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And I would say, just as a signature, I see you always have, there's a gift that I perceive and that admire and I try to turn people on to about your career. You always seem to choose important questions. People can do all kinds of dances with technique, but how do they say they might be fiddling while Rome burns? And you seem to zoom in over and over on things that matter, not just to your country or not just to prestige, but to humankind. And I greatly admire that. I just want to refer, you've written many, many books. We've talked about the age of globalization in one of our previous episodes together, but sustainable development, the two I underscored today because the questions related to the Ukraine that I've seen you writing about in Project Syndicate and other places recently. To Move the World, JFK's Quest for Peace in 2013, and A New Foreign Policy Beyond American Exceptionalism. What I see there, first book 2013, second book 2018, is a prescience. You're seeing ahead of the challenges that we're going to have to address. So I'm very excited today that you're with me and we can talk about what you see, what scares you, and what's the way out.
Well, thanks so much. Great. It's great to be with you, and thank you for focusing on those two books. The book about JFK, which I wrote in 2013, was to commemorate an incredible speech and initiative of President Kennedy in 1963, which was just months after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Now, here we are, Rob, the 60th anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, with another kind of showdown between the United States and Russia. And so I'm going back to that speech, to the Cuban Missile Crisis, to the lessons that I drew in that book just about every day in my thinking about what events are telling us right now. The 2019 book, A New Foreign Policy Beyond American Exceptionalism, is also directly core to my thinking right now. I do think the United States doesn't get or accept its realistic, constructive place in the world right now, and that this is at least a part of our problem in a world that is increasingly destabilized. I think that both books focus on one fundamental idea, which is that peace is better than war, and peace comes through a constructive engagement with the other side. President Kennedy said in his remarkable speech given at a American University commencement on June 10, 1963, that peace isn't some magic solution. It's not an event. Peace is a process, a way of solving problems. It is a constructive engagement with the other side. It is what I've learned in 21 years of advising the UN leadership. It is diplomacy at its finest. It's not guessing what the other side will do. It's not playing a game theory where you take as given the other party's move, which can have disastrous consequences, but rather you engage. And I think that this has been my central theme, partly from my own life experience of working in cultures all over the world, very different communities, different religions, races, ethnicities, nationalities, geographies. It taught me something about the common fate of humanity, I think. And it also taught me about the wonders of dialogue, communication, and diplomacy. Well, here we are with war, with incredible tensions with China, with the inability to solve major global problems like the increasing derangement of the Earth's climate system. And I believe that in all of these, what we're seeing is a failure of statecraft, a failure of concepts of cooperation, really an application of crude ideas that are like the game theoretic ideas that assume the worst of the other side, for example, and assume you know what's in Putin's mind, assume you know what is in President Xi's mind. And when we behave that way, we get very bad outcomes. So this, I thank you for focusing on those works. And for me, they do reflect my underlying feeling that there's a different way for us to approach global problems, different from what we're doing right now, and it would be much, much safer, more prudent, and more constructive to follow a different approach.
I find it fascinating, just putting like what I'll call pattern recognition. You're talking about what John Kennedy did. I remember the old, what I'll call the Bismarck playbook. I took a bunch of courses in arms control and disarmament, and they said that one of the big dangers is when you're failing at home, there's discord. The Bismarck playbook is a metaphor. Find an external enemy so everybody can agree and focus on that. But sitting behind the Bismarck playbook, in the first appendix to that playbook, is the need to cooperate on climate change. So we're not in a place where, forget mutual assured destruction for a moment. We got to cooperate.
Well,
there's another way we can exterminate Earth if we don't collaborate. And then the last thing I'll throw into this mix is a wonderful book by the scholar Orville Schell and his colleague John Delury called Wealth and Power. And what Orville, who's a good friend of mine, said, he said, Rob, we've got a situation where the Chinese went through centuries of humiliation, Opium War, Japanese invasion, etc. America thinks it runs the world and wants everybody to fall in line behind it. To use the Big Brzezinski's metaphor, we have tectonic plates crashing between two philosophical systems at the head table of the G7, or excuse me, of the G20 that used to be the G7. We are in a situation where you can't even play game theory with different philosophical systems because you're projecting things onto your counterpart that may never have been in their imagination or in their training. So you've got this instability, what I'll call the Bismarck playbook. You've got the end game of climate, and then you have this tension that centers on U.S. China, but we could bring, why didn't Russia, after the de-escalation, the end of the Soviet Union, and I know you've worked a lot there, so I don't know the answer to this at all, but why didn't Russia get the equivalent of an aid program to integrate them into the EU, regain prosperity, dignity through that? And now I'll ask you a question. Is the political economy of the military-industrial complex a little bit of the evil that hides inside this dilemma of danger?
So there's a lot of intertwined issues there. And let me start with the very specific issue of climate change and the energy transformation that we know we need. We need to move to a zero carbon energy system. Excuse me. And that requires actually a lot of long-term thinking and a lot of international cooperation. So every day in the context of the Ukraine war, I'm asked by somebody, and it happened again this morning, what's the implication of the war for climate change? In other words, you see Russia cutting off or threatening to cut off natural gas to Europe, or Europe putting on sanctions on oil and gas imports from Russia. Will this accelerate the energy transition? And the answer is basically no, because it may change the calculus in the very short term. It's actually opening up more coal mines again, or pumping more gas and oil to make up for what has been lost from Russian supplies. Maybe by raising the price of oil and gas on world markets, it's making some new solar projects more economical and financeable. But all of that misses the main point, which is that the real changes we need are long-term strategic changes in the energy system. And that requires a stable, peaceful, cooperative environment. Even renewable energy, to be efficient and effective, needs to cross borders. It needs to be regional, even globally connected in some ways, maybe in the new hydrogen economy. We can't do this if we're in conflict. We won't do this if we're in conflict. So this is the first point, that almost everything of real value for development, and what we now call and should call sustainable development, meaning economic development that is also socially just and environmentally sustainable, requires a long perspective. If you have a short perspective because of huge uncertainties, because of war, because of conflict, then you can't accomplish anything real of the transformations that we need. You can improvise, you can maybe keep your footing in the short term, perhaps, but the truth of the matter is real development of any kind requires years, even decades of hard, continuous work, educating children, building infrastructure, cooperating across riversheds, building power transmission grids that are, again, transnational. And that is a long-term cooperative effort that depends on peace. And we're not getting there right now, partly because our mindsets really are wrong. And unfortunately, what I have inveighed against in the US context is the idea, which is very popular, it's in every speech of US leaders, that the world is safe when the United States leads the world. So primacy, or what the political scientists call hegemony, is really built into the American thinking. I think Henry Luce did an unfortunate thing to America when he, in 1941, christened this as the American century. It was a great turn of phrase, by the way, so inspiring and so ennobling. But it actually basically went to the heads of the permanent state that they took it literally. This is our century. In the past, it was Britain's century in the industrial age of the 19th century, or it was the Mongol century, or it was the Roman centuries. Now it's our century. Oh, what a dangerous way to think about things, because you get way overstretched. You act provocatively without even attempting to understand the other side. And that, unfortunately, is so much of what happened in Europe after the 1990 remarkable transformation. And as you know, I was there. I was physically present in the Kremlin in December 1991. You couldn't even believe, I could not believe, and especially you'd appreciate it, a kid from Detroit sitting in the Kremlin in this huge office, and who walks in the far door? Boris Yeltsin. And he walks across the room, and he sat down right in front of me because I was leading the delegation. And he said, "Gentlemen," because it was all men, he said, "Gentlemen, in the next room is the leaders of the Soviet military, and I have just agreed with them to the dissolution of the Soviet Union." I heard literally those words.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is exactly right. It was weird.
Huge turning.
No, so
yeah.
I thought, and I had been working in the Soviet Union before that. I was told, I don't know if it's true, that I was the first person to brief the Gosplan leadership in its entirety on the top floor of Gosplan, just outside of Red Square in 1990 to the Politburo leader who headed Gosplan on the transformation to a market economy. And they were taking notes, 50 Soviet leaders on the other side, all with notebooks open, taking copious notes about market economics. But the fact of the matter is, Gorbachev and Yeltsin wanted a common home. Gorbachev, who I regard as the greatest statesman of our age, and who's reviled in Russia for having lost the Soviet Union and for inflation and everything else, he's the greatest statesman of our age because he understood that what we needed was peace rather than a cold or hot wars. And he was ready to even let the system fall rather than shoot people to, quote, save the old system. But his idea, which I know, was a common home from Rotterdam to Vladivostok, that we have a common European home. I believed it. I went to work for his team in 1991, promoting what we called the Grand Bargain, working with Graham Allison, who was then head of the Kennedy School at Harvard, and Stanley Fisher and others. And we recommended a significant financial assistance program to the Soviet Union to support its economic and political reforms. What was the White House response? Complete niet, nothing, nichevo, not anything. We're not doing this. Okay, that was a disaster for, the failure of Western support definitely undermined Gorbachev. Yeltsin emerged after the attempted putsch against Gorbachev, which was in the summer of August 1991. And then I was contacted by Yeltsin's economic leader, Yegor Gaidar, and I came to Moscow. And Yeltsin said to me and said to others, I want a normal country. I want a democratic country with the market economy, and I want normal relations with the world. I said, absolutely wonderful. This is exactly what we want. And, Gaidar, who was then the acting premier of Russia, which was about to become the sovereign country, was meeting with the G7 finance deputies in November 1991. And Russia was running out of foreign exchange reserves. This was a fulminant financial crisis. So I knew a lot about financial crises and their history and their resolution, and worked with Poland a couple of years before. And I suggested to Gaidar, well, look, tell the US and the other 6 deputy finance ministers, you need a standstill on the debt payments because you're running out of reserves. And Russia's about to become an independent country, and we can't have a financial collapse. And he came out of the meeting just absolutely ashen-faced. He said they wouldn't even consider it. They said, you have to pay to the penny. We will not allow anything right now. We're not authorized to allow anything. We will not allow anything. You continue to pay. Russia ran out of reserves at the beginning of 1992 as Yeltsin came to power. In other words, a fulminant financial crisis. I couldn't believe it. I spent 2 unbelievably frustrating years trying to get the US and the IMF to do something, and they wouldn't do anything. And Larry Eagleburger, who was acting Secretary of State, explained to me at one point, said, Mr. Sachs, it's not even about what you're advising. Even if I agreed with it, it's not going to happen. And he said, this is an election year. It's not going to happen. And the truth is, this didn't determine all the future, but God, did it show an attitude of obtuseness in the United States. And I didn't appreciate then that Cheney and Wolfowitz were working on their great neocon illusions that now we're the sole superpower, now we get to do what we want. And they really were working on the next wars because they were going to take away every Soviet ally or Russian ally in the Middle East, knock out Libya, Syria, Iraq. This was a plan already from the early 1990s, according to Wesley Smith. And I didn't know it at the time. I just couldn't believe here we are, this historic moment, a chance to cooperate. No, we're not going to cooperate. We're going to be the sole superpower. And I just found that obtuseness year after year from the U.S. And by the end of the 1990s, I basically had it because I had seen the U.S. now from all sides. I had seen it from the Latin American perspective. I had seen it from the Central European perspective. I had seen it from the Russian perspective. I'd seen it from the Indonesian perspective in 1997. We just were not a cooperative country that aimed to work with other countries to solve problems. We were the unipolar great power of the world. We were arrogant, and we were not paying attention to what other countries said. And this manifested itself in a number of financial debacles of these countries that had big effects on the world. It also manifested in what brings us to the war in Ukraine today. Though this is a very unpopular view, it's right, and that is NATO enlargement. What John Mearsheimer has said is right. Kissinger said it, and so many other wise people. George Kennan said it in 1997. Don't do this NATO enlargement. It'll lead to a new Cold War. Now we have a hot war. The Secretary of Defense under Clinton was deciding whether to resign or not when he learned that Clinton indeed would go ahead with NATO enlargement, because Bill Perry, who was the Secretary of Defense, said, look, we're starting to improve relations with Russia. Do we really need to risk that right now by peremptory moves of NATO enlargement, especially since unequivocally both the Germans and the Americans had promised Gorbachev and then Yeltsin no enlargement in return for German reunification. Then we lied about it. Well, it's not in writing. We brought out all our lawyers, but good historians know that those commitments were made, and we just want to deny that. And given, the predominance of U.S. government in our media, you can tell any story you want. This is absolutely true. But the long and the short of it, Rob, is that NATO enlargement started. We weren't giving any financial help. We were plotting wars against Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, Assad, all the allies of the former Soviet Union, or of the Soviet Union, and then of Russia. Russia has military naval base in Syria, so Assad would be our target, and so forth. No cooperation other than superficial. And in the 1990s, the NATO enlargement started. And then during George W. Bush, well, actually, Clinton did something that, in retrospect, we didn't even see the significance of, but it was hugely significant and misguided. And that was the war against Serbia in 1999 to force Serbia to give up Kosovo. So there was a rebellion of Kosovar Albanians, or Albanian Kosovars, I should say, in Serbia. And the U.S. took sides and said, let them break away. And when Serbia said, no, they're part of Serbia, which is the normal way that diplomacy works, the U.S. bombed Belgrade for several weeks. And we set up the precedent that if you want a breakaway state or you want to weaken the other side, just go bomb them. And then when Russia says, well, when we do this, we're called the crime of humanity, but when NATO does it, that passes as defending freedom fighters. So isn't there no standard or a double standard? But just to carry on to the current day, in the early 2000s, after the Belgrade bombing, and then after 9/11, of course, Bush pushed the enlargement of NATO to, I think, 7 countries under his watch, an extraordinary increase of the number of countries. The Baltic states, to begin with, the Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, Slovenia, if I remember correctly, all during Bush's watch. And then to the shock of the Europeans in NATO in 2008, he said Ukraine and Georgia will become members of NATO. And just take a look at a map. And I encourage everybody to take a look at the map of the Black Sea. What was NATO's idea? What was the U.S. strategic idea? The U.S. strategic idea was basically to own the Black Sea for NATO, because you'd have Turkey, Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, and where's Georgia? All the way over on the eastern side of the Black Sea suddenly is going to be a NATO country, whereas NATO was originally to defend against an invasion by a now defunct, non-existent country in Western Europe. So suddenly it is an expansionary force moving straight across the Black Sea. It reminds me a lot of the Crimean War of the 19th century. Who controls the Black Sea? And, well, one thing has led to another, and we have the war in Ukraine. And if in our media you say, the United States played a provocative war, you're immediately targeted. Oh, you're just purveying Putin's propaganda. Well, this is really nonsense. We need a serious discussion, some context, some history, and we should not have pushed NATO right up against Russia's edge and right around the encirclement of the Black Sea. But we did so, and now we're also paying consequences for this, but especially Ukraine is paying consequences for this.
Yeah. I remember some of my teachers at MIT in that arms control disarmament. This was years after I was a student, but I ran into Bill Kaufman and I said, this doesn't feel like game theory to me. It feels like the chain store paradox, which is you never should engage in each of these things, but you act like you got to do it to show you're tough to the next 3 episodes. But with consequences being so dangerous, first with regard to nuclear war and now with regard to climate, this is madness. And this is not leadership. Why are our leaders so afraid of our population at this juncture that they have to put on this ritual of toughness as opposed to doing what needs to be done?
Did you play the game of Risk the board game Risk? Okay, so the board game Risk really is a marvelous model of how Washington thinking is. You have the map of the world, and the aim of the game is to have your piece on every space of the world. And as you move forward, if you're successful and your armies are advancing into new territory, every new territory you have has borders with the enemy. And suddenly, every new border becomes the conflict zone. Every new border becomes vital for your national security. And so you have to have every space on the board, or suddenly you're at risk. Now, American strategists get this or behave this way. I think it's mind-boggling, because we shouldn't be playing a game of Risk where you're trying to conquer the world. But this is the American strategist approach. And a good example of it is the Solomon Islands. Tiny islands, 3,200 kilometers off the coast of Australia, that had the audacity to sign a security pact with China. And suddenly the United States and Australia are in a tizzy How dare they? This is a threat to security. And you hear the voices in the U.S. Congress, completely unacceptable that there's a security pact because you give China 1 inch, they'll take the world. But when the United States says, NATO should enlarge to Georgia and Ukraine, and Russia says, no, that's a security concern, we laugh. We say, why is it a security concern? We're peace-loving. We're wonderful. And that's their choice. That's not our choice. We didn't say, well, that's the Solomon Islands choice. We dispatched the deputy of the National Security Council to Asia on an urgent mission to express the U.S. displeasure at the Solomon Islands' decision to enter this pact with China. So much, Rob, comes from the unwillingness to really have rules that apply to yourself as well as to others, or to think empathetically, what is the other side thinking? And it comes back, by the way, to the Cuban Missile Crisis, and I think we should talk about that because it's absolutely relevant.
Yeah.
When Khrushchev put the nuclear or the atomic weapons in Cuba, all of Kennedy's advisors, except Adlai Stevenson, said from the start, you must attack and take them out. We need a military operation. Many things can be said about that, but I think the bottom line is it would have started World War III because the CIA had every fact wrong. It thought that the missiles were not yet operational. It completely underestimated, roughly by a factor of 7, how many Soviet troops were actually in Cuba, how many would be killed in a military operation and so forth. Kennedy did a remarkable thing. He kept asking one question. What is in Khrushchev's mind? What is he thinking? In other words, Kennedy behaved empathetically. It didn't mean he sympathized with Khrushchev. He was thinking, what is Khrushchev thinking? What is his point of view? Does he want war? What is he trying to prove? Kennedy had to learn, actually, the details that there were U.S. missiles in Turkey. What are they? Why are they there? Who put them there? And so on. But by the second week of the crisis, Kennedy realized Khrushchev didn't want war, but he did want to put America's face in it, because the U.S. had its Turkish missiles, or its missiles in Turkey pointed right on the border of the Soviet Union. The U.S. had invaded Cuba in the Bay of Pigs operation and so forth. Kennedy realized, you know what? We got to get out of this by a compromise. You remove your missiles. We remove our missiles. We commit never to invade Cuba again. And that's how the crisis was resolved. It wasn't, we demand victory because Khrushchev has done the most dastardly deed, so we must defeat that man, which is the rhetoric that we have today. Must defeat Putin with his 1,600 active nuclear warheads. We must defeat Putin. This is mind-boggling that even on an anniversary like this, 60 years anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, we're not taking care to learn the real lessons of how you diffuse a crisis. And you start with empathy. You say, if we care about the Solomon Islands, maybe Russia cares about Ukraine and Georgia in the same way. Maybe we shouldn't be quite so provocative. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about humiliating defeat and so forth. Or maybe we shouldn't be saying this is the worst crime in modern history when the United States is engaged in so many wars of choice. And maybe we should find a way for both sides to stand down.
Yeah. Well, I remember reading Daniel Ellsberg's book, The Doomsday Machine.
Absolutely.
About that there were many nuclear weapons inside of submarines off the coast of Cuba, and we started dropping depth charges on them. And but for, I can't remember the gentleman's name, who overruled firing the missiles, they were terrified. They're underwater, and the depth charges are going off trying to essentially kill them all and drown them all.
Absolutely right.
And this guy wouldn't allow the missiles to be shot. But it's that close. It's that close to extermination.
So reading list for everybody listening, Daniel Ellsberg, The Doomsday Machine, and Martin Sherwin, Gambling with Armageddon, which is the finest book ever written about the Cuban Missile Crisis. And Martin Sherwin tells this story that you're so importantly referring to, Rob. And I think it has many lessons. But what happened is, even after Kennedy and Khrushchev had agreed on the way out, a disabled Soviet submarine in the Caribbean that was out of radio contact, so it had no news, was disabled. It was overheating. It needed to surface just to breathe. Sailors were fainting, and it started to surface, and a jackass in the U.S. Air Force, instead of dropping depth charges, dropped live hand grenades on the submarine as a joke. And he's, we'll scare the hell out of them. So the commander of the vessel ordered a nuclear-tipped submarine to be put into the a nuclear-tipped torpedo to be put into the torpedo bay and called for its launch. And it happened by coincidence that a Soviet party official, a Communist Party official, was on that vessel named Antipov. And he had the ability to override the order of the skipper of the submarine. And he said, no, we're going to surface. We're not going to fire this. And under U.S. military doctrine, described by Ellsberg and by Sherwin, if the U.S. was attacked by a nuclear weapon, even a nuclear-tipped submarine, our military doctrine said we would unleash the full-scale response of a complete attack on the Soviet Union, China, and all of the other countries of the Soviet system. And the estimate was 700 million dead. But what they didn't know was about nuclear winter, because such an attack could have ended life, human life on the planet. We came within seconds of this. We're stupid if we think that things can't get out of hand. Today, I read about a U.S. general saying, well, we may need to break the Soviet blockade of the port of Odessa to let Ukrainian grain supplies. I'm sick of these generals telling us about things that are so unbelievably risky without a proper public debate and understanding, because we could end up in nuclear war. And this is mind-boggling that we are having generals opine on these kinds of military operations, which would be tantamount to direct U.S. war with Russia in this kind of way.
And you're talking about the extermination of life on Earth. I mean, these are not rumors. I've seen in Nature and Science magazine studies of what happens to the upper atmosphere if there's a nuclear exchange. And I encourage many people now. I've been doing a little bit of work with a group called the Quincy Institute, Andrew Basevich.
Excellent.
Hartung in this group, and exploring some of the ramifications for how our military decisions are being made. And it's really quite haunting to try to understand this dynamic as having anything to do with representing the well-being of America or mankind. And
I learned in thinking about American history and politics, which I've been doing pretty much nonstop for 50 years now. It turns out the president's main job in the world is to keep a foot on the brake of the U.S. military machine. because it's like those old cars that are poorly tuned, that though they're in neutral, they're always revving forward and they're always jumping. You take your foot off the brake, the car jumps forward. And good presidents, great presidents, have been the ones to have the foot on the brake, like Kennedy had the foot on the brake in October 1962. Johnson did not have the foot on the brake, and we escalated in Vietnam. We know that Bush, I don't even know if he was in the driver's seat, much less having a foot on the brake, but we went to so many wars. Obama was no good at this either. So this is a real question.
It's a systemic process.
It is like the game of Risk. You're always looking, we're, in Romania and Bulgaria, we're at risk unless we're also in Ukraine. So we better expand. Well, then there could be losses in the eastern Black Sea and the Caucasus. So we better expand to Georgia, et cetera, or the Solomon Islands, or what we're doing in East Asia, and just so much chit chat about war with Taiwan and U.S. war with China and Biden piping off and so forth. All of it is provocative. All of it requires actually our good luck that a president says, no, we're not going farther. Korean War, again, had MacArthur had his way, he would have invaded China. We would have used nuclear weapons at the time. Truman, his right decision, no, stop. He had to fire his top general. This is really the job of the American president, because the underlying revving machine doesn't have a natural stopping point.
Yeah, I remember I had the late Charles Johnson was a good friend of mine, and I was doing a lot of work in Japan at the time, but he was working on the books like Blowback. He wrote that trilogy about the dangers that foreshadowed the attack of 9/11. Saying if you're aggressive, you are going to have these consequences, putting the American people at risk. But let me shift, Jeff, as we're coming down the home stretch, to the relation of all of this to budget and the well-being of America. What concerns me is at the level of medical care. The OECD data shows that America per capita spends more than twice the average in the OECD to have some healthcare system that is ranked 38th in the world by the WHO. The second dimension is we have a baby boom creating a demographic bulge where elder care is going to be a priority. We are going through technological transformation that requires transforming the education system towards knowledge-intensive things. What was his name? Sir Ken Robinson, the most famous TED Talk of all time. How schools kill creativity. We got to change that. That involves investment. Now, we've got this military urge and climate transformation. I guess I worked on the Senate Budget Committee under Pete Domenici, and I'm thinking, how are we going to get all this stuff done if we keep playing these aggressive military games? And how are we going to harness the political economy? I always laughed. Domenici said to me one time, well, you're an economist. You know that thing called Say's Law? I said, yeah. He said, how supply creates its own demand? I said, yes, Senator. He says, well, you watch every year when we put up the budget, about the time that the military budgets come up, you're going to see all kinds of news about how dangerous the world is. They're using fear to create their own demand. And Adam Curtis, the BBC documentary, he created a series, a 3-part series that you can watch for free on thoughtmaybe.com. And it's called The Power of Nightmares. And so, Jeff, I'm loading you all up, but you can't sit there and be, how would I say, self-righteous budget hawk, tolerate a military-industrial complex that's spending 22 times what any other country is, neglecting older people, neglecting young people, and letting our healthcare system cost twice what it should. what, and with all the discord of not reconciling those things, the Bismarck playbook comes back into center stage.
Well, one of the expressions of Joe Biden that I really like, though I haven't heard it from him recently for an obvious reason, he said, "Don't talk to me about your values. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you your values." And what he means by that is where you put your money, that's what counts in the system.
Yeah.
And the United States has really messed up the budget. It spends far too little on many areas, like education, like well-being of children. It spends far too much on other areas, like the so-called modernization of our nuclear fleet arsenal, when we should be negotiating long-term nuclear disarmament. And in general, our budget is a mess. As you say, also, the way we organize key parts of the economy, like healthcare, is to give private monopolies to a crucial sector, ending up overpaying roughly by a factor 2 for our healthcare. We spend almost 20% of GDP on healthcare compared to roughly 10% of GDP in our peer countries. So I've written a number of books, The Price of Civilization being one of my favorites, about what a budget would look like for a civilized country. And interestingly, and one of the better parts of a speech that Secretary of State Antony Blinken just gave about U.S. Approaches to China, he said the real approach is we need to invest in ourselves. We need to strengthen our capacities in science, education, our well-being at home, because that's what makes us the competitive model vis-a-vis the rest of the world, including vis-a-vis China. And that's true, but we're not doing it. And we have lost the budget debate and the budget narrative in the last 2 years. Biden came in with the idea of a package to build back better. It did not appear. What happens in the United States is essentially key sectors are in the hands of powerful lobbies. And military-industrial complex is one of them. Big oil is another, or fossil fuel industry is another. The healthcare, private healthcare sector is a third. Those are favored by the budget. They are favored by regulation. And areas that don't have such powerful lobbies don't see the light of day. And in general, the United States under taxes, even though we're told all the time that we're being crushed by taxes, the total government revenues in the United States for federal, state, and local are about 30% of GDP, of national income. But in Northern Europe, which ranks much better in healthcare and longevity, in many quality of life indicators, about 45% of GDP. So the fact of the matter is the budget's a mess. And what foundered for Biden in the end, why didn't his package go through? Because nobody wanted to pay for it with taxation. And it all unraveled when Senator Sinema said, I don't want to have a rise of the corporate tax rate. And Manchin said, I don't like that billionaire tax. And we ended up with nothing. Biden ended up empty-handed, ineffective politics, by the way. So I think a president ought to be able to keep a couple senators in the fold, and he failed to do so. And that's part of his job also, is to know how to twist arms or cajole or give whatever side payments for new projects in West Virginia. You get something done, you make a deal, but he could not make a deal. He failed on that. So we have nothing. So we have a budget mess. And by the way, a budget mess also with a mountain of debt, now 100% of GDP of public debt. That's actually consequential. With interest rates going up, the burden of that debt is also going to be quite significant. We need to raise some taxes and we need to restructure what we spend, but we're a blocked political system. So we are not showing a way forward on this, and I'm not holding my breath. Nothing's going to happen. Probably the Democrats are going to lose one or both houses of Congress in the fall. If that happens, I would guess there would be no significant budgetary reform or action until 2025.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, I mentioned at the outset that you and I grew up in Detroit, and I remember one of my father's friends said to me, Detroit is the place that America divorced because they wanted to believe in the American dream. And when we had our stresses in the 60s, 70s, things like Tom Sugrew's book, The Origins of the Urban Crisis in Detroit, he said they'd had the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, and all the Democrats in the South were afraid to vote to support the transformation of a black majority, black governed, meaning Coleman Young as mayor. So we got divorced we were no longer America. We were a bad example. And you and I have done work together in Detroit and been at numerous meetings. And I often think of the kind of pressures that I remember in 1990, there was this headline in CNN, Detroit is the shadow that looms over the future of America. In other words, it's an indicator. It's an early warning, like the canary in the coal mine, of toxic political economy. And so when I thought about talking with you today, I often go back to my musical origins. There was a guy that actually played my senior prom named Bob Seger.
Oh my God.
And as
well done.
Followed you,
I missed
as
that
I
prom.
followed you, I followed you for many, many years as a younger person from Detroit, but with family, mutual friends who were guiding me to look at your example. Bob Seger wrote a song that made me think of you. It's called Travelin' Man. And at the end of the song, as he's reflected on all of this, he says, sometimes at night, I see their faces. I feel the traces they've left on my soul. Those are the memories that make me a wealthy soul.
Wow.
Jeff, you give me that kind of inspiration, curiosity. I follow your work. I have since I was, I guess, a senior in high school. And I think it's amazing how you, after what we might call the woundedness of Detroit, all the things you've described today and all your international involvement remain so constructive. And I'm very grateful for that.
Well, Rob, I'm grateful that we do it together, and thank you for those lovely words. But we've been on a journey together, and your leadership of INET and constructive new approaches to these issues is essential. So I really thank you, and how great to be together with you today.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll, how would I say, pause now and wait for the next turn of events in the next chapter. But I look forward to working with you in the days ahead. And once again, I'm very grateful for the example you set for our.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining today's Civil Society seminar dedicated to the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. My name is Marie-Therese Bitterlich, and I work in communications here at the ECB. I'll be moderating this event today. I'm delighted to be joined by Frank Smets. Frank is the Director General Economics here at the ECB, and as the coordinator of the strategy review process, able to share your first-hand insights onto the strategy review process and, of course, on the new monetary policy strategy itself. We're delighted to have you. To get a better understanding of what this new strategy is all about, what has changed, what has remained, and what it means for us as citizens, we'll be structuring this seminar slightly differently than usual. We'll be starting with a conversation between Frank and myself for about 25 minutes, before we'll be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour of this event. A little bit of housekeeping just before we get started. In case you have any technical problems or questions, please feel free to reach out to the colleagues in the background via the chat function and just make sure that you're chatting with all panelists. As we mentioned in the invitation of the seminar, we'll be recording the seminar and uploading it to the ECB's website afterwards. With that out of the way, let's get started. Frank, last week the President announced the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. The President referred to the new strategy as a strong foundation that will guide us in our conduct of monetary policy in the years to come. Can you explain what this new strategy is all about and how it differs from the previous one?
Sure, Marie-Therese, and let me first of all welcome the participants to this webinar on the new monetary policy strategy. One way of describing the new monetary policy strategy is to use the words of Chair Powell of the American Central Bank when he introduced their new strategy. This is to say that it's an evolution, not a revolution. And the main reason for that is that, of course, the strategy is anchored in the treaty, which gives the primary mandate to the ECB of maintaining price stability. So the ECB is requested to stabilize, to maintain the value of our money, of our currency, the euro. And that's the best way in which it can contribute to the welfare and the well-being of euro area citizens. And of course, that's very much an anchor. I mean, the strategy in the end is about how to achieve that mandate. But of course, the last strategy was about 18 years ago in 2003, and many things have changed. And of course, and for that reason, an update of the strategy was overdue. And this is really why President Lagarde, when she became president at the end of 2019, sort of initiated this whole process. I mean, the biggest change is probably that we've moved from a relatively inflationary environment into sort of a low interest rate, low inflation environment. Why is that important for central banks? And this is a global phenomenon. So everywhere in the world, central banks were constrained in terms of using their traditional interest rate instrument by this low interest rate environment. Why? Because interest rates can go negative, but not infinitely so. They cannot go very negative. And so central banks have used other tools to try to achieve their price stability objective in that context. So that's one important reason. There have been many other structural changes in the past two decades. One is the process of globalization. Remember the integration of China in the world economy. That has put downward pressures on international prices. Another important structural change has been digitalization. Think about the emergence of e-commerce. Again, everything else equal, this has a downward impact on prices. And so it was important to analyze those phenomena and to see what are the implications for our monetary policy strategy. And now I have not yet mentioned, of course, what is probably the biggest challenge for humankind in the coming decades, which is climate change and the policies to combat climate change. That's also a part of the strategy. And so the purpose of the whole process was really to make our strategy fit for purpose for the coming years.
Thank you very much, Frank. What do you think is the most important change that came with this new strategy?
Well, there have been a number of changes, and we can talk about those. But let me maybe first focus on what is the core of the ECB monetary policy strategy, and that is how to formulate and maintain price stability. I mean, the most visible change is probably the 2% symmetric inflation target. So the Governing Council considers that in order to maintain price stability, it best aims for inflation to be at 2% in the medium term. And let me emphasize two aspects of this target. First of all, there's a small inflation buffer of 2%, which is important in order to reduce the risks of deflation and to give some policy space for interest rate policies in response to these inflationary shocks. The other feature of this target, which is very important, is that it is symmetric. So the Governing Council, the ECB, views upward and downward deviations from this target as equally undesirable. We don't like high inflation, we don't like deflation or low inflation. And so this is a very important part of this announcement that the 2% is not a ceiling, which is sometimes how our previous sort of definition of price stability was perceived. 2%, of course, is very much a norm amongst central banks in the global economy. If you look at the Fed, the Bank of England, Bank of Japan, they all have 2% inflation targets. The second important change in the strategy statement is that the Governing Council recognizes that in order to maintain this symmetric inflation outcomes around 2%, it has to take into account the effective lower bound on interest rates. Again, the fact that interest rates cannot go very negative. I mean, the current policy rate, most important policy rate, is minus 50 basis points. We probably can reduce that more, but not by much. So what are the implications of that recognition? I mean, the first implication I already mentioned, and that is that we need other instruments. And that's, again, that's the asset purchases, that's the forward guidance, that's the lending operations, the refinancing operations towards banks. And so part of the statement is to recognize that these unconventional, what used to be called unconventional tools, are part of our tool set, in particular in the vicinity of this lower bound. A second implication that you will find in the monetary policy strategy statement is that the fact that the central bank is more constrained in responding to negative shocks to inflation means that it has to take especially forceful and persistent actions to avoid that these negative deviations become entrenched, that they affect inflation expectations, that they de-anchor inflation expectations. So this realization that when you are close to the proximity of the lower bound, that policy needs to be persistent, that it needs to be patient, that you should avoid a premature tightening is a very important part of the overall framework. And of course, in those circumstances, it can also mean that inflation for a temporary period is moderately above the inflation target because of these patient policies. And the third implication is that, other policies can help in those circumstances, and particularly fiscal policies. And that is something that we have seen in response to the pandemic. Fiscal and monetary policy have worked hand in hand to provide sort of the bridge to companies, to households across the pandemic. And particularly when interest rates are concerned, fiscal policy seems to be more effective in stabilizing the economy and helping also to increase the space for monetary policy.
Thank you very much, Frank. You explained the change in the 2% and also the importance of the zero lower bound. Are there any other topics that are relevant to European citizens that are mentioned or addressed in this strategy?
Yes, I would like to here mention two specific topics. The first one is the concern that we've heard in many of our listening events, particularly by young households, about the costs of housing, of shelter, in particular the owner-occupied housing. This is something that the Governing Council took very seriously, and therefore it recommends to Eurostat, which is the European Statistical Institute that is responsible for the construction of the price index to actually include measures of owner-occupied housing in our HICP index, the index that we use to measure in inflation. Now, of course, the ECB realizes that this is a multi-year project, and in the meantime, we will continue to use the HICP, so the main index to measure inflation and price stability, but we will also include initial estimates of owner-occupied housing costs in our set of indicators that we regularly use to measure inflationary pressures. And so that should allow over time to have a more representative index of the full cost of living. The second important concern, of course, that we heard was climate change. And of course, also there, and this is really a new element in our monetary policy strategy. Also there, the Governing Council has committed to take into account climate change considerations in all aspects of our monetary policy and of central banking more generally. And it has basically committed to an action plan. There was a press release last week which sort of gives some of the details and the timeline of that action plan to do so. This is a crucial element of our monetary policy strategy for a number of reasons. I mean, first of all, climate change and the policies to combat it, to address it, do have a profound impact on the economy. I mean, we all are witnessing the weather shocks that we face. They affect harvests, they affect prices, and so they affect the working of the economy. And as a central bank, we need to upgrade our tools to really understand the impact and take those effects into account when we make monetary policy decisions within our mandate. The second reason is that climate change, of course, comes with risks. There will be sectors that will be affected, that will benefit. Some of them will have to change their business model. So it's important that as a central bank, we have a big balance sheet, that we really assess those risks correctly. And so risk assessment, upgrading our risk assessment is another part of our sort of action plan. And a third reason is, or a third element I would like to highlight here, is the importance of disclosures and making clear that indeed the transparency about where those risks are is important, and how to take those into account in our collateral framework and in our asset purchase program. So I would highlight these two sort of important additional elements of our new strategy.
Thank you. As part of the strategy review, the ECB reached out to many stakeholders. On the one hand, you have the experts, the academics, and also citizens and civil society organizations. What do you think has the ECB learned from listening or engaging with all of these different stakeholders as part of the review?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, a big difference in this strategy review compared to the 2003, in which I was also involved, is indeed the enormous outreach that we have done to many stakeholders. If I counted correctly, we had like 17 events organized, not only here at ECB, but also by the national central banks of the Euro system. And of course, we received many suggestions and comments by citizens all over the Euro area. We also listened to expert audiences, to academics, to analysts, the European Parliament, civil society organizations like the ones you are representing, and as I mentioned, individual citizens and also our own staff. Of course, the messages were sort of diverse and depended very much on the personal perspective of the respondents. But many of the issues that we heard we already discussed in our conversation. I mean, one is climate change. Another one was the affordability of housing particularly for young people. Of course, the employment situation during the pandemic is an important concern for many citizens. And then finally, also the side effects of our non-conventional policies like the negative interest rates was an important question and concern. So many of these elements we have looked into and we have analyzed. But one element that I would like to highlight at this point is also the importance of clear, consistent and credible communication. Because clearly our often technical style of communicating may be okay for experts and for academics, but it's not always easily understood by citizens and civil society more generally. And so one of the lessons learned is indeed to improve our communication, both of the decisions that the Governing Council makes, but also about what are we as the central bank for the euro area about? What are our goals? How do we try to achieve them? Because that's very important to maintain the trust in our institution, which is really important for the effectiveness of our monetary policy. And so going forward, we will, on the one hand, try to have sort of a more direct communication, more accessible communication, also more visual communication on our monetary policy decisions, on the one hand. And on the other hand, we have had a very good experience with the listening events and hope, and the Governing Council commits to continue this type of bilateral outreach.
Thank you very much, Frank, for elaborating on the pillars of this new strategy. I am sure that by now, many of the participating organizations will have questions or comments that they'd like to raise. So we'll now be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour. You can start raising your questions by raising your virtual hand. Your virtual hand should be a small button that is located on the right-hand side of your screen. It should be located underneath the participants list. And once I see that you've raised your virtual hand, I will call your name and my lovely colleagues in the background will connect you. So just bear with us for a moment or two, as it might take a while to get you upgraded. And then whenever you're ready, feel free to take the floor. You'll be automatically unmuted, and we do encourage you to turn on your camera as well so that we can see you when you ask your question. Please introduce yourself first and your organization before you address your comment to Frank. And do remember to lower your electronic hand after you've asked the question, as this makes it easier for us to identify if you'd like to take the floor again. And with that, I'm going to take a look to see if we've got somebody who's raised their question already. I can see the first question comes from Ms. Orintuya Batsaikan. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, and I apologize in advance if I did not. Please bear with us for one moment, and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. I'm Urintoya Batahan. I'm an economist here at Positive Money Europe, an NGO based in Brussels. I have a question on the targeted longer-term refinancing operations. Given its volume, the TLTROs represent one of the most important ECB monetary policy operations, yet they were not included in the climate roadmap. Also, green TLTROs in particular have been deemed as an interesting idea by President Lagarde at the European Parliament during the monetary dialogue in September 2020. So my question is, was there any discussion on greening the refinancing operations during the strategy review process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, on your question on green teltros, so of course, in the work stream, we had a work stream that looked into how the relationship between climate change and monetary policy, a number of possible measures and modifications of our operational framework were looked into. This initially included some of the measures that you mentioned, but in terms of the actual action plan, the governing council decided to focus particularly on the issue of disclosures, because this can have a very beneficial impact also on sustainable finance by increasing the transparency of the market and sort of openness about where climate exposures and climate risks are. And secondly, by focusing on both the collateral system, which of course is part of our lending operations, and the corporate sector purchase program. So our existing programs, rather than setting up new programs, which of course also in the context of our price stability objective at this point would not be granted. On the question of sort of green asset purchase program, again, basically it's the same answer. It was seen as more important to actually look into our existing corporate sector purchase program, where, as you may have seen from the action plan, we will have a work stream looking into the issue of market neutrality and market efficiency and how that may lead to sort of alternative benchmarks for our purchase programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got the next question coming up from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace.
Hello?
Hello. We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Me?
Yes.
No. Hello?
Hello.
I can't hear you.
Maybe that's a technical problem.
That's strange.
We can hear you and see you very well. Maybe we will try to sort out this technical problem and continue with the next speaker for the moment. And we'll try again to upgrade you at a later stage to hear your question. So we will take the next questioner for now. This next question comes from Ms. Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money again.
Hello, hi, I hope you can hear me and see me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, again, it's Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money Europe. As an organization, of course, we recognize the importance of setting inflation target at 2% right now. But, well, unfortunately, the ECB has constantly missed the target in the past year. So we were wondering whether, well, if the ECB continues to struggle with reaching the inflation target, will it consider introducing new instruments, new policy tools such as helicopter money? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, at a general point, I mean, the statement does explicitly say that obviously not only did we look into the existing instruments and sort of confirmed that they are effective and that they have contributed to avoiding risks of deflation and supporting the economy and the reflation of the economy. But also, if necessary, the Governing Council, as it has always done over the past years, will of course consider other tools if appropriate to achieve its inflation target. And of course, that's where sort of the commitment to, particularly in response to negative shocks, to have an especially forceful and persistent response and action is important. That's where that is backed up by this commitment to use other instruments. Now, on the specific example of money drops, of course, there it very much depends on the details, but we didn't look in as part of the strategy review into the details and the parameters of particular alternative instruments. This was seen as part of sort of the stance discussion rather than the strategy discussion. And of course, particularly money drops in some variants has a number of legal and economic questions, and also interact with fiscal policy, which would raise concerns. But in terms of the general stance, the Governing Council is open to consider alternative instruments.
Thank you. We're going to see if we have anyone else who would like to ask a question. Please feel free to raise your electronic hands now. And then when you've raised your hand, I will be able to pull you out and my colleagues will be able to upgrade you so you can take the floor. We have one more question from Adua de la Costa, also from Positive Money, I believe.
Hello?
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 Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
That's great, thank you. I'm Adwa de la Costa from Positive Money Europe, and I have a question on the engagement with the public. So recently, from May 21st to July 2nd of this year, the Bank of England has opened a consultation on options for greening its corporate bond purchase scheme. And the bank will implement its new approach on the matter on the fourth quarter of 2021. And in the past months, President Lagarde has affirmed the ECB intends to increase the involvement of the public. And today you have confirmed this by highlighting the success of the ECB listening events. Indeed, the large participation to this scheme and to the consultation on a digital euro have shown society's great interest in being involved in the ECB decision. So my question would be, would the ECB consider a consultation on the corporate sector purchase program to improve its engagement with the public? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, in the press release and the annex, which consists of the action plan, the various elements, and also the timeline of the various areas in which we, as a central bank, will take into account climate change considerations in our strategy are very much laid out. At the same time, and this is also has been also made very clear again in the statement, the Governing Council has indeed committed to have a regular exchange and outreach with civil society, with the general public, and of course, I think differently from what we had over the past year, it should not only be about listening, but also about explaining and interacting. Whether this type of exchange will be explicit in terms of on a specific program, I mean, that's something that at this point I can't really say, but for sure there will be interaction on the various aspects of the action plan.
Thank you very much. And it seems that we can try again with Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace. Please bear with us and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello, can you now hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation, and just let me comment that from my point of view, the strategy, at least related to your climate plans, don't seem to be very ambitious to me. But perhaps you can convince me otherwise. So I'm really excited, and I have two questions. The first question is, what is the concrete implication of the new climate strategy that you proposed? I mean, you provided a plan, but I think it's quite vague, no? So therefore, for example, it would be nice to know, for instance, what concrete changes the strategy will be for your CSPP portfolio. So could you elaborate a little bit on the potential changes we might see? And the other question I have is, why haven't you taken any concrete actions yet? I mean, you mentioned the urgency of the climate crisis, but your plans, like your timetable, doesn't seem to be very ambitious neither. So why haven't we seen any concrete results? And therefore, a third question, from a kind of precautionary perspective, wouldn't it be necessary to end at least some support for very carbon intensive companies right now, until you have a detailed plan? So thank you, and happy to listen to your answers.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. I mean, I would beg to differ and sort of claim that the action plan that the Governing Council has decided on is quite ambitious and with clear sort of timeline and deliverables. What's of course true is that still a lot of work needs to be done in order to take some of the concrete actions that you seem to adjust. And of course, I should also emphasize that some of those actions also depend on the progress that is being made at the European level, in terms of the various initiatives that the EU has taken. So we're not acting in isolation. But if you look at, first of all, the timeline, which is ultimately within a 4-year period, but there's two steps, but also the breadth of the actions, then I think we compare very favorable to any other central bank in terms of the ambition that we have. In terms of concrete actions and quick wins, I mean, let me just remind you that we have already taken some actions, For example, in terms of including sustainability-linked bonds in our asset purchase program, in terms of announcing that we will disclose the climate risks in our non-monetary policy portfolio, and probably one of the first actions that may follow relatively in the first part of this timeline will be to do the same for our monetary policy portfolio. So it's not just words. We actually are also following up and acting, and I believe it is sort of a wide-ranging action plan that covers, of course, the core of our business, which is how can we better understand the impact of climate change on our mandate to achieve price stability, but also our risk assessment. I mean, part of the action plan, for example, is also to examine and investigate and make sure that credit rating agencies have the relevant methodologies to take into account climate change risks. So there's a catalytic role here that the bank ECB wants to play. But finally, then we are also looking at what I think are probably the most important parts of our operational framework. That is the corporate sector purchase program and our collateral framework. In terms of your last question, I mean, should you already exclude? I mean, this is, again, it will be subject of what is it, line 9 of the action plan, point 9, but it's not obvious that that is actually the most effective way of in terms of reducing climate change risks, because many of those comments will actually have to be some of the drivers of change. We hope. So extreme decisions like that may not be the most optimal.
Thank you for that, Frank. We have the next question from Mr. Roger Casale from the Europe People's Forum. This is just a kind reminder to please lower your electronic hand after you've taken the floor so that we can see if you'd like to take the floor again, and an encouragement for everybody to raise their electronic hands and take the floor.
Thank you very much. I think you can hear me. I'm not sure you can see me. Sorry.
We can hear you well.
You can hear me. Okay. So, well, thank you again. And thank you also for, in the earlier presentation, both in the question and in the answers, for the discussion around the engagement of citizens and civil society in drawing up the strategic plan. And I think all of us who are engaged in this enterprise of promoting citizen participation, something that we focus on at Europe's People's Forum, are very well aware that it's an easy thing to talk about and it's a difficult thing to do. So I wonder if you could comment on the challenges and the difficulties that you faced in reaching out to civil society and to citizens in particular, what you have learned from how you went about doing that, that you would want to apply in relation to how you conduct future consultations and engagement of citizens. You mentioned that there's going to be another phase of the consultation, and that's very welcome. I'm sure you agree that it's very valuable information that comes about from the engagement with citizens and civil society. Perhaps there's even, and this would be my second question, the thought in your mind that it would be good to put such consultations on a more permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and particularly on the last suggestion. I mean, I will just take it as a useful suggestion. I mean, in terms of our experience in reaching out to various parts of society in the Euro area, of course, I mean, the first thing that comes to your mind about what are the challenges and the difficulties for an institution, European institution like the ECB, is that, of course, the audiences are very diverse in a number of ways. But I mean, first and foremost, in terms of language and culture. I mean, our union is about unity with diversity, and so to ensure that sort of that diversity is acknowledged and that we can reach out to the different parts of the society, I mean, is a challenge, even bigger challenge than I would say in a national environment. Fortunately, we are not only an ECB here in Frankfurt, but also a system, the Euro system of national central banks. And I mean, it's obvious that the NCBs, the national central banks, will continue to play a key role in this outreach to local audience. I mean, at the ECB, of course, our comparative advantage is to reach out to pan-European civil society organizations like yours, to the European Parliament, to other European institutions, and of course, more generally through our communication on our website. But an important role clearly has to be played by the national central banks. And so they are, of course, very much on board on this commitment to have more regular outreach programs with citizens. I mean, the other challenge I would sort of highlight, and I think I already mentioned it in the introductory Q&A, is comes from this diversity, but is also more general about the difficulties to reach out to citizens in a sort of a direct, clear, coherent, easily accessible fashion. So what we learned is that actually the knowledge of the ECB, of the central bank, of the euro is not very great. And so we need to really make more efforts in explaining really what we are about. And so that's another important challenge that hopefully in the coming months and years we will try to address. So I would say these are probably the two most important challenges that come to my mind.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we have the next question from Mark Beckman, also from Positive Money.
No. Can you just confirm if you hear me well?
Yep. Yes, we can.
Thanks a lot. I just wanted to come back to the last question actually on citizen engagement, because we as Positive Money have been organizing a big outreach project called the European Citizens Bank, where we built a platform similar to the conference on the future of the European Union, where we put up content on the monetary policy issues, where we organized webinars where citizens could learn about current debates, and where we organized citizen assemblies, where we drew citizens into a 1-day, 2-day workshop and let them discuss monetary policy issues. And so we've been doing that project in several countries, and some countries are still to come, and we're assembling the recommendations that citizens formulate in these assemblies together. And so my question would be, if you are in the spirit of your commitment to public engagement with the citizens, would be interested in meeting with the citizens who came up with these recommendations, and maybe to have a session where we can compare and contrast what the citizens in our outreach program have come up with, and maybe the outcome of the new strategic review that you now finalized. Thanks.
Thank you. Of course, we are aware of your initiative, and particularly our communications department very much sort of follows what is going on. And I would say that it's very important to have those initiatives, because basically I think it can help better understand what the ECB, what monetary policy is about, and of course subject to sort of what the communications department is doing. I'm sure we would be happy to interact and to contribute where we can.
Thank you. So this is just to let you know that we have got a little bit more time in case anyone else would like to take the floor. Please raise your electronic hands now. Otherwise, allow me to take the floor, Frank, and ask a question. Seeing as the last review was such a long time ago, do we already know when the next review is going to take place?
Yes, in the sense that the Governing Council, in its statement, indeed also announced that from now on, it will periodically assess its monetary policy strategy. And so initiatives for future ideas and so on will be very useful as an input for these future assessments. And it has announced that sort of the next sort of meeting point will be in 2025. So in about, expected to be in 2025. So in about 4 years time. And we very much hope, I mean, this is very much in the spirit, you know, of continuing this conversation about what we as a central bank are about and how we go about in achieving price stability and achieving the mandate in the best way for the well-being of citizens in the euro area.
Thank you. I can see that we do have one last question, and this question comes from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace again.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll take advantage of the chance to ask a second question. It's, of course, related to your climate action plan. And there's another thing which I think remained very unclear, and would be very happy if you could help me to understand what's meant with the following sentence. When it comes to the CSPP, the ECB, or you were writing that corporates have to be aligned with, at minimum, EU legislation implementing the Paris Agreement through climate change related metrics, or, and that's what I really don't understand, commitments of the issuers to such goals. I think it's really a good thing that you refer to EU legislation and the Paris Agreement, but I totally don't understand why you implement a sentence where you're saying, and on the same level, you accept commitment of the issue itself to such goals. So what's the meaning of the second part of the sentence?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand sort of the subtleties of those two parts. But I mean, the sort of idea in general terms is indeed to make sort of commitments of some of the issuers to and implementation to the EU legislation that is related to the Paris Agreement, to make that sort of an eligibility criteria. Now, the way in which one does that, again, needs to be discussed. Is it, and again, this is will also be sort of a function of making sure there is enough of a transition period. But sort of the general idea is really to provide incentives to issuers to basically commit or to align their own plans with respect to climate change with the EU legislation implementing the Paris Accord.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we don't have any more questions. So with that, I would like to close this seminar. And thank you all very much for participating. Thanks to you and your active and lively contributions, we had a very engaging seminar. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to say thank you very much to you, Frank, for taking the time out of your day to explain the new strategy and what it's all about. As usual, we are very interested in hearing your feedback. So if you have one moment, we'll be posting a link to a survey in the chat function, and it should take about 2 or 3 minutes to fill out, and it would really help us to improve the way we structure these seminars better and to tailor them more towards your needs. So we would really appreciate if you could fill out the survey. And otherwise, there isn't much left for me to say other than to wish you a lovely afternoon and hopefully a nice summer break. If you'd like to get in touch with us in the meantime, please do so by sending us an email at civilsociety@ecb.europa.eu. Thank you very much and have a lovely afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this Teacher Academy webinar organized by School Education Gateway. My name is Marta, and I will be your host for today. So, moving forward, the focus for today is how school teachers can support students in catching up. The webinar begins with examining the catch-up framework facing schools in helping students to progress, stay resilient, and more motivated to take control of their own learning. Additionally, we will explore different approaches that teachers can adopt to support their teaching and their students by looking at examples from various European schools. But without further ado, I would like now to give the floor to our guest speakers for today, Richard Powers, Professor Emeritus of Communication at the University of Maryland Global Campus. But Richard, sorry, I forgot one important thing before I give you the floor. The webinar is recorded and the recording might be used for dissemination purposes. And please, participants, if you have questions or comments, please post them in the chat and we will address them towards the end of the webinar. Thank you very much. Richard, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Marta, for that very warm welcome. Hi, everybody. I'm going to share some slides, but they're kind of big, so it's going to take a minute. So what's always fun to do is, I hope everybody is slowly coming and you're rushing in or rushing in. It's a good time to just sit down, relax, take 3 breaths. If you're at home or someplace nice, you can take your shoes off and relax. I think a lot of us are teachers, and now we're going to have a very nice hour together just to be able to talk together about what's happened in the last couple of years. One fun thing to do while my slides are loading is if you could put where you're from, and since we're such an international group, it's always fun. What did you have for lunch? Put what you had for lunch in the chat, and we can see where you're from and what you had for lunch. The results are coming. And I will probably, for people who didn't have lunch, now will get you very hungry.
Richard, meanwhile, I don't see your slides are loading.
Yeah, second to load.
Well, just let me know if you have any kind of issues and I can upload them for you. And you can just take control.
No, they're coming. It's really...
Okay. Okay, no worries.
Marta, can you stop sharing in the meantime?
Oh, wow, look at this bread with avocado, delicious. Yogurt and fruit. Okay, now everybody's made everybody else hungry for dinner. And plus, everybody's given everybody great ideas too. They're still loading. It says the slides will appear when they're ready.
Now we can see slides perfectly.
Yes.
Okay. Funny, I can't see mine. As always, a little technical thing. It says we'll have
no worries. You cannot see the slides on the screen.
Right. You can wait a little longer or try reloading. So
yeah, maybe you can try reloading and
let me share again. Thanks for your patience, everybody. It's a nice chance to relax and get yourself situated. It's loading. That's nice. That's a good sign.
we can see them.
Yeah, I can see too.
Great.
Maybe everybody had a chance to get a drink of water or to kind of relax. kick those scissors because now we have some time to talk amongst ourselves. Today's topic is how school teachers can support students in catching up. And as Marta said, I'm a professor of emeritus of University of Maryland Global Campus, and right now I'm a learning designer working with teachers in training, student teachers at the Professional School of Education, Stuttgart, Ludwigsburg. Kind of a blast from your past. This is kind of a full circle moment for me in a little bit, because back in March of 2020, maybe some of you were there, I gave 4 webinars just when COVID had started breaking out, had come, and there wasn't a vaccine, schools were closing, people were dying early. It was a terrible, terrible time. And the seminar is titled, Keep Teaching, Planning and Delivering Remote Instruction to Your Students During This Hard Time. And the funny part about that is when I was looking through those slides, this was the highlight from March of 2020. We all felt in those days that Maslow's hierarchy of needs was more important right then than Bloom's taxonomy. And that was a simple way of saying normally as teachers we're interested in outcomes, academics, performance, test scores, all of those things. And at the time, taking care of our students' social needs, their emotional needs, whether or not they had access to going to school, all of that was much more important. So it's interesting to think 2 years ago where we were and where we are now, and all of you, we are all on that journey together. So if you're out there listening now, give yourself a big hand. Congratulations. What you've done, if you start seeing the last 2 years in your mind, the hurdles you've overcome, how you've been able to keep students learning and going, it's just kind of remarkable testament to your resiliency. Today, we're going to talk about these things just to kind of show that it's not over, right? All that resiliency and the hard work that people have done for 2 years, the new approaches, the new educational technology systems that have come in, trying to keep students learning during that time. We still have challenges and obstacles to overcome. Today, we'll talk about survey findings. We'll talk about present classroom challenges that you might be undergoing. And we'll also talk about different approaches. You know, traditional teaching has a lot to do with the teacher and the focus on the teacher, textbooks, tests, standardized tests. These new types of approaches, UDL, PBL, and SEL. Sounds so funny, right? Lots of acronyms there. Universal design for learning, project-based learning, social emotional learning. A lot of theories you've probably heard about and approaches that maybe we're starting to see a lot of more successes and open-minded for using them as we're going through. First of all, some context, right? The UN, right, back in 2020, referred to what was happening in our schools as a global generational catastrophe. And they're pretty much right. Remember those days, it was 1.4 billion students were suddenly out of school. And to show how that's not really ended, it's the second point where it says UNICEF in their March 2022 report still notes that 23 countries haven't opened schools. Now, many of these are not in Europe. Many of these are in Africa and the Far East, the Middle East, schools and countries that still have the virus predictions and things moving forward. But it just shows you that the pandemic is still there. The pandemic's not over. Many of us right out there are still coping and maintaining with the virus. There's this huge wave, perhaps in your country too, the way it is in Germany. Lots of people who hadn't had COVID are now getting it. It's 2 or 3 days, doesn't seem to be as heavy, but they're experiencing feelings of fatigue, disruptions, staying out of school. So all of those things too. And then the aspects about mental health that are affecting people too, the traumas and the things that have gone through the past 2 years and things going on. So Human Rights Watch 2022 in their most recent report, their main finding was that pupils lack equal and inclusive access to online and remote education. At least that was the other issue that's coming up out of this pandemic. What would be nice now is if we had a little bit of interaction in the chat. I'm going to read through these things, and it would be interesting if you thought about your country, your culture, where you are right now, which of these major points that I'm going to talk about affects you right now the most. Okay, disruptions, absenteeism from students, quarantines, canceled classes, teacher and staff shortages, teacher and staff competences that need to be developed in new areas, loss in teaching and learning time, anticipation of another pandemic wave in the fall, right? Colds and flu season is traditionally, and now people think this is coming up. And then also navigating that world with masks in schools, right? So maybe some reactions in the chat. Which is the most difficult of these to do? Oh, okay. People are having issues with the screen. Okay, now I'm on context here. Now I switch to the next one, and people should say survey findings. Can everybody see survey findings?
Yeah, now we can see survey findings.
Excellent. Okay, so some of these texts were coming in, and let's see what some of the surveys have recently shown with these ideas too. Okay, one survey, the UK, yeah, accepting marks in schools, right? Christina comes up and says that's, you know, grades, because if the grades are going down, how does a student who is traditionally an A or a B student or a 1 or a 2 suddenly deal with having a 3-2, right? Teacher and staff shortages, right? We're getting from the Netherlands that's an important issue that's happening right now, right? How do you catch up, right? If we're simultaneously going through staff shortages out there too. Okay. When we talk about schools, it's always hard because you have learners at different levels and ages, right? For example, the first one deals with 6-year-olds. And what this survey found is that about 68%, 2/3 of the students they found were about a year behind, or where they should be, or where test scores had been a little earlier. And when you're trying to look at, you know, students in that earlier grade, nursery school, kindergarten, grade 1, how they're doing and where they are with reading and math skills that then they're going to need for primary and secondary skills, so important in there. And that leads us to the second one, primary and secondary schools, learning gaps depending on the country, depending on the area, mathematics, phonics, reading, writing, stamina, and handwriting, so much as digital, languages, speaking and listening part, not so much the reading and writing, and then physical education and sports, right? And that was from an EU 2021 study. Christine is also mentioning that professors are just worried about carrying out what the students missed. Such a great point. I mean, the hardest part of all of that is trying to determine what did the student miss, and then how do you make arrangements for putting that back into the curriculum and seeing how that's going to work. And what's really interesting, Christina also adds a great number of students who dropped out or became anorexic. And that's when I talk about that falling through the gaps or falling through the cracks, you know, even learning one student who might be at an upper level, right? Say the 14-year, 15-year-olds, they're close to their degrees in a couple of years and they decide schools become too hectic and they drop out. Or as we alluded to before, the mental wellness and health issues that come. So students, an increase of psychological issues in case of learning disability issues all coming up. So all impacting that as well too. The hard part, of course, all of this is we know as teachers, how do you assess a student? You know, we all have those standardized tests, and it seems like for the most part, we end up using them because there's nothing better yet. But other ways to try to do that is through observation or seeing the other areas of kind of, they hit them with these national testing assessments in the areas too. But now I thought we could try a Slido. So if you can see in the chat, and if you can go to this link, slido.com. And then when you get to that, right? Yeah, absolutely. And then you can just impact teacher as the hashtag, as the code to come in there. And then it would be great if you could see the answers and then start responding to it. How do you feel today about the students catching up because of the disruptions due to the pandemic? You know, are you motivated? Students can do this. Or are you neutral? Not sure students can do this? Or discouraged? You know, it's impossible for students to catch up. And we're seeing some interesting stats. 78% are saying motivated students can do that. That's wonderful, wonderful. Neutral looks like it's about 25. Oh, the numbers are changing a little bit too. Nice. So take a minute. We have about 30 more seconds for it. If you can find the link, slido.com, and then enter teacher is the code. And it looks like we've got some good numbers here. 63% out there are motivated, wonderful. Neutral, about 26%, and 11% say, discouraged. It's impossible for students to catch up. Interesting. Okay, we have one more. If you can put in the code again and see this next question is where are your students today? Are they at the levels they should be? Are they 0 to half a school year behind? Are they 1 year or more behind? Or are they ahead of where they should be? Yeah, I don't think, we'll see if anybody says that they're ahead. Very interesting. At the levels they should be, 0 to half a school year behind, 1 year or more behind. Right, so about 30 more seconds. I mean, really interesting numbers. At the levels they should be, it's still encouraging, right? 0 to half a school year behind, and 1 year or more behind. Wow, those are some intense numbers. It looks like they're stabilizing a little bit. The numbers, okay, so about 5 more seconds. At the levels they should be, about 25%. That's not bad. Wow, that's a lot of good work out there. It would be interesting also to know what level, right? Is that high school or is it primary, secondary, or where that's going in? But 25%, right? Not bad. But then these are the sobering statistics here. 0 to half a school year behind, 52%, and then 1 year or more behind, 22%. So that comes up to something like about 71% are half a school year behind or 1 year or more behind. So then how do we kind of catch up for that too? So thanks for participating in that survey. Certainly interesting. And we have our work cut out for us, partly to deal with what does the whole concept of catching up mean? It's such a strange expression. How do you know when someone has caught up to something? So based on those surveys, here are some of these classroom challenges and pressures. How do we maintain pupils' resiliency to keep learning and to catch up, right? Our students have been doing this for about 2 years. Maybe you've got great tricks and techniques that keep them motivated and encouraged when they come in. I know one of my favorite ones, I come into the classroom and you'll see, I do a lot of substitute teaching. So too, as teachers in training, I keep my hand in that by coming in and taking it. And if I come into the classroom and they're just kind of saying, who wants to learn today? And they all look at me like I'm a little bit crazy. Who's this kind of crazy guy? Who wants to learn today, to get them excited about that, what's going on? And then usually by the second or the third day, if I'm there for 3 days in a row, they go, oh, what are we going to learn today? There's a way of saying, okay, the classroom is a learning kind of place, right? It's moving in. So I'm sure people have their own ways that they do that, engage students. So maybe this is a great time in the chat. If you can contribute, do you have a special saying or a thought that you greet students with, particularly when you see that they seem to be tired or they've had a, maybe like this week, a long weekend, something's going, what's a nice expression you can say to a classroom of students to really kind of get them focused and then move on, right? Pasta for lunch. I thought that was what you said. That always works, right, for people, if you can say that too, but that's answering the first question. Great. Okay, so what else? These classroom challenges. Mental health issues across a broad range of neurodivergent learners. And Christina mentioned this in the chat before, seeing an increased number of students early ages too with adult level problems, right? The pandemic's not over, coping and maintaining with that. And then also in the classroom, behavior issues, engagement and motivation issues. So all these aspects will help doing that. And this next comment is for the 11% that said, you know what? It's impossible. And it's nice in these webinars, since we're all teachers and we want to keep it real, that expression, keep it real and kind of really talk about what's going on, is this dose of reality. What can we do to really catch up? And then this other question, what does we will catch up later mean? Each one of us is a different place, whether you're teaching 6th graders or 4th graders or kindergarten or vocational school students. Catching up is going to have a different relationship to you depending on what material in the curriculum you're trying to catch up with. And then maybe also what material in the curriculum in the past you left out. A classic example is the textbook has 12 chapters. you decided you couldn't do chapter 8 and chapter 6. So whatever was in those chapters, it didn't work. Or you do geography, but there wasn't time to do geography of South America. Now, how do you catch up and then do this geography of South America or the chapters that are missing? And for other, skills-based programs such as math, shortcuts to learning are hard because they're foundational. You can't move on to algebra before you have a nice basis in integers and in variables, that type of language that build blocks. And if you miss that one, as you know, then you're going to kind of miss that and keep that whole thing together. So here's this dose of reality slide is the next one. It's a mountain. And really, to be honest, I side with the 11% that said it's impossible, it's risky and pointless to try. I mean, that's with my head. Because I just sit back and think, okay, how do I catch up? People have said a year behind, 6 months behind. The first reaction is, okay, students should repeat the year. They should go back. It's to their benefit. It's really good when they go back and then they learn. But then you have all those social issues. The parents might not want them repeating. They have their own agendas, the things that are going on. So while it is impossible, I mean, we're teachers. We can't just say, forget it and throw in the towel, right? So I found this personified kind of quote. It's impossible, said pride, right? It's risky, said experience. And then it's pointless, said the head, the reason, right? But then what else happens here? Give it a try, whispered the heart. And teachers' hearts, they're resilient, and they're resilient in the face of all these challenges. That's why we've been able to keep students learning over the past 2 years. It was impossible situations, but we kept going and moving through it. So now at this stage, where we're doing more than just trying to keep students learning, if we're in this catching up phase to move forward, the focus has to be on teaching pupils how to learn and learning strategies, what their learning preferences were. Maybe some of you are like me when we went to school. They talked about learning styles. What's your learning style? Are you audio, visual, haptic, right? And a lot of that type of language has gone out of the way because people change, brains change, right? What we've learned about the brain and how it learns is that somebody could start maybe years ago as an audio learner, and now they're more visual. Or probably what happens is there's a combination of things that are going on. So more than talking about somebody's learning style, these days it's about the learning preferences. And maybe a good conversation to have with your students, your pupils, no matter the age. What do you need to learn? What are your conditions? Do you like music? Do you have to have an organized desk? What are the best ways that you like to learn? Do you like video tutorials? Do you like reading a book? Do you like group work? Engage students with what are the best ways to learn, so that what happens to the students, they begin to think of themselves as learners, not so much as a student or a pupil, but I'm a learner, a lifelong learner. And when I want to learn something, this is what I need to do and how I move forward with it. So rather than all that standardized drills and standardized tests and memorization, all of those types of things, maybe teachers, we can be showing students how to learn, and they're able to tell you, how do you learn? What do you need to learn? What are your options? Instead of just this one way that fits all. Okay, there are some great sources out there too for this Foundations Learning Network that UNICEF has provided. It's fln.com. There is the hub. And UNICEF partnered with these organizations, and they support resources with ministries, with districts. And then here down at the bottom, that's our group with institutions in there too. So certainly great resources in there. What I really liked that I thought was good to talk about today to us is to discuss the categories in the FLN Hub organization. Notice that they've taken early child education, and probably the way it should, and moved it in its own category away from the school system, right? Then the next category is this formative assessments. How do you go about measuring learning, right? It's the age-old question, how do you measure effective accomplishment of a learning objective in here? So there's a whole range of different assessments for doing that. Then teaching at the right level. All the literature right now with trying to catch up. Catching up is one thing, but how do you know it's at the right level, particularly with books that students might be reading? If they're reading them online, is somebody monitoring to make sure that the book is at the right level? and moving forward with that one. Another category is the language of instruction, right? I mean, maybe we should dedicate today's session also to our colleagues in the Ukraine. I mean, war-torn Ukraine right now, it's got everybody by the heartstrings. Most of our countries are seeing an influx of wonderful Ukrainian children, and also Ukrainian teachers hopefully are being hired at the schools to do this. But whatever the language is, every culture and country has a home-based language, but then has students with other languages coming into the school. And years ago, it was always the target language and no other language being taught. What the pandemic has taught us is that language of instruction is very important, and languages should be kept going and moving forward with that too. This next category is parental engagement, and none of this catching up, remember I said it's impossible, none of that catching up is going to happen without the parents' engagement. So we hear so many of these webinars speak a lot about student engagement. How do we motivate them? But now how do we do with parents? And some of you might experience up to 25% of the parents aren't supporting children at home or are busy and don't have time to look at the homework or monitor what's happening in there. So helping parents become more engaged with the learning process is certainly something that's important there too. And then also, oh yeah, thank you for putting the link in there, flnhub.org, right? And then this last category of digital learning. So that was a long way of saying why I like this organization. You might be in a task force at your school. And if you're on a task force at your school working with these areas, those are nice categories to divide up and then have subcommittees working in those particular fields. Trying to catch up is such a nice expression. We have to catch up, but then when it has to be particularized and put into project management types of categories, these might help. And maybe think about your school and what's happening now at your school. Are there task forces that are involved with these things, or is it kind of hodgepodge and moving through it? I know we have Marissa makes a very nice comment. I think we can assess real learning if we put students in the condition to use their knowledges and abilities to create a product. Wow, so much better than that test, right? Because that test, multiple choice where they're filling in with a pencil, one type of learner is going to do well on that test, right, Marissa? Better if the outcome is made by a group. It's wonderful, right? Activating and assessing collaborative skills at will, right? Really lifelong skills that you need everywhere on the job market or as people and are moving forward. So it's a wonderful, wonderful comment. In fact, some of this came out. These are these general policy recommendations out of European studies. Monetary resources and expensive tutoring additional hours are there. And most of us, if you're working at a country in Europe, you're relatively well off. Money has been relatively easy to see coming, but what to do exactly with these vast amounts of money and how the students get them, how the schools get them, and then what is done with this money. So in other countries where money is not, tremendously wealthy at all, it's a real issue. Where are the funds coming for? How's the money coming in? Most of the recommendations of post-COVID, just about in every country in Europe, says additional money has to be earmarked and moved forward, and then a lot of the governments are able to support that part. And then what that money is usually spent for, tutors, additional hours from teachers, maybe student teachers are then hired to come in, substitute teachers, spending money for tutors, so that money is trying to make up for extra work coming in there. Maybe not the best use of the money. We'll have to talk about what people think, what's happening at your school, and particularly with how the money trickling down, and if the infrastructure, for example, and the Wi-Fi is working pretty well. Okay, another recommendation came with flexibility and expectations for curriculum goals, right? Changing goals in curriculum. There's a request for improving homeschooling options, but you might be in a country where homeschooling is forbidden. It's not part of the landscape, but making homeschooling an option if you have a parent who feels like, wow, my student's getting a better education at home with me than perhaps going to school right now. We talked about the reading books and making adjustments for pupils not able to use home learning or online learning, right? There's a certain percentage of students in your country, in your school, that can't use online resources, and then navigating this whole repeat years for pupils. I mean, have the repeat years increased at your particular school of students that are held back a year? And is there any kind of social stigma with that related to it too? And then figuring out how to assess students' learning, and everybody's looking for, okay, 2023, the new PISA results will come up. Okay, so today's impulses, right? Saying that you can't catch up by more traditional teaching methods, just like Marissa said. Textbooks and exercises are not going to cut it to try to just pound more hours into a student's life. Teachers, we can't do it for pupils. We can't open up heads and put in the knowledge in there. So the trick or the strategy is to motivate and engage pupils to do it themselves. Key point here is maybe see yourself in the role you already do, right? But when somebody asks me, hey, Rich asks me, what do you teach? I said, well, I teach English, I teach instructional design. And I've learned to change that around so that I'm saying that, well, I teach learners English. I teach learners how to learn English, or you teach learners how to learn math, teach learners how to learn writing, you teach learners how to read science, how to, teach how to learn science. This whole concept of not teaching a subject as much as you're showing somebody how to learn it so they can learn it on their own. And then this is the million-dollar question too. How do we get pupils to be as enthusiastic about school and catching up as they are about music, right? Pupils love music. They're connected to it. They really engage with it. I still think it's possible to do that with school. An engaged teacher and a learning environment in the school all come together to get them just excited as that way. And then I'm going to throw these acronyms at us today again to do a lot of what Marissa was saying. Bring in new pupil-centered approaches instead of the teacher. UDL, PBL, SEL, probably can remember what they are, right? UDL, PBL, SEL, and then online ed tech for that too. This last little phrase, it's part of a UDL background too. UDL, Universal Design for Learning, does a study where lots of schools have paid lots of extra money for tutors and spent a lot of money. And what they were finding was that it didn't really motivate the student to stay after school or to do extra work. But they were finding that students that they were behind, having someone look them in the eye and telling them, you can do this, I believe in you, especially at that moments when this pupil or the student is tired, comes to you, I can't do this, trying to change that I can't to a I will try, right? That's a key learning movement when they begin to believe in themselves. And that's, my recipe today for success of trying to catch up. It's not so much the extra work, the extra Bloom's taxonomy, it's just the feeling that the student wants to catch up, and how do you engage that, and how that has to come from the student. UDL, a few words about it. There are major, it comes out of cast.org, right? You can find that website very easily. A lot of you know this framework. You use it already with your classes. It's really an approach more than it is laws or rules. There are 3 principles: engagement, representation, and action and expressions. And it comes from the 1980s out of architecture and universal design. And now they apply it to universal design for learning. At the same time, all this new work was being done with the brain and how it learns. So it simplifies it, UDL, a little bit. The brain is much more complex than this, but it throws networks into our brains and says, okay, you've got the affective networks, certain parts of your brain that deal with the why of learning, the curiosity. So if you can get students to be interested in something, that stimulates that part of the brain, and then they're engaged. The what of learning is the representation. It's usually the content, how the material comes to a student. Traditionally, it was a textbook or a book. Today, it could be a video tutorial, it could be a movie, it could be an observation of a case study, it could be a debate. Lots of different ways to suddenly move this around and get the representation in there. Also, representation is important for images. So if everybody in the picture book is white male, for example, that's not really helping with the diversity and representation of what's out there. If the text that you supply for students are only in one language, for example, like say a poem, and you're studying how to read a poem, why not let students bring in a poem from whatever background or language they speak, if it's just about poetry analysis and then showing that part. Okay, so the what of learning is that. The how of learning, the action expression, the strategic networks have more to do with executive functions, how we plan, time management, goals, do all of those things. In short, engagement is about the curiosity. The what is how the content comes to a learner. And the how, the action expression, is what you do with that. For the classroom, the action and expression is usually that final project, an essay, a test in the old days, but it could also be, as Marissa was saying, projects. It could be a song, it could be a dance, it could be a sculpture, it could be lots of different creative ways of putting those things together. In fact, UDL, if you wanted to put UDL into, pretty much like a one sentence, I mean, it's a major kind of long book, it's really multiple options for learner variability. So we talked about learner preferences, all kinds of different things out there. Now presenting something that works for everybody in one kind of design, but that's super hard to do. UDL has a complete matrix associated with it. And what's interesting about it, it works horizontally and the way that it does vertically too. I'm not going to read through all of these, but if you see at the bottom, the whole goal of UDL, it's not to make a great lesson. The goal of UDL over the years is to develop what UDL calls expert learners. Expert learners. And they say to become an expert at anything, you need about 10 years. And when they say expert, what like really mean expert, like Olympic level of sports, or then to become a learner, they say usually by the 10th year of studying and going to school, students should know what their learner preferences are and then how to set goals to be able to do well on a test or to be able to set themselves up for how they're moving forward and then hitting it. So expert learners, you see at the bottom, purposeful and motivated, resourceful and knowledgeable, and then strategic and goal oriented. And that's how they're working through that with the guideline. There's some more tips, right? Engagement, representation, action, and expression. Why I think they're important for us, trying to catch up is important, is the action and expression is important so that students can set goals, that they have a part in their learning. Like the teacher, we might know, okay, you need to catch up on this area. Now tell the student and allow them to help set their own goals of how they plan on getting to that point. If they want to go to this next level, how do you do that so that they can kind of see what's happening for that? The engagement part is to become curious about the subject, not, okay, we were talking about like the geography of South America, for example. How do you stimulate interest in that so that they want to learn about it? You say, hey, we did all of the geography of the world last year, but we haven't done South America. And kind of build it. Who's interested? Who knows something already about South America or something? So that the interest is there and the curiosity moves forward. And then appealing to them, would you like to watch a video about it, a film? Here's a textbook. So there's some kind of choices about the resources that they use to learn about it. Okay, and then the R is for access. Right, that's kind of the equity part of putting it all together. But these things, you probably read them faster than I could speak. Scaffolding is in there. Text to speech tools, right? Translators. So if German, for example, in our country, if German isn't the first language, is there a translation that's available to help the learner work through the aspects of what they're trying to learn, especially for math, where maybe language isn't that important for that part. Okay, what is UDL? What isn't UDL, right? UDL is not accessibility. Sometimes people think, okay, it has to do with accommodations or people who have problems or areas or something, and it really doesn't. And this is a neat way to see it. If you talk about universal design for learning, it really comes out of universal design. Does everybody know sliding doors? You go somewhere, they just automatically open, right? Sliding doors, and then ramps. Once those started to be in use, they became interesting for everybody, not just people maybe in roll chairs or people in wheelchairs or couldn't turn the handles because they weren't strong enough. A universal design like a sliding door that helps everybody. If I'm carrying books or people are carrying children, it just opens. So it has this notion of universal design, access for all. It doesn't matter the condition or the situation of mobility. And there's a little bit of difference between accommodation and universal design. And this is also important for learning. An accommodation is an extra thing that's put there to help people who can't. For example, can't use stairs. Now there's a ramp. Whereas universal design from the beginning, when you first start building it, you think, okay, who are all the possible users? Let me take all the barriers and I only need one thing that's coming in there. So with universal design for learning, that's what that's about. What are all the barriers that could be out there for students? Learning preferences, maybe writing and reading issues, and how do I design a task or a project that is applicable for all instead of having separate and different types of assignments. Okay, some UDL thoughts are also kind of interesting. It's not about changing students. There's nothing wrong with students. It's about changing the school. And when I first read that kind of made a lot of sense to me too, that I'd always heard well, it's a bad student or a lazy student or something, and nothing could have been further from the truth. If the student had been engaged, they would have just been just as successful as the others who were able to take tests really well. And we talked about this other one. A teacher doesn't teach math, English, or science. A teacher shows learners how to learn these subjects, and anything else in life learners want to learn. So somebody finishes school, they can be a wonderful learner. They learned a lot in school. They don't go on to university perhaps or college, but now let's say they've moved somewhere and they started a family and now they have a baby. They want to learn how to take care of it. They know how to do that. I can teach myself how to do the things that I need to do. And then that's what an expert learner would be. An expert learner is not somebody who has a PhD or has gone through college. An expert learner is somebody who knows how to learn something when that need is there. And a great skill that teachers can give. All right, switching gears a little bit, kind of moving up towards our time. Project-based learning is another approach alongside with UDL. That's a lot what Marissa was talking about too, using projects in the class, but not assigning them. So the first part of this, of course, is align them to the curriculum and what your learning objectives are. Active learning. The difference maybe between doing a project and project-based learning is that some kind of real-world long-term problem, right? So those of you who know eTwinning really well or Erasmus Plus, popular topics like climate control, population, smart cities, those topics that are hard for adults to answer and prove, let children in school work at them, right? That might become more stimulated by thinking of a real world problem in their community than something that's just in the textbook coming in. So what happens? Pupils formulate questions. It's up to them to decide what questions when they work collaboratively across the disciplines in different subjects. It's all about the process. So if they don't produce some kind of brilliant result in the end, that's what did you learn going through it? So lots of reflection. What did you learn? So when you go out in the real world and troubleshoot and problem solve, all of these things make a lot more sense that you can't do it alone. You need research and collaborative work coming in. And then when you finish the project, whatever it might be, is that it's supported by a real world audience. You know, for example, if the students are working on a video about a current event, right, in their hometown or their village, and now they've, you know, an election was recently done or something that's a sports day and they put together a short video for, then they would be allowed to send it to the TV station or a journalist. You know, maybe the journalist, thank you, I really can't use it, but they see that school isn't this kind of bubble, that things that they produce in the school then can be used and then maybe make the world a better place in that aspect. And maybe some of you in Germany right now, lots of money is going into maker spaces and fab labs. So students are creating things, 3D printers, virtual reality, those types of things are happening in the school. So if you're fortunate enough to have those kinds of grants and programs coming in, those are all great activities to kind of advance PBL and moving forward. PBL is not, just the way we looked at UDL was not accessibility. PBL is not doing projects, and you can read through this list faster than I can go through it, certainly, right? Projects on one side, the teacher gives you this, you go do it, right? The project-based learning, okay, what are you going to pick for your project? You know, collaboratively, working it together, student-centered, and have those things coming in. So lots of great resources out there to PBL, and find that about too. Okay, this third one I wanted to talk about today, we had UDL, Universal Design for Learning, PBL, and now social emotional learning. Maybe the image speaks best for it. See the heart with the brain? You know, for years, academic intelligence, that's what you have in school, and oh, not emotion. But now starting to learn that the brain works well with social and emotional intelligence. So being able to understand emotions, I mean, control them is kind of hard, but as students, especially in those early years, nursery school and kindergarten, learn to control perhaps anger or tears or frustration as they move in, being emotionally intelligent and aware of how that works in us, especially with the studies done with neuroeducation showing that an intimidated brain, a brain that's trying to learn out of fear, or a brain that's trying to learn out of in a traumatic experience, something's going on at home or something, all those things have to kind of go by the wayside, or space has to be given, kind of a check-in. You probably noticed they did that initially. Hi, everybody, take 3 breaths, relax, kick off your shoes, kind of like a check-in, so that the Unterricht, the lesson, doesn't really start right when the bell goes off, but there's a 5 or 10 minute phase, and it's an important time. You might think, oh, I can't take away the time from the learning, where you're checking in and people are saying, how do you feel today? What's going on? And then clearing the air so that there's a central learning space, and then the learning can begin. Okay, so learner and culture variability, emotional states then become important areas to talk about. These types of techniques, positive reinforcement, good work, helping pupils find the language to how are you feeling about, how did that make you feel, formative feedback, cyberbullying and bullying and all of these different things that are going out. So there's a lot of love with social emotional learning, a lot of being kind. So some schools might have like a Be Kind Day or a diversity week that talks about feelings and people's coming from it too. And it's got all about empathy, kindness, and the respect for humanity. So one of the premier organizations for this is the Mahatma Gandhi Institute for Sustained Educational Development, MICHIP, and they've got a wonderful framing space, learning area for these with courses that are free to the public that you can take. And it's really different from teaching SEL skills, right? If you move forward, most of us do this as teachers anyway. We're teaching students these skills, but SEL learning is really having that kind of environment around that's a safe space for the realization that the emotions are just as important as the brain when one is trying to learn, and then trying to get into that place where the brain is not actively focused on an area. And many of you probably do this with your students too. They say, hey, my homework's going to be late because I've had something going on in my life. Being flexible enough to say, yes, okay, take the time. The course will always be there. When you're ready, come back to it. And maybe not always a luxury in your cases of when students have to turn in work or you're trying to be fair, right? It's also kind of an issue in there too. But these social emotional skills, just being very different from the way the school could work with them too. Okay, coping with anger, right? All these effective skills, and they're available on the slide, coming in. All right, that takes us to kind of this last one. Dr. Nash writes, what about the future? Okay, Rich, that's great. You just told me about UDL, PBL, SEL. I kind of know about those things. I try to do that in my class, but how do I keep it going? It's webinars, professional development, those things, making them an issue at the schools, doing presentations. But Dr. Nash in her ICL report, ICL, the impact of COVID on key learning and education, she says to prepare for any future periods of disruption. She says, okay, we have to do better next time. It's vital that funding be there for remote schooling. So there is, above all that UDL, PBL, SEL stuff, there has to be contingency plans for if something horrid happens, how do we keep students learning without missing a beat, without trying to go back and so far, especially with the background in here. So these resources need to be shared with families. See how important that is? A lot of it came out of the pandemic with the families who are able to support students emotionally, and also with things like computers and Wi-Fi. They did a lot better than those students that didn't have that. So structured manner to enable caregivers with limited time to make confident choices for home living and home learning. And many of you became the caregiver for your students if they didn't have that nice network at home. One interesting thing, you might have seen these already, these wonderful pictograms, and I love these for Ukrainian pupils. They're in all 28 languages in the Erasmus Plus eTwinning site and at the EU. And what they are, they use UDL, PBL, and SEL all at once to inspire students from Ukraine who are now in the classroom, and then also the students that are with them in the classroom to learn each other's language and the customs. This example is from the Spanish version, and there's the website that you can get for all of your countries in there too. But see the simple pictogram that has that image in there for learners who like the image. And then it's also got the emotional words and language that can be used. So it's a place where bridges can start through that. And I kind of think if it just had an audio component, speech to text, then it would be a universal design with all the barriers for how that's kind of working. So exciting stuff is coming out of that. All I talked about today, UDL, PBL, SEL, I keep saying it, it's almost like a t-shirt or a coffee mug, right? It is in relation to what we're learning also, or what we have learned in the last 2 years about these online learning pedagogies. So all of that was like, these were just approaches to what we can do to try to engage students and make it more student-centered. Things that you see here are more about how education is transforming, and each one of us has a different relationship with technology and how that's worked. But all of these are ways to catch up too. Flip your classroom, right? Where the students are reading before they come into class instead of sitting there too. Build out your Moodle, okay? That you might not have a Moodle. Maybe you've got Ilias or Blackboard or Brightspace, but Google Classroom, Schoology, whatever your LMS, if you're fortunate enough to have a learning management system, build it out. Blend your learning. So maybe a combination of both, of the async and the sync, putting it together. Web enhance your class with links. Quizlet, Padlet, a lot of us know many of these tools that are out there that our learners like to use. I mean, to try to study and catch up, those are nice tools they can do on their own. They almost are gamified ways of learning. And internationalize your curriculum. I think you know where I'm going with that, of course, eTwinning and Erasmus+. And this last one is for us as professionals. We're so busy teaching, we rarely think of ourselves that what we've done and what we've taught is worth for other people. So if you've developed a great graphic organizer for integers, or you have a wonderful vocabulary sheet, right? Publish it in a repository as an open educational resource with the Creative Commons license on it so that others can use that. So I see this in the next 5 or 10 years in Europe, it's just going to take off. Will there be more publishing, sharing, and using of our educational resources for our lessons? eTwinning and Erasmus Plus mobility projects are another one besides those wonderful Picto books that we saw with Ukrainian and other target languages in the lands where people are. eTwinning and Erasmus Plus mobility projects together are a powerful 1-2 connector for learning. Some of you might be in small and remote villages. I've visited them in Germany, eTwinning schools as they make the rounds, and it is amazing how involved students are. When you talk to the teachers at some of these schools, they say, wow, they didn't have an international perspective, let alone a national perspective. They only kind of knew the village. And now, you know, they've got pen pals in Italy, pen pals in Spain. So this eTwinning and Erasmus Plus mobility project, when the student first learners meet an eTwinning, they do a small little project. And now with the money available, they're traveling and getting to meet people. Wow, that suddenly brings that whole UDL of engagement, representation, and action and expression. It brings it all together, and the resources are there, right? If your school doesn't have an expensive LMS, right, chances are that you've got Wi-Fi, hopefully, and that you could connect and use the eTwinning. Okay, right now, it's kind of neat because eTwinning is in its own transformation, right? eTwinning and the Education School Gateway. And there's an exciting webinar. I guess I can promote that a little bit. I think it's been moved to the 14th or the 16th. It was going to be the 9th, but we're all kind of getting excited about that. But it's a great chance for us to then embrace these things. And I'm getting good comments in the chat with, I agree, different strategies, more opportunities, being creative. Sophia says, eTwinning has enabled us to create the conditions for the learners to choose. It's so true. Okay, I'm a fan. I think anybody out there who's done a project is kind of a fan, because you see the engagement just, you know, stride in there with students too. All right, I'm coming to the end, so I want to save some time for chat. So please put some comments in the chat too. Talk to each other. I see Sophia and Maria are talking. It's wonderful. That's what today is all about. We're teachers helping teachers. But this whole thing comes to what? Resiliency isn't easy. Taking on the challenges, it's hard. And really, you guys think he's so optimistic, but teachers are heroes. Right, first line heroes, what we've done for the last 2 weeks, and you keep having to remind yourself when you've got another stack of papers to grade, or you've got another parent-teacher conference, or something's coming in there too. What you're doing, keeping learners learning, is invaluable in these particularly dangerous years where students will fall through the cracks. But look at this, to keep on going, we've been doing this for 2 years, you have to take care of ourselves, right? If something happens to us, you can't help anybody else. So particularly important, teacher wellness. Right? This was a hard one for me. Okay, Sophia says, absolutely, it's so boundaries. You know, during the pandemic, I kind of lost them because what happened, it became like I maybe tricked myself into thinking all of this was fun. So I was spending a lot of hours and, you know, because the pandemic, you couldn't really go anywhere. But now this new phase of helping students catch up, by doing that, we catch up with ourselves, with our families, with our lives, you know, start smelling the roses a little bit more and realize what is out of your control and what's in your control. And so things that what people are thinking about you, the opinions of others, the past, what's happened there, you can't change any of that, or what's going on right now. If you're particularly in trouble with these other areas too. That's also hard. So that's out of your control. Maybe last thought for the day here. 6-year-olds laugh an average of 300 times a day. Adults only laugh 15 to 100 times a day. And then it says B6 again. I mean, schön wäre es, as we say in Deutschland. Das wäre schön. That would be nice if you could kind of that, but you kind of get the point. This is serious, horrible things, the pandemic, the Ukraine, but have to get in touch with that child and ourselves and then enjoy it, right? Okay, that was a lot. Sorry, everybody, but we do have some time for questions. So Marta, I'm going to maybe stop sharing and turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Richard, for the great presentation and the rich content and strategies you presented to our teachers today. I saw a lot of positive and nice comments for you in the chat. But please, yes, we have time now for some questions. If you have, please post them in the chat so I can read them out loud. Meanwhile, my colleague Eleonora will post in the chat the feedback form, so remember to save the link. You can also fill it in after the webinar, but please just save the link now. While we are waiting for some possible questions, I think it's worth it maybe to read a comment from Marisa in the chat. Let me just retrieve it. It was okay. Yeah, Marisa was saying before, I think we can assess real learning if we put students in the condition to use their knowledges and abilities to create a product. Better if the outcome is made by a group, so activating and assessing collaborative skills as well. I don't know, Richard, maybe if you want to comment a bit the comment that Marisa posted in the chat.
It's wonderful. And Marisa, I want to thank you because we were like you were a co-moderator with me because you have so many great ideas. And I can already see that there's a lot of people from the chat too that we think the same, right? We're just tired of those tests and then standard kind of achievements. And we see the classrooms come alive when students can work on projects, when they're real world projects. And I really truly believe, it might sound naive, trying to catch up. The only way that's going to be done is with these super cool adult related learning skills of collaboration and working together on projects where they can figure out what they want to do, what they want to use, what tools, and working all together rather than doing 3 more exercises from a book that was written 3 years ago. It's not sorry, everybody. If you're a textbook publisher, I didn't mean that to offend at all. But we all know those books, they're written some years ago and then they're published. And there's just a whole real world of problems and issues out there that sparked, our students' minds. So, even students that the product, I love what Marisa says because I've got students working on an e-twinning project right now. They want to write a song together. They said that's what, and they're all so inspired. At first they were like, e-twinning, what's this? And blah, blah, blah. It's a textbook. And now I can't get them to stop sending me emails and WhatsApps and can you listen to the song? So I agree with you right now, particularly products, projects, e-twinning, travel with Erasmus Plus. Now that the pandemic is slowly moving away, they're great moving on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. And maybe another one that it's really worth it in this context, also for all the teacher. Christina was saying, this webinar made me feel better. I'm a primary school teacher. Unfortunately, most of my daughter's professors do not care about the importance of collaborative skills. So I think in this sense was really important. All the presentation you have just done also to feel the teachers better and in a really collaborative environment and make them feel understood as well. And they can count on some help from our side, even though it's only maybe through these webinars, but really I think it's already a thing and it's really important for them.
Yeah, well, teachers, I'm a big fan, of course, because I am one. It's the best profession you could have. I'm biased, and I think every once in a while we forget we should give ourselves a clap on the shoulder and just say, great job, and keep it up.
Yeah, thank you. So great job, everyone. Okay, we are moving towards the end. I would like to thank you again, Richard, for being with us today. I think it was really inspiring for all the teachers here. There are a lot of thanks in the chat for you. And thank you, of course, to all the participants who joined us today. Please remember to fill in the feedback form and remember that no certificates are issued for this webinar. So we need to close now. It's 5 p.m. We all need some rest. I wish you all a good evening and thank you very much again for joining us today. Bye-bye, everyone.
What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? I am not shouting, but I cannot tolerate the way you people behave, right? All of you have no consideration for me. I'm such an important person. 10 o'clock, I've got a board meeting, I've got to be there on time. And here you people raise up such petty things. And then you say, don't shout. What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? Understand the way that you provoke me, and you don't have any consideration for me. What do you think I should behave as?
What is this, yeah? All the time telling me don't cry, don't cry. Obviously, I'll cry, right? Look at the way you behave. Look at this. Even I have to go for work. I'm getting delayed. Oh my God, this unreasonable behavior. It's too much. I'm not able to deal with it. I don't know what to do about it.
Okay. Taken you a little by surprise, but this is reality. There was this very famous book by John Gray, which says, Why Men Shout and Women Cry. It's one of a lot of books written by him, which are very, very useful at a practical level. And I have read it more than once. I have quoted from it. I have used it for helping, counselees and all that I've done. So at one point, when I was talking to somebody like this, it just struck me that I should also, try and see if I can convey that message in a more of an interactive manner, knowing how many of us nowadays read books. So I thought, let me put it in a more interactive and a more visual form. So that's why I took up this topic. Now, if you observed these two quick clips that you saw, first it was me, the man. Then it was Seema, the woman. What do you think happened? What do you think are the emotions? Dissatisfaction, irritation, being let down, feeling unwanted. The emotions were exactly the same to the man and to the woman. But did you see the outburst? Did you see the typical reaction, a male reaction and a female reaction? So what happens is that the women say, why do these men shout all the time? Can't they control their emotions? Why do they have to be so loud and brash and angry all the time? And surprisingly, I have so many men who come and say, I can't even carry out a decent argument with my wife. Anything I say and she breaks down and starts crying. That is her weapon. Now she starts crying, what am I supposed to do? I have to leave the place and go away. I have to stop the argument. Wonderful, isn't it? See how she uses crying as a tool to get the way that she wants. I can't even raise my voice. I can't say anything because she's got this wonderful tool, no? Breaking down, crying, whining. Now, this is what I want to discuss today. Right. Firstly, let us understand that a lot of women feel men do not have emotions. I want to clear that myth. Men have as much emotions as women. This has been proven by research and surveys and whatever it is. You don't have to take my word for it. A fact like the soldier who sacrifices his life for the sake of his country. It is a purely emotional act. I will go to the extreme of giving up my life for my country. A man who slogs away to glory, works in a horrible job for years and years because he feels only then he will be able to give a good education to his children. He is governed by his emotions. A person who wants to achieve, by achieving career-wise, even a person who wants to win over the love of his girlfriend, it is purely an emotional act which makes him go out of the way, promise her the moon, do anything for her. These are all emotions, right? So, let us understand that men have as much emotions as women do. The only thing is the expression of those emotions comes out in a different way. I would not even say wrong way, I would say a different way. So there are innumerable instances, for example, where a man is so busy with his work, 24/7, he is at work, in office, or even when he comes home, he's on the laptop or he's on the mobile. And the family, particularly the wife, feels this person is so indifferent. This person doesn't love his family members. This person only thinks of his work. Now you ask the man, and like I mentioned a minute back, he says, I do it because I love my family. If I did not have a wife and children, I could stay in a one room or rough it out somewhere, and whatever I earn, I would have been very happy. But I've got this responsibility. I have to provide, I have to get a good house, I have to provide basic amenities, I have to give a good education to my children, I have to give them so many things, no? I love them so much that the only way to be able to fulfill what I want to do with them is to work harder and harder and harder. It's a highly competitive world out there, dude. You don't know. Unless you are on your toes and perpetually struggling, you will be left out. So that is what I do. So what I was saying is that the expression of love is in a different manner. And that is what they don't understand. Similarly, men who claim that my wife is perpetually nagging me, she's always correcting me, she's always making demands on me. She breaks down and she cries, she sulks. She points out so many fingers at me and she says, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. Doesn't she understand what I am going through? But now if you look at it from the feminine perspective, why is she doing it? Because she loves him. If she did not care, she would have said, okay, he's the provider. He goes to office, he works, he earns money and he gets the money and I enjoy myself. I will spend my time with my parents, my friends, my children. She could have given up, isn't it? Why is it that she doesn't give up? Because that is her way of expressing love. You are my life partner. I love you. I want to have a good, harmonious life with you. And that is why I am constantly behind you, telling you. Even a simple thing like, a wife telling the husband, don't smoke or don't eat rich food. Or, doctor was saying that your sugar levels are high, so don't eat sugar. To the man, it may appear as though she's perpetually nagging me and she's behind my back and she hates me so much that she doesn't let me live in peace. I come back home and all the time, this is what she is behind me. But to the woman, it is her way of expressing her love. The other factor, which I've spoken of earlier, but I want to reiterate the same point, is generally men are left-brained and women are right-brained. Mostly, not all. Now, a left-brained person is a person who is logical, sequential, analytical, mathematical, critical. These are the traits of a left-brained person. A right-brained person is emotional, intuitive, interpersonal, creative, literary. Now, when a person is right-brained, the habits, the behavior, the interests, the talents are different from a person who is left-brained. Nature has made, probably with some wisdom, that men should be left-brained and women should be right-brained, because only then they complement each other. Now it is up to us whether to use this complement. When you have a North Pole and you have a South Pole, they attract each other. Imagine if both were North Poles. Imagine if a man gets married to a man or a woman gets married to a woman. Of course, now it is accepted and permissible and all that, but there's a very, very interesting thing. I know a lot of same-sex couples, right? Inevitably, one of them plays the male role and one of them plays the female role. Starting from the way their demeanor, their dressing, their expressions, their way of talking, the profession that they choose are typically male and female. So even though physically they belong to the same gender, they again attract each other and they live with each other and they love each other because they complement each other. this is what I want you to understand. There is a beauty in that, difference. The French always say that, men and women are different. Long live the difference. Life would have been very boring if men started behaving the way women do, and if women started behaving the way men do. And that is what John Gray points out to us and says that women expect their men to behave, to react, to respond the way they would have done in that situation. And the man expects his woman to react, respond, behave in the way he would have done it. And when that does not happen, men shout and women cry. And there is no winner or loser in this game. Just because a man generally ends up shouting, it does not mean that he wins the argument or he gets the upper hand. Sometimes the person who's crying gets the upper hand. Anyway, this is not a ding-dong battle. This is not a court of law where we are trying to prove one is right, the other is wrong or something. But this is what we have to accept in order to have more harmony between the, the genders, right? Okay. Now, why are men left brain and why are women right brain? This is another very interesting aspect. It is partly because of genetics, maybe, I don't know, I'm not a geneticist, but it is a lot to do with the learned phenomenon. Men have been cavemen from prehistoric days. The hunter, the gatherer, and the protector. Women, right from the beginning of history, have been the nurturer, the caregiver, the lover. It is so ingrained through generations and generations of our ancestors that we cannot give it up. Even in a world today, in the 21st century, in metropolitan cities, women are playing as great a role as men professionally. You'll have women CEOs, you'll have women engineers, you'll have women surgeons, you'll have women playing all sorts of roles which traditionally were restricted to men just a couple of generations back. But has that changed the demeanor? Has that changed the approach or attitude or the emoting and the relationship? No. A woman who is a highly qualified person, holding a very, very strong career position and whatever it is, when it comes down to family, when it comes down to personal level, she still behaves the same way as her grandmother or great-grandmother did. And the same thing with the man. Let's say here is this man, who has a partner who is not only doing as well as him, maybe doing better. Maybe she is the main breadwinner. She's the one in the limelight. He acknowledges that. But because he's relegated to playing this role, there are men, for example, who are, nowadays I come across, who are doing a lot of the cooking or taking care of children, which traditionally men never did. So you have this man who says, okay, you are busy, I'll take care of the baby. Or you are tied down with something else, I'll cook the food. So they are taking on feminine roles, right? But their demeanor, their expression, their behavior is not changing. When it comes to behavior which involves emotions, they still behave the way. Now this is not going to change in the near future. If it has not changed in thousands of years, please don't have hope that it will change overnight or within this generation or even within the next generation. What we can do is, as far as the next generation is concerned, teach them a little more. Teach them to understand. I have a small little incident ingrained in my mind that I must have been 5 or 6 years old. I was running and playing. I fell down. And I saw small red spots on my knee. Some thing had grazed my knee, and little blood was coming out. The moment I saw that, I thought I'm dying. And I let out a big shriek, and I started bawling, crying. My father came running out and said, "What happened? What happened?" I pointed my knees. He went down and looked at my knees. He took his hand and brushed it aside so those red spots disappeared. And he said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you crying away to glory? Nothing has happened to you." I said, "No, I'm dying." He said, "No, you're not dying at all. Nothing is happening to you. Go wash your knees and this and that, and then go and play do whatever you want." And he said, "Don't cry like a girl," he said. At that age, daddy is the ultimate. He is the end all and be all. Whatever he says is the absolute truth, right? So this great daddy told this little 5-year-old fellow, that is me, don't cry like a girl. But daddy never told me how to cry like a boy. So what did I do after that? Anytime I had something disturbing me, I would make sure that I don't cry. And because of that, what happened? Emotions started getting suppressed, suffocated, stifled, till I came to adolescence. And when I realized that I'm a big boy, I have power, I have control, I have strength, I used to bring out my irritation, my disappointments by shouting. And daddy never said, "Don't shout like a boy." In fact, I vaguely even remember if mommy would complain saying, "Look at your son, how he is behaving. Why is he so uncouth? Why does he shout?" Daddy would probably laugh and say, "Oh, he's a boy, forget it. He'll get over it." So directly or indirectly, that thing was propagated, that it is okay for you to shout, but it is not okay for you to cry. Now, all the girls sitting out there who are listening to this program, go back into your childhood. When you were a small child, and if somebody did something to you, and if you picked up your fist and started boxing that person, what would your parents say? "You're a girl. Don't behave like this. What's wrong with you?" Even if you shouted, they would have said the same thing to you. That is how that indoctrination came in. But when you cried, what happened? "Oh, my poor baby. Come here, sit in my lap. Don't worry, Mama is here. No, we'll take care of you." So time and again, it was reinforced to the boys that you shout, and it was reinforced to the girls that you cry. Now, when you are 20 or 40 or 60, can you change so easily your entire basic demeanor? No, you can't. In fact, as I was mentioning to you about a girl, protecting herself or hitting or whatever it is, boys and men are made to believe that they are physically stronger than women. In many cases, it is true. A woman is built in a slightly smaller frame and a little more delicate demeanor and all that, but it is not always the case. I think yesterday or day before, what's that girl's name? Nikat, from a small town in Nizamabad, is now on the way to becoming the world boxing champion. So do you still think that girls are weaker than boys? If any roadside Romeo wants to tease her and she gives one box and that fellow will go flying 10 feet into the air. Okay, now you may say, no, she is one exceptional girl. But if you read her interviews, there's something very significant. She said that my parents, though my father was also a sportsman, and though he encouraged his daughter for sports, but he said not boxing. Both father and mother said, if you do boxing and somebody hits your face, and if there is a mark on your face or your face gets disfigured, then nobody will marry you. Imagine telling that to a little girl who's aspiring to become a great sportswoman. Have you ever heard a parent or a coach telling a boy, don't get into boxing because if somebody hits you and your face gets disfigured, then no girl will marry you? See the irony of the situation. I'm very proud of the fact that here is an Indian girl who, went against what was indoctrinated into her and has achieved something. Now, she's a good role model. Before her, Mary Kom was also a great role model. So many of them. But like I said, they are exceptions because the others succumb. And once you succumb and once you're made to believe that you're not physically strong and you cannot protect yourself and you should not protect yourself, the only way that it comes out is in the form of frustration, crying, whatever it is. It goes right up to the, extent where the girl grows up, becomes a mother. And now she is supposed to be all the time that great sacrificial mother. Whatever else she may do, she has to give first priority to children. One excellent example is this great lady called Indra Nooyi. She was the CEO and even the chairman of PepsiCo. PepsiCo is one of the maybe top 50 organizations in the whole world. Indra Nooyi, a girl born and brought up in India and in Chennai, migrated to USA. Her parents didn't go. She went over there and went up the corporate ladder. And eventually, as I said, she became the CEO of PepsiCo. At the same time, she married and she had 2 daughters. While she was going up the ladder in the corporate world, she was also bringing up 2 little girls who eventually became 2 teenagers. How did she balance? How she balanced is one thing, but the pressures that she was under, not only from others, but even from her own self. Am I justifying my role as a mother? She has a very understanding and a very supportive husband. Despite that, she was always made to feel doubt and question that whatever I am doing, am I justifying my role as a mother or not? In fact, her mother gave her a very interesting piece of advice. She said, you go to office, do your work, come back home, and when you park your car in the garage, leave your crown in the garage. What is that crown? The crown is CEO, chairman, whatever she was. She said, leave that crown in the garage and then come inside as a wife and mother. Have you ever come across an upwardly mobile or a successful man being given that advice by his elders? Leave your crown in the garage and come back to being a husband and a father. This is where we need to work on. We need to work with children. There's a lot that can be done. The children who have not yet come to that stage where the gender differences become very obvious. The 4-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, the 10-year-olds, both boys and girls, can we help them to understand that while you belong to one gender, and you should be proud of your gender, you should be proud that you are a boy or you're a girl, nothing wrong with that. At the same time, you need to understand the other genders. And that includes more so particularly the boys. I remember, I think it was the first Independence Day message that Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave from Red Fort. And he raised a very interesting point. He said, we are so protective, so possessive about our daughters. We keep asking our daughters, "Tum kahan gayi thi? Kiske saath gayi thi? Where were you? Why did you come late?" But he said, we never ask our sons, "Tum kahan gaye the? Kiske saath gaye the? Kyun gaye the? Kyun late aaya?" When we are encouraging the boys to start feeling that way, what do you expect will happen when they grow up? We have been doing this one generation after another. At least now, can we put a break to it? You cannot change grown-up men, you cannot change grown-up women. Men will continue to shout. Women will continue to cry and say, "Kya karun? Maa hu na." Typical Bollywood dialogue. So there's not much we can do about it. But there's a lot that we can do with regard to the next generation. This men crying and women, men shouting and women crying, as I said, is not genetic. It is an inbuilt thing which comes out of indoctrination. It is based on the upbringing. It is based on the lessons and examples that are taught. It is based on the role modeling that we do with our children. Children growing up, particularly boys, watch their father shouting and their mother crying. And nobody seems to be bothered. Nobody points out and says, "This is wrong. Why can't mommy shout and daddy cry?" So what happens? He grows up thinking this is what life is all about. This is one strong message which I would like each one of you to please spread this little message after today to whichever adults who are concerned about the next generation. Please start changing that outlook, the demeanor, the attitude of both boys and girls. Don't tell a girl that you cannot do boxing because somebody will hit you and your face will get disfigured and then nobody will marry you. You're pulling down the self-esteem of the child. Don't tell a boy that, yeah, boys will be boys, it's okay, he will get all right. Let him shout, let him get into brawls or whatever. That's not fair. So please take this message with you. And I need that 1 minute break as always. Seema has got something very interesting to share with you today. I'll be back in a minute.
Hi, today you can see all of us wearing, I don't know if you can see it, yeah, Banjara Right Forever t-shirts when you walk into Banjara. All of us, including Ali, to each one of us here in the staff. And why we are doing this is because today we are all going to Manthan. So it's picnic time, it's team bonding time, team building time for us. And yeah, we are going there only with open minds. We don't know what Ali has planned for us there. But yeah, the whole idea is to be together, eat together, and we'll stay the night over there. And yeah, we will do certain activities and stuff to know each other better. We work here together, but yeah, those nice moments, the personal journeys. So it'll be nice sharing with each other. And yes, really looking forward and really, really excited. So we'll be shutting down Banjara at 3 o'clock today. We'll be closing office. And we'll all be going there. And yeah, that's the plan. And we'll stay the night. Tomorrow, our friend Asra, she's opening a kennel called Off Leash in Manthan. So tomorrow is the inaugural. She's invited everybody, all the dog parents and dog lovers, to come and spend the day there. So that's another thing we're looking forward to. So that's what's happening here. And of course, as usual, the place is bustling. Banjara is bustling with our new babies coming in DCS 23. We had a very nice program last Saturday, and they were here and we interacted. It was nice. And every day we have, many of you coming here for inquiring about the program as well as for admission. So yes, admissions are going on in at full speed. So do come. 25th June is when we officially start. But don't even wait till then if you're planning to take this up or you have somebody in mind who wants to take it up, because we've already started the entire process of rapport building and meeting up. So do reach out for DCS 23, and all other programs as usual are there on the website. So all right, that's what's going on in Banjara. Thought we'll keep you posted.
Manish just showed you a poster of an interesting program that I'm doing. You can't really call it a program because it involves 5 minutes of your time every day for the next 3 weeks. But if you're interested in something like that, do get in touch with Anis or any of our people in the office. It's a very simple thing of how to enrich your life through the thought and the experience of death. Don't get scared. I'm not going to ask you to do something like PUBG or something that you jump over the roof or something like that. It's just at the thought process. And as I said, 5 minutes of your day. These are the little unusual things that we keep doing all the time, just to keep ourselves occupied and to do. So we've got this break in between the DCS 22, which ended, and DCS 23, which is going to start next month. So I thought, let me use that time. Okay, so now Anis is going to show me which are the comments and questions that have come up. So Vidya says, why is it so tough to make the men express his emotions? It is not at all tough, Vidya. Men express their emotions immediately. You say something and he gets provoked and he starts shouting. That is expression of emotions. What we need to do is not to make the men express emotions, but to express it in a different manner. There's a lot on that. I don't want to take the time of all the viewers today, but in a very simple form, I will tell you, do not get into arguments. If he's shouting, you don't start shouting. Be assertive, accept his behavior for the moment, keep quiet. He will calm down. He cannot be angry all the time. He cannot be shouting all the time. When he is back to a good mood, that is the time you bring up this question of, next time when you're angry, next time when you're upset, next time when you're irritated, can you tell me in a different manner? You will get results and I will respond much better to you. Start with that. Sheila says, tough to understand what men are thinking. Sheila, take a survey of men. 9 out of 10 will tell you it is tough to understand what women are thinking. I can never understand. And even if they understand other women, they generally don't understand their own wife. So it is a ping pong battle. Both of them can keep on complaining. Now my question is, when you say tough to understand what men are thinking, it is tough. It is not impossible. So what efforts have you made to understand what men are thinking? Have you spoken to men of different ages? I mentioned to you, you go younger and younger. If you are a grown-up adult and your partner and your peers are people of your age, go lower down. Maybe talk to a man who's 25, 20, 15, 10. You will get an idea about what the male person thinks when he's 10, when he's 15, when he's 20, when he's 25. And from there, a pattern evolves. And then work with the men who are important to you. Vidya says, why is it that certain men don't understand that these are wives' way of expressing love? Rather, they just complain that you talk to me only when you need some household products, and they doubt that we are in relationship with somebody else. That is a very, very sad situation. Be it a man or be it a woman, if you doubt without any concrete evidence, yes, there are people who get into relationships and that has to be dealt with by the spouse. I'm not talking, those are very rare, and whatever happens, that's a very serious situation which has to be dealt with. But if there is a man, as you gave this example, who perpetually thinks that his wife is in relationship, you know what, it has nothing to do with his wife, it has nothing to do with his relationship with his wife. It is his own feeling of insecurity. It is his low self-esteem. It is his loneliness. It is his feeling of being isolated. And he doesn't know how to handle it. So he hits out by making some accusations and saying this is what it is. Okay. The same way as you said that, okay, you said that why is that how much Yes, we are back again. So sorry for the rukawat. Technology sometimes also behaves like human beings, throws tantrums. At least it doesn't shout or cry, but it makes life miserable for us. I was answering Vidya's question. Why is that however much a man shouts, it is expected that the woman should keep quiet? Now, when you say expected, who brought in that expectation? Please go back and reflect. It was your mother, your grandmother, your teachers. So many people told you that you are a girl and you should not shout. If they themselves have indoctrinated this into you in your innocent and vulnerable years, obviously it becomes part of your personality. And that was never done to your husband or your brother or any other male member of the family or in the class, right? Now, that is what I want us to understand that we are doing. And that's the reason why I said before we closed for the break that please work with the smaller men before the men become men, when they're still boys, when they still listen to you, when they look up to you. Then they have this great regard and respect for women and for mothers and for elder sisters and all that. That is a time to help them to understand. If we start now, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, we will be creating a generation of equality. Saraf Saab says, women's bearing capacity is inherently more than that of men. That's why men are in a hard condition to digest something done by women, whether she be his wife, daughter, friend. Yes, same thing I will tell to all of you, including Mr. Saraf, that when you say bearing capacity, where has this bearing capacity come from? Why is it that a soldier's capacity to bear physical pain, even when he is shot, and he's got a bullet in his leg, he still moves forward and he still continues to fight? If you or I were to have a bullet in our leg, we'll just collapse. Now, this bearing capacity of the soldier is not genetic. It is not inborn. He was trained in that manner. He was indoctrinated into that manner. He was motivated into that. Both body and mind was told that you are a soldier, you have to defend the nation, you have to do this and that. And that is what made him a hero when he has to face adversity. The same thing applies. Women shout and cry, Sheila says, while men only shout largely. It is a fact. That's the reason why I brought up this topic. But it is how you shout and how you cry which is important. In fact, since men hardly cry, and definitely not, in front of their spouse or somebody, I've also come across, unfortunately, one odd, in a rare instance here and there, she tolerates, she accepts, she somehow, carries on, she gets fed up. And she says, more, I am going to take things in my control. And the moment she announces that, this man breaks down, starts crying. And the woman is so overwhelmed that she feels that nothing can be sweeter than this, that my man is crying and asking for forgiveness. And everything gets deleted and she goes back to be what she was. Please be aware of that. Roshan says, very lucky to get a life partner who never ever shouted at me and never did I cry. Fantastic. Congratulations to Roshan. And I also feel that while the partner may have had a good upbringing, hats off to his parents and elders, at the same time, it is also how the wife behaves with the man which makes a difference. What is needed in these circumstances is assertiveness. neither being aggressive nor being possessive. I mean, giving away easily and becoming submissive. Assertiveness wins the day against people who unnecessarily lose their temper and who shout. Surekha says, how can we help our counselees help them behave in ways that their love and care reaches the partner? Here, one thing is very important, Surekha. You have to deal with in two different ways when it comes to a male and when it comes to a female. By the time this counselee has come to you, the person has grown up in a lot of indoctrination, behaviors, and attitudes, and is also experiencing certain things, right? So we have to deal with the men differently and the women differently. With the men, if it can be made to understand that I understand your anger, I understand that you are very frustrated and you are pushed to a corner, and that is why you shout or that is why you get so angry, but do you get results? If you do not get results, would you like to try out a different way instead of shouting at your partner or creating that ruckus? Would you like to try? With a female, you have to tell her that whatever the person is doing to you, do not get provoked either way. Don't break down and cry and show your vulnerability, and do not start countering and shouting and arguing. Be assertive. We have to teach women assertiveness. And that assertiveness, believe me, is directly connected to self-esteem. Innumerable Indian women suffer from low self-esteem because of the way they have been brought up. I am not capable. I am a girl, my own dreams. And I have to listen first to my father, then to my husband, and then to my son. We have to break that. Any girl who has good self-esteem and who is assertive can easily handle a father, a husband, a brother, a son who tends to get angry and shout. Over a period of time, the change can be brought in. Conclusion is seeking help or counseling. Don't wait till it comes to that exhaustion stage, and where you get so frustrated that you may actually do something which is very impulsive. Do it while you feel that things are a little better. This is another thing which I have experienced with so many people. Let's say you have this man who keeps shouting all the time, and the wife is very submissive. You know what she thinks? No, if I am nice to him, then he will stop shouting. If I don't argue, if I don't, present my viewpoint, and if I accept his anger and do as he tells me to do, even though I don't want to do that, slowly he will realize what a good partner I am, and he will start being nice to me. Sorry, it doesn't happen that way. You have to take it as early as possible. And this includes what Surekha has asked, handle unresolved feelings from the past. This is something which, as you know, you will recall that I have been constantly striving on. Take this man-woman situation where the man shouts, the woman cries, whatever it is. Somebody has also mentioned the man always doubts his wife whether she is having other relationships. All this is based from the past. It starts in early childhood. And a lot of things from our childhood need to be resolved. Even if it is not currently an issue of shouting or crying or whatever it is, but a lot needs to be resolved. Our education system does nothing to help us learn life skills, to build up our emotional intelligence. But it's never too late. Even now it works. And this is something very, very heartening when Sheila says, being politely assertive has been working for me. I think We should give an applause to Sheila for not only believing in it, but practicing it. She's used a very nice phrase, politely assertive. Yes, I know you're angry. I know you've got meetings and you're very stressed out and you're a very important person. At the same time, I think we need to resolve this. I don't feel that I am going to give in at this stage. I need to do this. In whatever manner, whatever words, whatever expressions, but politely assertive can really go a very long way to help people. So these are some of the very, very important things. As I said, number one, we need to keep feeling frustrated because the woman cries all the time, or the woman is feeling frustrated because the man shouts all the time. It is not impossible, but it is tough to handle it, to deal with it, to try to slowly bring about a change to the extent that it is possible. Don't expect miracles. Don't expect overnight change from the person. But I can assure you that 10%, 20%, 30% more harmonious relationship goes a long way in making you feel contented. And it sets the ball rolling for better and better and better relationship. At the same time, look at the younger generation and see what we can do. Let us not be so selfish that we work only for our needs. We owe it to the next generation that we have to leave a good world behind them. There's so much talk going on about global warming, about wars and whatever we have been doing, the way we are destroying the world in so many ways. I am equally concerned about the way we are destroying the younger generation at an emotional level. I have told this a number of times and I repeat again that emotional intelligence can be built up at any time. And what are the first two pillars of emotional intelligence? Self-awareness. Yes, right now I am getting angry, I'm getting irritated, I'm feeling very disappointed, cheated. Awareness. The second pillar is managing the emotions. Now that I know that I am provoked, I am angry, I am feeling very restless. How do I manage? Which is the best way to manage my emotion? Roshan says, keep giving love and one is bound to get back love. No shouting and crying will happen. You're very lucky if you keep giving love and you do get back love. It doesn't happen all the time. I'm sure all of you have heard that little proverb that, you pick up a street dog and you nurture it, feed it, take care of it. Take care of all his needs. He looks up to you and says, you're taking such good care of me. You must be God. You pick up a little kitten and take care of it, feed it, groom it, protect it, do everything. The kitten looks at you and says, you are taking such good care of me. I must be God. Remember that some of us are dogs, some of us are cats. So you have to take that chance. Sureka says, how can we work towards better emotional autonomy, which prevents us from developing dependency? Yes, Sureka. Since we live in families, since we have to interact with people, I would suggest that we don't work towards developing or, working from, the dependency, work towards what I always call as interdependency. It's the same way as there may be a family where the man goes out to work and earns the salary and the livelihood, and the woman takes care of the house and the kitchen and the children. They are not dependent on each other. They are interdependent. They are complementing each other, and men and women complement each other in 100 different ways. So learn to enjoy that aspect of it. That is what is needed It can be done. It requires some time and effort. And it can be done if you decide on the next Saturday's topic, that is, don't grow old. I'll be seeing you next Saturday. There we will be talking about how, while the numbers pile up, you ensure that you remain young till the last day of your life. So have a nice, wonderful week. I shall see you next Saturday. Bye-bye.